Good. What is good? How are you guys today? Hope everyone's doing fucking awesome. Hope everyone's doing fucking awesome. I actually woke up today. So there's that. Oh, man. Whew. Where the data at, though? Huh? Where the fuck is the data? You guys think that the fucking, data is gonna be correct today anyway? It's so hard to trade off just all the skewed data. But I mean, we are getting a lot of it today. I mean, I believe that this is just way out there though. Like, they're supposed to be deep in a recession, and they're posting above year-over-year CPI. That doesn't make sense to me. Canada, they're about an hour out. We also drop our retail at the same time. Just throwing that out there. Also, guys, did you guys hit on those fucking Form 4s? Do you guys see these or no? Carvana? Inside buyers? Let's fucking go. Hey? Let's go. I've been on Carvana. I've been on Vroom. I mean, you guys know how I feel about them. Just know how I feel about them. AGFY. As soon as they announce that they're done with their at the money offering, until then, I don't know. I don't know about that. Until then. Not enough volume right now to really have an opinion. Well, a realistic opinion. You know, let me shut my phone volume off so it doesn't go off, and I just don't want to get DMC'd or some dumb shit. Because that's happened before. Okay. Alright. Novavax. Guys, Novavax's chart is fucking incredible. Heads up. You know who also had a really fucking good chart? And I wish Mark was in here right now because Tina called this. No, they have contracts from the fucking the Department of Defense. Why does Express have Department of Defense contracts? Think about that. Express, like the clothing company, they have Department of Defense like contracts. Why? I don't know. Don't ask me, but SINT, remember they had the DARPA contract. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a defense contract. But I suspect that they may be up to something with the missile debacle yesterday. Not enough volume. I want to see something with some volume right now. What is up? There's some volume. Whew. Ooh, good crack. I'm gonna get on top of that MACD. We are pushing the VWAP right now, pushing the EMAs. I mean, it's sprung up nice and tight. Yeah, there you go. Again, please like, subscribe, all that happy shit. Sorry, I wasn't on my V2 or whatever the fuck that is. Obviously, we want to clear 400. You guys see my levels. Okay. I hate when this fucking happens all the time. It's gonna make me low, or it's gonna make me disconnect and then reconnect. Hold on a second. Okay. What up, Mark? Yo, tell Tina that the Express chart finally looks fire. Because she was on Express before anyone was. Good morning. Morning, 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 morning. Oh yeah, Sonos and Nvidia are doing their earnings today. Interesting. Okay, okay. I forgot about Sonos. I remembered about Nvidia. I forgot about Sonos. I love fucking Sonos. I don't know about you guys, but I love Sonos. I love Sonos. Let's find out. Intel. It's gonna be Taiwan semi. It's gonna be Taiwan semi. What you're looking for is gonna be Taiwan semi. I'm telling you right now. Buffett just poured in, what, a couple $1 billion he said yesterday? I think 60 bill. And then on here it says that it says something about Taiwan Semi. TSM. Apple's exclusive chip manufacturing partner. Dollar showing weakness. Let's go. That's what we want. We want dollar to show weakness. Yeah, you might want to consider thinking about it, picking it back up, but not financial advice, of course. Yes, yes, there is. They have fucking Department of Defense contracts. Like, why does Express have Department of Defense contracts? I don't know. Now remember, SFT is partnering with this company. Ask Mark. You know we don't put out official sources. So, like, or I wouldn't talk about it if it wasn't like an official source. Like you know how I roll. $34% short interest on MULN. Yeah, I said it. 34% short interest on MULN. That's Mark with a C, mister. I'm just fucking with you guys. Oh, God. Yeah, that's updated. I just did it. Still no update on AGFY. Still nothing. 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 It's been what, like fucking like a week? No, tomorrow will be a week. Tomorrow will be a week. Nothing. Utilization still rising. I'll take that a little bit, but like, come on. They gotta get their shit together right here. Alright, guys. Utilization's finally getting jacked up on TBLT. Let's get it. GoEVs 24. Guys, not financial advice. Not financial advice. Just be aware. What do we got here? 20% short interest on AMC. GME is 21.27. I haven't checked out Tide in a while. Oh. Remember, they are gonna go ahead and they are gonna partner with SFT, like I said. Usually the acquiring company goes down for like a brief while, and then the smaller company gets larger, but not always. Not, I mean, like in the instance of AMC and Highcroft, that didn't happen, but typically it does. What's up, Chris? Welcome to chat. Oh yeah, reverse split. Yeah. Well, you know they're going to. I mean, like, we don't know they're going to, but I mean, like, it seems like they're going to. No, but I'm a supporter. I'm not because of Elon and Trump. Yeah. I mean, I'll say it how it is, bro. That's me. Well, like, you're new here, so like you're gonna learn a lot about me. I wear my emotions on my sleeve, if I ever have any emotions. Most of the time, I'm kind of emotionless. But as far as politics go, I'm very. I do actually, but I'm never on it, to be honest. I just wanted to get there and have a platform. It's Buzz _ the margin call. Bro, of course. Thanks for following. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. I'll try to make everything more auditorial rather than, like, you know, assuming that everybody's reading the chats, if that makes sense. Just to, you know, obviously give you a warm welcome, but, you know, help out those that are just audio listeners. Well, if they do, I bought SQQ calls just in case. I mean, with this administration, I don't think that we want to be in a war. I'll look at S-Dow right now for you. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I because in a wartime environment, right? Manufacturers of like of consumer discretionaries usually do pretty well, right? And usually technology would take the hit. More so. I mean, you might be right about the Dow being overbought. I know what you said, Mark. I know. But that's why I don't know. I was playing S Dow. See, I like technology right now, and I'll tell you why I like technology, because a lot of people are gonna doubt this, right? I like technology because of the fact that like we are without a doubt highly overinflated, right? In order to deflate, we're gonna need technology and we're gonna need cryptocurrency, in my opinion. And that's where technology comes in. Just my opinion. Whether or not that happens, it's two totally different things, but I think that technology is. I think that we're gonna have a flash crash at some point. We're gonna have to fill. I think that we're gonna have to fill those gaps on SPX. To be a realist, right? But I don't think that they're gonna last long. I don't think that they're gonna be prolonged. Just like how they printed 80% of the USD within the last 2 years, right? I think that they're gonna pump the market after the flash crash that fills those gaps. That's my core belief. But I mean, I could be wrong. I'm no genius. See, I try not to look at penny stocks, but the thing is that like some of these stocks used to not be penny stocks. Like the mid caps and small caps became penny stocks. So it's like it is what it is. Like I don't know. I don't want to look at penny stocks, but it's just like at the same time, it's like these normally wouldn't be like penny stocks if if the valuations were proper on them. At least in my opinion. Look at LiDAR, baby. Let's go. Oh, baby, let's go. I love LiDAR so much. You're gonna find out a lot of things that I'm absolutely obsessed with almost. Well, not obsessed with, because I don't like to fall in love with trades. But you're gonna find out my favorites and my like my redheaded stepchildren very easily. Is it NY? Better not be. No, it's here. It's here. It was showing suspended this morning. Uh-oh. Did they add options to it? No. Interesting. I'm a money channel. I'm a money channel. I don't like. I'm a money channel. So like, if it makes money, I'm about it. I don't care what you're in, what you're out. But as long as everybody's doing well, I'm fine. I don't care. Give me 1 second. Let me make coffee real quick. My bad. But yeah, no. As long as everybody's happy making money, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you're in. As long as you're happy making money, I don't care what you're in. I actually cover AMC and GME very, very very lightly. I have been covering AMC a little bit as of late, simply because of the gamma potential, but not like a lot of other streamers or creators or whatever the fuck you want to call us. Yeah. A green next would be 3 Little Soldiers. Well, I guess we had to finish this one first. Ooh. Oh, let me go get my coffee. Sounds like she's done pouring. Alright, cool. Let's get it. Hold on a second. Girlfriend message. 1 second. Hey babe, I slept great. I hope that you did too. I'm already on stream. Gotta make it up to these guys because I've been, sleeping in like the last few days. But I love you, and I will talk to you after I'm done. Have a great day, alright? My bad. Okay. US dollar showing weakness. That's kind of a good thing for us. Asian shares lower edged lower on news of missile strike in Poland. Okay. Nasdaq is flat. Oil's flat. Bitcoin down. Nah. Europe is down 0.5%. If this would stop skipping around on me, that'd be fucking awesome. The Dow is flat. S&P is flat. Nasdaq's up though. The straight up Nasdaq, not the Nasdaq 100. Nasdaq 100's flat as well. That's interesting. Interesting as fuck. Again, please like, subscribe. I think I had like 1,599 subs last night. When I checked, like, help a brother out. I'd appreciate it. Every single one counts. And if you don't like my content, then just get out. I don't want you here anyway. Seriously. I'm not joking. Good morning, Mike. Mike, guess what Sean found last night? I don't know how long you've been here, but guess what Sean found last night? He found two things, actually. Express has has 3 DOJ contracts, and Carvana has a shit ton of inside buyers. Yesterday. No, the 14th, sorry. The 14th, the 11th, the 7th, the 1st. Well, actually, no, sorry. They were reported on the 3rd. But it happened on the 1st. And then that was reported yesterday. Yeah, bud. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'll check out TRKA for you, because I know you want me to. Look at that jump in utilization. Up to 45% from 7 days ago. 3.65% short interest. They filed an 8K. Did you check out their 8K? They filed an 8K yesterday. Did you read that or no? Well, no, it doesn't really have to be because the utilization isn't 100. Yeah, just check out their 8K because they filed one yesterday. You're gonna want to check that ASAP. I'm waiting on BBIG to file their paperwork. That'd be pretty dope. Oh, you know what we should probably do? We should probably do this. Federal Reserve System. Interesting. Okay, now how about the SEC? $16 filings today. I'm not gonna read all 16 of these because they're gonna be so detailed. Okay, that's only one page. Alright, we'll start here. What is this? Remote Inspections Pilot Program. Give me a summary. Where's the summary at? I mean, that's kind of cool. Order instituting proceedings to determine whether to approve or disapprove the rule change as modified by Amendment Number 1 to amend the codes of arbitration procedure to modify. Okay. I'm sure that's going to be the same. Order approving proposed rule change to amend FINRA Rule 11-880 settlement or syndicate. Oh, the syndicate accounts. Remember those? To revise the syndicate account settlement time frame for corporate debt offerings. Huh. This could be a big deal. January 1st, 2023. So the first of the year. No, we didn't. We did not. To amend the short-term option series program. Oh, that's probably about the yeah, SPY, the Qs, yeah, all that shit. We knew that. That's about proxies. Minor rule violation plan for equities and option markets. Accelerated the proposed. Okay. I'm still wondering why the AGFY options aren't fucking figured out. Like, what is holding those back? Video conference hearings. What? This is bullshit. They're still using the C word as their fucking excuse. Alright, did the CFTC post anything? No. Oh, yesterday. I missed yesterday. Change in bank control. Okay. Formations of acquisitions by mergers. Okay. So the federal... Now, keep in mind, these banks are supposed to be merging now. The Federal Reserve Bank of fucking Chicago is merging. Something there doesn't seem right. Now remember, central banks are not central banks, just so everybody knows. They're not owned by the government. They sound like they are, but they're not. Please be aware of that. The SEC submitted 12 things yesterday, too. Jesus Christ. The options clearing... Wait. You guys know how I feel about the OCC. The Options Clearing Corporation notice of designation of longer period for commission action on proposed rule change by the Options Clearing Corporation concerning a risk management framework and corporate risk management policy. Whoa. Yeah, I just read that. And they made it official in the Federal Register, too. A 45 dime. The commission is extending the 45-day time period. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. So, Neil, I found the number. Oh, wait, the 45 days within this. Never mind. This is not the number. This is 45 days within this filing. But, oh, they are dirty motherfuckers. They have not received any comments, but they're going to go ahead and they're going to push it off anyway. Why? They're going to push it off until Christmas? Why would they push it off until Christmas? Think about that. When people aren't paying attention? I'll tell you what, I don't give a fuck. I'll be here paying attention. I'll be here paying attention. I'm taking this year off. And I don't mean from work. I mean like from like a lot of responsibilities. This year's a money year. Every year is a money year, but this year's especially a money year. MMAT. Now remember, their 8K that they filed made it seem like they're going to do a reverse split. Take that as you will. And I don't want to spread FUD, so I'm like, it didn't say reverse split, it just talked about voting power. And to me, that it's kind of foreshadowing. Just take it with a grain of salt. That's all I gotta say. CEI. CEI showing volume right now. Up 1.4 pre-market. Tesla's down fucking 24 cents. Down 2 cents. I'd like to see some velocity there. Fucking love LiDAR. Only 24 buyers on LiDAR right now. DXY is cruising, he said. Hopefully double tops right there. That would be beautiful. Now come on down, babe. Come back. Pound's doing pretty well right now. Pound's doing pretty well. Again, please like, subscribe, hit the bell, all that happy shit. I'm one away from 1,600. Like, help a brother out. Just saying. We have a double bottom here on pound. Slightly shortened, but double bottom nonetheless. Up, 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 up. I'm gonna pop that line that I have. Oh, my cursor. Guys, always remember to check the chat for data. Or, well, DD. I can't keep up. I can't keep up. I will do my best, but I can't keep up. It just talks about the AK. Yeah. Here's CPA, yada, 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 yada. Audit and assurance practice, focusing on privately and publicly held companies. Huh. Nothing that we didn't know yet. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. It's nothing that we didn't already know, though, unfortunately. Go ahead, jump. I know you want to, Pound. Go ahead. That was an excellent call. That's because Elon Musk is a badass. I would personally want to work for Elon. Yeah, like, all right. So here's the thing. If you surround yourself with a bunch of, you know, successful people, you'll become successful. If you surround yourself with a bunch of idiots, you're gonna become an idiot. It's just how it is. So, with that being said, I would definitely want to keep working. If you have now clicked on the link, you're considered that you quit. That's interesting. Novavax. MMAT's looking nice. Again. My only problem is I wish I bought more leaps. Well, he's putting them in their place. Sometimes people need to be put in their place. Guys, remember, I have a Groupon affiliation, so check below me if you guys want discounts on Groupon. Yeah. I mean, they have discounts everywhere. You guys know that. Exactly. 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 You when you surround yourself with people at the top, you become the top. It's a fact. SPY. We need SPY to spin. I have a feeling we're gonna see sideways SPY until the data drops at 8:30. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. MMTLP finished very, very strong yesterday. I want to see how it opens today. Now remember, guys, this is probably the most complex squeeze play on Wall Street. So just know that before you ever take a position. However, yeah. Do you guys have anything that you guys want me to look at, or like, we have like what, fucking 17 minutes here until data drops? Like, what are you guys thinking? Oh yeah, there's tons to talk about. There's tons of talk about that. Guys, please drop me a like and a sub, by the way. I'm like 1 off 1,600. Like, come on. Help brother out. Well, that's... Okay, I mean non-OTC stocks. Well, it's gonna be like catching a falling knife until it's not, but... This is their company. Like, whatever that is, I want one. Whatever that is, I want one. I don't know what it is, but, like, I kind of want one. Although, this has to be bulletproof or something. Like there's got to be, like, some strength there. That can't be purely just glass. I don't know if that'd be safe. That looks dope. That just looks clean. And then this also looks clean. I mean, this just looks futuristic. This just looks really, really clean. Headquartered in Dubai. You guys can read that. IoT connectivity. What have I been saying about IoT? What have I been saying about IoT? I think that it's going to help the autonomous driving and the accuracy. Yeah, that's what happens to SPACs. The name of the company, though... The jumper checks. The The name of the company that was Eaststone Acquisition before they merged. Eaststone Acquisition. I mean, just throwing that out there. I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see. I can't watch the video. I'll get DMCA'd. They have gull wing doors. Are you for real? I second that, Mike. But I don't think that the numbers that we're receiving are accurate. If that makes, like, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I don't think that we're receiving accurate data. Preach. No, that's because everyone's broke. Yeah, credit card spending is way up, but nobody's like prepared to pay them back. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. I don't know. To me, this is just like catching a falling knife, and then all of a sudden, like, once it falls far enough, she'll go. Until then, it's going to be catching a falling knife, and you're going to be guessing on your entry point. I like it, though, a lot. I wonder what are they picking up data yet? %98 utilization, just under 5% short interest. It's not reading yet. I just looked it up. It's not reading yet. Again. No, it was like 34 or something like that. I mean, I'll check it again if you really want me to. But they might be doing a reverse split. It's 35. It's 35-ish. But It could be about ready to do a reverse split. This has been ripping. Just saying. I did this research a long time ago. Yeah, I do. Who the fuck is this? Huh? Hold on one second. I gotta tweet something real quick. Huh. I gotta evaluate some stuff real quick. GBTG. 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 Okay. GBTG. Oh. Yep. I'll be taking a position in GBTG today at some point. I don't know when, but at some point I will. Yeah, basically David's voting. And the guy from Goldman Sachs, Pfizer. Let me get another cup of coffee real quick before the print. Yeah. So I will be buying GPTG at some point today. Not really. It doesn't say. Thank you, Sean. Now, why doesn't it say? And then I see this. Insider purchases whatever yesterday. Yeah, please like, sub, share. Thanks, Mark. Now, this was a Sage Rock play, which is basically BlackRock's high net worth individuals. I was able to buy. How are we absorbing this? Yeah, let me grab my coffee. Honestly, GBTG is like begging for a short squeeze. Not financial advice. They have options. Yeah. Hold on a second. I don't know what you guys are doing, or like, no offense, I don't care what people are doing. I'm buying into GBTG. I'm buying at least a little bit of GBTG. That's like, GBTG. Yeah, you're right. Fuck. GBTG. Ha, got you. I knew I could do it. Gabagool. What's next? We have until 9 in order to fuck around. Just saying. Then we gotta get serious. I mean, not really. Alright. Sounds good. I don't think that he could really tell you that though, Mike. I mean, if anything, it's basing underneath all these fucking EMAs. Very rarely. Especially as of late. However, if it's a very small reverse split, say they do like a 1-to-4 or a 4-to-1, right? I don't think it's gonna be that bad. But we don't know what they're gonna do. A 1-to-4 wouldn't be bad. I'm not saying it's official. I don't know what the official rate is. I'm just saying a 1-to-4 wouldn't. I don't think would be that bad. But like, if it was like a 25-to-1, that would be different. Oh, you said 4-to-1. Is it official 4-to-1, or are you just guessing? Because I was just throwing 1-to-4 or 4-to-1 out there as a like an example. Fuck. You can't tell me that and then not tell me what it is. Can you tell me what it's regarding? No. That would be a split. It could be a 4-to-1. Yeah, exactly. If needed, but it needs to be done. In theory. Yeah, but they took away our voting power. That's what that filing was, what, yesterday or the day before? Like, now, they made our voting power even less. So now it's controlled by, like, the big fish. Make sense? $1.3 billion votes. Jesus Christ. To remain in compliance with the NASDAQ? It would be a reverse split, not a standard split. No, it would be a compliance thing if they did it. It'd be a compliance thing. Because in essence, being in compliance it does enhance shareholder value, of course. Yeah, they said that they were going to call me today, but they said that 4 times already. Yeah, so I mean, sounds like the three of us are saying the same thing. Right? I mean, I'm pretty sure the three of us are literally saying the same thing. Okay. Thought so. Look at SPY basing right now. SPY might take a jump. I don't know. I still have those. I buy SQQ calls just in case, but I mean, we'll see. We already wrote it off, and unless it was just filed like 10 seconds ago. Was it just filed? It be. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. We're basing on SPY. Do the pivot point in the EMAs. Let's see if we get over the MACD. There's pros and cons to that. There's pros. Excuse me. There's pros and cons to that, in my opinion, at least. I mean, look at Rig when I called out Rig, right? Rig was at 286. Now it's fighting 450. Nice, slow, steady grow. Like, I'd be okay with that range. You know what I mean? See, eyes looking spicy. Sean, look at this. I don't know if you saw this before, but 0.37% of the stock is on float. Insider buy yesterday. 161.6% short. That's because there's no fucking free float. There's no float. Yeah, I'll be buying those. Thank you very much. Shh. Shh. Only people that follow my platform know about it as of right now. I guarantee nobody on YouTube is posting about it. Hold on a second. Oh, wrong button. I actually like to check this shit out. Hold on. No. Just this one a month ago. We had two views. So not really. Sir, yes, sir. It's gonna be, like, a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep doing this? Fuck me. I mean, it's a good thing, but, like... Jesus. American Express Global, but what the fuck did I just stumble into? No, that's the same. What the fuck did I just stumble on? American Express Global Travel? What the fuck did I just stumble on, guys? How come nobody's talking about this? Look at the turnover from yesterday. Holy shit. I'm buying it. I'm buying some. I like they're past the double bottom. They're if I were to bull flag this out, let's see what's the 4 hour look like. It's a double bottom on the 4 hour almost. Extended double bottom. Do you guys understand what what this could become because of the fucking amount of float? There's only 252,000 shares available. Only 252,000 shares available. What the fuck? American Express. Are they really? No. It's the previous one. They never finished, I don't think, right? Unless they release a new... Unless they release a new thing. Did they release a new filing? It's the same one. It's the same one, dude. 10Q. So that's all that are left. As of 6 days ago. You need to breathe, bro. Breathe. Breathe, 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 breathe. They have to. It's. Well, I mean, they don't have to, I guess, because it was written up in like a really weird way, but they're gonna. I think it's gonna be more steady than what we would like, if that makes sense. They need the cash flow to operate. But the filing was just written in a really, really weird way where they could work their way around it, in a sense. Again, please don't forget to like, sub, hit the bell, all that happy shit. I'd appreciate it. Ugh, man. Alright, 9 o'clock. Let's go. Let's go. What do we got cooking? Again, I will be taking a position in this today. I don't know what position I'll be taking, but I will be taking a position. I might even just buy fucking straight shares. Yep. Your assumption is correct, my friend. I want to see MMAT over $2. I'd love to see MMAT over $2. bad. Sorry. Alright. That needs to chill. Not enough volume. Should have guessed as much. Not enough volume on AGFY either. When in doubt, click on SPY. Cup and handle. Or, or short and double bottom, however you want to, like, I guess, wrap your head around that. Do I have any idea on why what dropped in the first place? If you're talking about AVXL, you're gonna want to ask Mike, because I that's just not my play. Not my play. I'm gonna buy the shit out of GPTG today, I think. Low key. Not financial advice in the slightest. Because right now it's like catching a falling knife. One second. This is the wife. I'm setting up a... Bailey's about to be on TV. We're gonna watch it. Oh, GBTG. Just SPAC'd. SPACs have been going down notoriously. But look at this. 0.37 of the stock is available. $161.6% short. If that's what I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But what I'm more impressed with is how low the fucking float is. Like that might be the lowest percentage of the float that I've ever seen in my entire life. That's even smaller than this one. And I thought that this was low. And this is American Express, too. And when I did my DD on it, like a while ago, it was under Sage Rock. Sage Rock is for the high net worth individuals of BlackRock. It's where they park their money. Alright, give me 1 second though. I have to respond to her. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell, all that happy shit. If you don't like my content, then just leave. Please. It's a lot easier that way. How dark pool and naked shorting can still manipulate even low flow. Yeah, but see the thing about that is like that's American Express. That's not like that's backed by American Express. That's like that's a blue chip. So that's what makes me like it. Yep. Yep. I'm selling something and getting into it. I don't know what it is, but I'm selling something and getting into it. Alright, I gotta bring you guys down for a second. And I gotta log back in here. Alright, you guys are up and live. What do I sell, though? That's the issue. What do I sell to get some more? I know what I could sell. Sell some of those. Okay, I'm good. I know what I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, we're good, guys. Please like, sub, hit the bell. If not, then just get out, please. It just makes it easier that way. Remember, Carvana has a lot of inside buyers, but that might end up being a longer play. I don't know if it's gonna be a long play or a short play. like a short swing or a long hold. I don't know. I'm kind of set up for both. I'm kind of numbing myself up for MULN and get 4 when they reverse split, if they reverse split, because it sounds like they're going to. However, BBIG, very intrigued. Oh, they're showing an earnings on the 21st. Now, I don't know if that's accurate, though, because we know the whole story there. AGFY looking kind of flat. Cut to the MAC or the signal, please. Trying to get some support right there. Fuck. One nice. Oh, word. You scared the shit out of me. Too much of bringing the laptop into the bedroom, I guess. Crack myself up. I'm looking at something real quick. I'm sorry, I have to pull this up. First enough. Okay. Alright, what do we got? What is going to be the narrative for the day? Oh, and you know what? Do we have any data coming out later? Oh, wait, hold on. Anna sent me something. I have to listen to this. Yes! Fuck yeah, guys! Yes! Fuck yes! Bang! Fuck yeah! I don't have to go to a wedding in Omaha, Nebraska. Let's go! I thought I did. Alright, hold on a second.
Yeah, no, actually, how easy would it have been to forecast that pattern of UK labour supply? Because in many ways, I think, Russia-Ukraine, if you don't mind me saying so, it was very hard, even a year ago, to forecast what was going to happen there. Obviously, a year ago, there was a question over the supply chain shock. Was it going to be transient or not?
Oh my god. Talk more about transitory while I grab this coffee.
The problem is we've had this sequence of shocks, and if I can go back to the labour force shock for a moment, I think it was very hard a year ago. I mean, it dominated our thinking a year ago. As the furlough scheme came to an end, 1 million jobs, were furloughed right to the end of the scheme. It was around about this time last year when we were beginning to get the evidence as to what was going to happen to labour markets. As that scheme ended, and there was a real uncertainty, and you can see this in not just our forecasts, in all the outside forecasts as well. Was it going to lead to an upturn in unemployment, as frankly nearly all forecasts said it would? We were actually at the low end of that distribution. Of course, it didn't. And one of the reasons it didn't was because of this shrinkage of the labour force. Now, I'm happy, I think it's happened. I'm sure a lot of people will spend a lot of time trying to work out what we could have foreseen about that at this time last year. But I think it was a very difficult call to make this time last year. Now,
great morning, girl.
There was nothing wrong with your models.
No. Let me say. No, I mean, look, with the benefit of hindsight, obviously there were things that would have been different. The one I asked myself, and I've said this in speeches, the question about is the labour force, because I don't think we could foresee that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. I don't really think that's...
I agree we should put that to one side.
Yeah.
I think we need to focus on these supply chain and domestic factors, which I think you're now acknowledging, Governor, you did miscalculate calculate the potential risks when furlough came to an end? I think that's what I'm hearing you
take
say.
both of those. Perfectly reasonable. So I think, and by the way, I think one of the challenges we have here is that, you know, the view that if you take an individual single supply shock, that they work their way through, and you don't necessarily, respond to the first round sort of effects.
This guy's he's so fucked.
After that,
he's getting grilled.
If we had only had one supply shock, which in the period when we were initially recovering from COVID, I think was a reasonable assumption.
Rocket Girl, look at GBTG.
Took effect. I think the response
like
was very different from the situation.
Not financial advice, obviously, but just look at it.
Of supply shocks with no breaks in between. This is one of the challenges I think central banks around the world face. Frankly, that we've had a sequence of supply shocks, which you couldn't predict. I think at the time that we were going to get this sequence. But take the two ones you mentioned. The supply chain shock.
But Governor, do you not acknowledge that having very, very loose monetary policy and very, very loose fiscal policy at the time, and a situation where you had your foot on the floor with the quantitative tightening program, the quantitative easing program, we'll get to quantitative tightening later on, that the risks in that scenario were for inflation to take hold and for it to become the kind of wage price spiral that we are currently seeing our constituents suffer from.
And I totally understand that, but can I respond by saying that would have required us to tighten monetary policy at the height of the pandemic because of the transmission mechanism. Now, I don't think that, put like that, I'm afraid I don't think that is a very plausible thing.
0.1%, I mean...
But in the middle of a pandemic, when it was having the economic effects that it was having, I don't think that, I really don't think that's a reasonable thing to have done based on what we knew at the time.
I'm going to turn to Catherine, if I may, because Catherine, you've been very much...
Sorry, guys.
Very much sort of...
Give me a second. Sorry about that. Sorry. I'm going back, I promise. Different load. Come on.
So that's good. Now you have noted that my votes have tended to be more forceful than that reached by the committee, and the foundation of that is twofold. One is I have been particularly attuned to data on price expectations of firms, households, and in financial markets. So I put a very high weight on price expectations. And that's one way of trying to gauge prospects going forward. I also put a very high weight on research that has tended to find that under conditions of inflation uncertainties, in other words, you don't exactly know how it's going to proceed going forward, that front-loaded policy tightening is more likely to achieve an outcome that is better controlling of inflation. With all that said, however, the shocks that are external shocks to the UK economy, specifically the energy shock and the global goods shock, these continue to dominate the numbers, but what we care about is the extent to which they become embedded.
Guys, I'm gonna have to use my phone to do one thing, but I'm gonna try to do it on my computer first.
We
just so
have
you guys
taken
know.
over our
Remember,
last
I'm not a
few
financial
meetings
advisor.
Much more aggressive approach.
Cool, calm, and
as
collected.
this
Make sure that you have a
embeddedness
plan,
has become
please.
more apparent.
Catherine, thank you for that. Are you saying that if the whole committee had agreed with you and that you had moved earlier and faster, that the overall picture on inflation now would be better? We wouldn't be suffering from 11.1% inflation.
RG, I'm now.
We have to go back to the magnitude of the energy shock.
I'm DCAing.
And the way in which it has been calculated.
Last time we had,
yeah.
from the governor, I think, said that 80% of inflation
What do we got here,
from,
guys?
the invasion shock, and the remaining 20% you felt was more widespread. Does that continue to be your assessment, Catherine?
I think that the general view is that there is more of these shocks have become embedded into the actual price and wage setting in the economy.
Good luck, everyone.
And continue to support a higher wage and price expectations. And in that regard, taking more forceful action earlier on, as I say, the research identifies a front-loaded policy strategy as potentially having a superior outcome with regard to inflation.
That's really interesting, and we'd be really interested to see that research, because clearly that's different from what has actually happened. And to go back to the governor in terms of the quantitative easing point, Hugh Pill last week told the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee that the previous rounds of quantitative easing during the pandemic might have been a contributory factor to this upsurge in inflation. Is that what your assessment would suggest now?
Well, I think, if you don't mind saying so, what Hugh actually prefaced his comment by saying is that it's always possible, with the benefit of hindsight, to come up with a different path of monetary policy.
But none of this could have been seen.
No, hang on. Let me finish. He then made the point that I just made about the scale of the COVID shock. And he also made a point that, yes, QE did contribute, because, of course, that's what it was designed to do. It is a policy loosening tool in that sense. But he made the point, and I think it's consistent with what both Catherine and I have been saying about the shocks that we're experiencing, that it was not a very big contribution. And again, you have to bear in mind the hindsight point in which he made that comment. He was doing it deliberately with the benefit of hindsight, which, as he said at the time, of course, we don't have when we set policy.
Go back to the labour market, as I promised we would, and then I do want to ask Ben a quick question before moving on to colleagues. To go back to the labour market point, it's clear now, isn't it, that we're in a wage price spiral, that there is a lot of wage pressure out there. And I just wondered if you could share with us, Governor, how much you're going to be increasing pay at the Bank of England this year.
Well, we haven't settled our pay round yet. We're still in the process of doing it, so I can't give you that number actually. What are
you proposing?
Well, you can observe that total economy pay is somewhat over 6%.
You're going to pay 6% more
no, I don't
to
think
your
we'll
employees?
No,
okay.
No, we're not be going there. I would also make the point that the mix of pay and these settlements has changed, and we pick this up when we go around the country talking to businesses, that there are more businesses talking about using one-off payments rather than permanent pay rises, and also directing their use of those settlements, those pay components towards the low paid, and that is, I can tell you, part of our approach towards what we're doing. We want to ensure that our lower paid staff actually, get a larger share of the pay that we're offering this year, because I think that's the fair way to do it in the context of the situation we find ourselves in.
Will you be taking a pay rise this year?
I'm not going to take a pay rise. It's not for me to decide, but I'm not going to. If I were offered one, I will not accept it, and I will politely decline, as I have before.
Whoa. Okay. So he's pulling a Trump.
And then just quickly to Ben, were these upside risks to inflation, and particularly with quantitative easing as well, were those subjects that the Monetary Policy Committee was discussing long before the invasion of Ukraine?
Yeah, of course. We do every time we meet. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Can I make a couple of other points in relation to the earlier questions? Just to
this is wrong, because I bought more than that.
Taking care with hindsight. So just after that QE decision, the last one at the end of 2020, if you look at the consensus forecast, which is an average of, 2025, the main forecasters of the UK economy, what they expected inflation to average during the course of this year, 2022, so between 1 and 2 years later, the figure was exactly 2%. In financial markets, where they spend a great deal of time as well, just like us, thinking what inflation will be. The figure for RPI inflation priced into financial markets at that time was just over 3, so consistent, again, given the spread between the two, with a CPI inflation rate of 2. That is the context in which that was just after the QE decision. So, it's fine to say after the event, well, this happened, that happened, but the fact that something happened that was not forecast doesn't mean the forecast was wrong. It means that we live in a highly uncertain world. And we've had these extraordinary shocks, bigger energy price shocks even in the 70s, not just energy but food, not just energy and food, but core goods after the pandemic as well. So I think one must be very, very careful to put yourself in the position at the time. And of course, every time we meet, we discuss both upside and downside risks. One hopes that the forecast is not, and the forecast is never meant to be a prediction of what will happen. It is precisely the point where you think, well, the risks of being wrong on one side are more or less the same, the risks of being wrong on the other. That's what a forecast is.
I wouldn't be asking these questions if I hadn't in real time been asking about some of the inflation
Well, the
risks.
relevant point is not a year ago, it's 2 years ago. Given the lags in monetary policy, it's 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And of course, and I think that it was, if I had to think back and say, what could we have known better? Certainly not Russia, Ukraine, not even the development of the labour market. As the governor pointed out, at the time the furlough scheme come to end, we were right at one end of that forecast. We were at the more hawkish end on the labour market forecast. And the UK has had these exceptional developments, quite unlike any other country. So I don't think that either is the biggest contributor to inflation. I think it's relatively minor, and B, I don't think it was forecastable. The one area where I think all central banks, indeed all economic forecasters, given what I said about those numbers earlier, might have picked up earlier were the inflationary effects of the pandemic via supply chains, where we did begin to see evidence, I would say, in early 2021. However, as it happens, that particular source of inflation, the direct effects of it, do seem to have peaked now. So we're seeing some evidence that core goods price inflation is declining, that shipping costs, computer chip prices, all the things that were pushed up dramatically in the first half of 2021, that those things are beginning to ease off. So yes, at any one time, you can find some people forecasting higher inflation than us and some people forecasting lower inflation than us. And I think the relevant point is not a year ago. The relevant point, given the lags in monetary policy, is 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm giving you the consensus forecast at the time.
And I sort of was worried about it, as the record will show. But in terms of our constituents who are all now suffering from this terrible, terrible inflation, can they feel confident that with 3% as the base rate, that you are going to be able to bring inflation back within the range that you are independently there to target? And Governor, can I just also ask, as you answer that question, in your previous evidence to us, you've implied that you always do look at what is priced into the market. We've just heard that from the Deputy Governor now. But in your latest forward guidance to the market, you gave a very strong steer that you thought the market was incorrectly pricing in forward interest rates. Can you talk us through your logic there?
Yeah, well, let me do that in two parts, so sort of two questions in there, really. So let me start with what we said, if you don't mind. And we said, should the economy evolve broadly in line with our latest projections? That's the one we published.
Not balls deep, but like I'm deep enough.
Further increases in bank rate may be required for a sustainable return of inflation to target.
Look at Carvana.
Albeit
She's looking juicy.
Priced into markets. That's the key, I think, sentence to which both parts of your question refer. So let me take the first part. We think that, other things equal,
I can pull you guys up now. I'm sorry.
half of these shocks will lead to a once we get through this winter, because of the way the gas price effects are going to work through this winter, that there should be quite a pronounced fall in inflation thereafter, and our forecast brings it back to target and actually takes it below target to zero in year 3. And I'll come back to that point because it's key for the second question.
Spin off.
Now, however, So you might say, well, why are you raising interest rates in that case? And however, the other thing's equal is that we've also got the largest upside risk to inflation and distribution of that chart in the history of the MPC.
On a reverse merger?
Years. It's about 0.5%. And the reason we got that, we don't construct the risks.
I'm not saying yes or no.
We don't do it's a bit of this and a bit of that. We tend to do it top down and then sort of attribute
Fuck.
sort of the
Then
broad story.
I just
and it's
fucked
the
up
one
then.
we've been talking about already. For
I just
me,
fucked up.
we can all probably take slightly different
Thank you,
views
Neil.
on how this works, by the way. It's predominantly the labour market and the risk of price setting and wage setting effects.
I'll say what it is. I fucked up then today.
Although, and I was around the north of England last week, employers are now beginning to say that they are seeing some reduction in competition for hiring.
But I went long on it though. Like I went long. I didn't do like a short call.
I mean, it's a very tight labour market. So the reason that we said it is likely, that we will be, increasing interest rates further is that risk, notwithstanding the fact that the central sort of case, if you like, the central projection has inflation coming down rapidly. And by the way, the main reason inflation comes down.
Thank you for that. Thanks for letting me know. But
sort of
yeah, I fucked up.
really, which is that as the annual effects of the energy price rises come out, inflation comes down quite quickly. That, of course, presumes that energy prices don't go up further. We can come back to that if you like, because obviously there is some risk there, but that's the basis of the projection. Now let me come on to the second part, which is the markets. We condition our forecast on the market curve of interest rates. Now, just to illustrate this in terms of what the market has thought is going to be the peak of our interest rate rise cycle. So back in August, beginning of August, when we published the August Monthly Policy Report, the market was predicting 3% as the peak, which obviously we're now at. By the end of September, that number had gone up to 6.2%. Now we'd probably come back to the reasons why that happened. It's due to
I hear you.
On. By the time we did the forecast for the November MPR, we cut the forecast off sort of in later part of October. That number was down to 5.2. Today it's 4.6. We had 5.2 in there for the forecast. And as I said, when we look at the profile of inflation that generates, it brings it down to 0 in the third year. It's a bit below target at the end of the second year. And so our view was that profile, in our view, had a curve that was higher than was consistent with our view on the sort of the likely path. Now, you may want to say, well, it's down to 4.6 now. What do you think about that? We don't have a precise set of numbers. It's not that we have a precise set of numbers. It's clearly lower than it was when we did the forecast. My final point I'll make on this, we don't push against markets lightly. It's not something we rarely do it, frankly, but we felt that we knew the story behind why there was, let's be honest, there was something of a UK risk premium built into the markets, and I gave that 3, 6.2, 5.2, 4.6 profile, and we felt that was too high a profile, and it wasn't consistent with what we think is the most likely thing we'll do. So that's why we did it.
How much is the UK risk premium today?
Well, hard to tell. I would say in the markets, most of it has come out. If you look at,
it's not 0 though.
It's not probably back to 0, but if you
oh shit! I need to do something on my phone. I forgot, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. My bad. Forgot to do something. Oops.
I mean, one way of looking at this is to look at the evolution of the UK curve, the euro area curve, and the US curve since the beginning of August. And I think we've published this chart actually, and you can see the UK premium. You can see that they have come
What
back
is it
to
today?
they're fairly aligned again today in terms of tracking the movement, not the levels. Levels are different, but the movement since the beginning of August.
Thank you,
So a
Governor.
lot of it has come out, in other words. Yeah.
I'm going to hand over to Anthony. Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. So my initial questions are going to be about the
Thank you,
economic
chap.
outlook.
You hear that?
You predicted in the Monetary Policy Report a recession, which was not as deep, I think, as previous recessions we've had in the latter half of the 20th century, but possibly longer. I was just wondering how much uncertainty there was around that, and there's obviously lots of speculation about how long and how deep it's going to be, but if you could just describe what you think the sort of outer limits are. And is there any chance we're going to avoid a recession?
Yeah, I'm sure my colleagues want to come in, but I think it goes back to the point of the previous question, actually, that in part the uncertainty around this reflects the impact of the tightening of financial conditions that we saw between the sort of the August Monetary Policy Report and November Monetary Policy Report. And that's why we actually, in the presentation of the November Monetary Policy Report, put rather more emphasis on the other forecast we produce, which is the so-called constant rate forecast, than we normally do. Not because, let me be very clear, not because we don't, and I've read the language out a few minutes ago, don't think that rates are going to most likely go up again. But because it's a useful, if you like, sort of set of rails, if you like, to sort of see the sort of the margin it generates. And just to give you the story on the recession, I can do that in terms of the level, i.e. the shift in the level of GDP, and it's I think peak to trough for the market profile was about 3%, so negative 3% that is, and for the constant rate it was just GDP. Yeah, it was and peak to trough for the constant rate it's just under 2%. So now any recession is a bad recession, don't get me wrong. As you said, they're not deep recessions by historical standards, and the constant rate is obviously even shallower. But that gives you a sense, I hope, of the sort of at least two rails that you can put in to sort of make a judgment on, help to make a judgment on this.
Compared to previous recessions, as I understand your graphs, it's actually going to be you're predicting it'll be quite a prolonged recession, more than most. Why it'll go through to 23, 24. Why do you think it'll be so prolonged? I think Ben's keen to get in.
Well, the only thing I was going to say on that is, one, to emphasise the point that Andrew just made, which is that...
Thank you, Trish.
The interest rate curve on which we're conditioning these forecasts, so that was significantly
Ooh, double
higher
top, though. Ooh.
even a couple of weeks ago than it is today. The other thing is that by the time... Well, the other general point is there is generally a huge amount of uncertainty about this forecast, and in particular, even on the central profile, the last 2 or 3 quarters of that projected decline in GDP, length of the recession, they're pretty small. So it wouldn't take much of a tilt to shave a couple of quarters off the projected length of the recession. So I would not,
Yeah, it's for
stand
real.
squarely behind the length
For
and say
real,
this will
Neil.
definitely happen. I think it could quite easily turn out to be a little bit shorter, a little bit longer. On that constant rate forecast,
Hello,
there's still a
chap.
recession in the forecast. And I should say that a lot of the weakness, and there's some underlying weakness in supply.
Hello, chap.
The trend growth rate against which we're judging things is not itself very high. But also the effects of these energy and food price shocks. And in general, the rise in import prices, which lie behind the hit to real incomes, are already taking a big toll. And one thing I might point out with respect to the earlier conversation is that what is making people worse off, that spread between wages and price growth, wage growth and price inflation, is directly the impact of these higher import prices, and it is inescapable. And that is what is driving the weakness right now. As you go through the forecast, certainly the one we did in November, which had further steep rises in interest rates, more of the weakness is due to the tightness of financial conditions and indeed monetary tightening. But what we're getting right now, and we could well be in another quarter of contraction right now.
Ooh, Corona Fight 9, guys.
As a result of something that has already happened. So in that sense, obviously one's more certain about the near term than the medium term. But further out, there's a lot of uncertainty, and including about the length, I would say. Sorry, I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything more. Catherine.
No, I think, basically, what we buy from abroad costs a lot more.
We're poorer.
And that makes us poorer.
Yeah.
And monetary policy can't offset that.
That's a point I've made to many people.
It doesn't make it any better, but
It's difficult to deal with. Does the, Ben, you talked, you sort of touched on some of the distribution impact there. Are there particular groups of people who you think in society you think will bear the brunt of the recession? Is it going to be more difficult for people who are...
Today's a shopping day, looks like.
Middle income people have built up a lot of savings, they've probably got a bit more cushion.
Yeah, the
there.
better end has. And traditionally...
Bailey
tradition's
from the
not the right
UK.
word. Historically, on average, recessions are regressive. It is the less well-paid that are more likely to lose jobs in a downturn. And of course, these huge rises in import prices happen to be in areas which form a larger part of the consumption basket for less well-off people, energy and food. So that's making a difference as well. I look at the numbers for producer prices this morning, which come out alongside the consumer price numbers. The number for imported food prices, I think, is up 30% year on year. It gives you some idea of the pressures that are coming through. The only thing that goes against that is maybe there are differences in the distribution of wage growth, and some of those may be stronger at the lower end. But you're right that there are some, in general, recessions are regressive, and the particular rises we're getting in import
Those who are
prices
vulnerable
are
are
as
going to
well.
be particularly badly hit.
I mean, just to give you an example, based on this morning's inflation number, our staff calculated, based on the consumption baskets, I think this is taking the income distribution in deciles, for the 9th decile, which is top at 1, inflation rate was 10.5, but for the 2nd decile, that's the bottom at 1, it was 11.9. So that shows you that.
and keep in mind as well, the people at the top end of the distribution aren't spending their full
Yeah, they've got a lot more
salary.
there.
So
They've got a
inflation
lot
is
more-
not
yeah,
affecting these
yeah,
full,
yeah.
their
They're
full.
just going to save less each month. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll add one more demographic group to that, which is younger individuals. Typically, the ones who enter the labor market in a recessionary environment are the ones who end up with perpetually lower wages. So I think that risk is pretty strong as well here.
And I had a question for you, Sweetie. That you've been at the dovish end of...
Can you send me a link to that or no?
You were in a minority voting for a 0.5% increase rather than 0.75 last time round and in earlier times. Why do you think you've got a different judgment about inflation expectations than others?
Bet.
Or why are you more optimistic or less pessimistic?
So let me actually just start with reiterating the point about I am a trade economist and I take that very seriously in terms of what the terms of trade shock implies. It's going to show up as us being poorer, either in terms of lower profits, lower wages, real wages, or higher prices, which means the consumers end up suffering. So I think that's just a
Nobody
reality
knows
we're gonna
about
have to
this
face
stock
up to, and
yet,
that we are
guys.
just
Nobody
poorer, and
knows.
there's not any kind of
It's our
solution
little
to that
fucking
from monetary
secret,
policy.
apparently.
On the other element, which is, should I have voted higher or lower? I can explain to you what determined why I voted for 25 basis points in the first case and 50 basis points
Neil's in
the
this
second
play
case.
with me. Let's go,
The
Neil.
main point was that by November it was quite apparent that not only had the economy slowed, but it was already in negative
DCA
territory.
Carvana?
So,
Good
and
shit.
this is one way of thinking about the constant rate projection, which the governor has emphasized, as well as the market expected yield, the curve, is that you could think of getting into a much deeper, much longer recession if rates continue to rise, because there's already about a fairly sizable chunk of the previous rate rises that have got to take effect in terms of what they do to GDP. There's also the inflationary impacts which have not fully manifested themselves. So in that sense, at this point now, there is a sense in which, with rates being higher than where we stood, say, a year ago, that there is a risk of over-tightening. And that's the thing I'm worried about at this point, though I completely take the view that, yes, inflation expectations are high. Quite often they're very influenced by what the spot inflation rate is. So in that sense, they're not simply a measure of inflation
see it on
expectations.
MULN? Oh.
They take into account what is the salient thing that people are seeing. Energy prices, of course, is a very salient thing. So those were my concerns, and I didn't find enough of a reason to have a very, very forceful action, because some of the base effects were still there in the September numbers. There was then subsequently some more increase in services producer price indices, even though energy prices were not rising, and that made me move a bit to the higher end of the spectrum then.
Can I ask finally just about international comparisons? Obviously various journalists have pointed out that we're the only G7 country where the economy is currently contracting, and yet there are also forecasts that the government repeats, I think, from the IMF that we're going to be the fastest growing economy in the G7 this year, or at least that was a projection recently. I'm just wondering how you see us comparing internationally, and whether our economic outlook is more troubling than other comparative countries, and if so, why?
Well, we may all have different different particular indicators we sort of look at for this. I'll tell you mine, and that's the level of UK GDP now versus the pre-COVID level compared to other economies. I'm afraid it's not a good story I'm about to tell you. So the UK level is, I think, minus 0.7. So in other words, the economy is smaller than it was at the end of 2019 in terms of GDP. The euro area is plus 2.1, and the US on the latest number, which is just kind of, is plus 4.2. Now,
what accounts for that difference? That's a dramatic difference.
It is a dramatic difference. Well, I think there's probably quite a few things that count for it. You know, the approach that's been taken towards energy prices, fiscal support. The US has had a lot of fiscal support. I mean, the US is in a very different position in terms of the economy. So there's probably quite a lot of things contributing to it, but it's a pretty, I mean, for me, it's a pretty striking.
Including as Andrew said earlier, the labour force.
Labour force is
part of it. I mean, I have to say, if you look at the
low key, look up
higher frequency
BKKT, guys.
things like the PMI surveys, which are good
It's
measures of
interesting.
growth. What stands out is the US more than us. I mean, the European trends look very similar to those in the UK, because the big shock has been gas prices, and the US has escaped that.
Wage dynamics are different, though, also between the UK and the euro area. The wage dynamics are different. But,
Views up.
I mean, it does come back to the labor force participation in the UK is a dramatic outlier compared to all of the other advanced
SPY needs to catch
economies.
itself
And
in order to have
this
a
is
positive
puzzle.
day. If not, then
This is a puzzle.
the Bears
It's
might
a
be
puzzle
in control.
because, in principle, with higher wages being offered, even if not as high as
Just spit on the
as
MACD.
price inflation, that would tend to bring people back into work. And similarly, if you look at it through the other lens, is if people are not in the labor force and are not working, how are they managing, given the inflationary environment of their pocketbook? And that is a very significant puzzle.
I'll have to ask more questions, but I'm out of time.
Thanks, Anthony. Rishna.
Thank you very much. So I've got questions around the future path of
We're on it.
inflation, but I just wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions in relation to the point about a prolonged recession that I think, Ben, you were talking about. So do I take it from what you're saying is that we should expect this recession to be prolonged and deep, or is it going to be shallow? The Chancellor's talked about shallower. He's trying to have a softer landing. It sounds like it could be something quite different from what you're saying.
Well, I mean, as Anthony described, the central forecast, at least, is slightly shallower than.
To be honest, the fact that Neil took a position in something that I found makes me feel a lot better about taking a position in it.
If you look at our
I'm gonna grab a
central
copy
part,
on that
As
now.
I say, certainly the length, I don't think one should emphasise too much, because the profile is so almost flat. It's just declining in the latter part of that projected recession. On the other hand, it seems likely, we don't know, we won't find out for 3 months or something, that we could well have had already by the end of this year 2 quarters of negative growth. I mean, what matters for us in the projections is more, the growth relative to the trend in the economy. And by those standards, it's not particularly, in the forecast at least, that deep a recession.
Okay, so if it's not that deeper recession, in terms of unemployment, for instance, could you talk us through what you expect unemployment levels to be? And we talked about tight labour market, but there will be some unemployment. How bad is it likely to be, or is it likely to be less bad than before? No, that's still bad.
Well, again, one has to take care to think what looking at a forecast conditioned on the steep rises in interest rates that were there at the time of the November report. You've seen the unemployment numbers; they go to 6. And the central forecast could be higher, could be lower. And I can't remember what the peak is in the constant rate.
5.
Yeah,
5.1.
So, there's some rise, but it's not, say, the rise in the early 90s recession where unemployment went up to a lot higher.
I think there's also, if you don't mind coming in, I think there's also an interesting question here, because certainly, I speak for myself when I go around with our regional agents. Labour market is number one story firms want to talk about, and has been for a while. I think still firms, and I was in North East and the North West yet last week, I think firms are still talking in terms of it is so difficult to hire labour now that we are not going to we're not going to get rid of them, lightly, as it were. There'll be a tendency to want to retain labour because of the difficulty of actually getting them.
That will make it less. That will make it less of an issue in terms of migration, presumably.
That's showing strength right now. CEI is showing some real extreme strength.
That's the point. It would then probably transfer into somewhat lower profits actually for firms.
Sorry, say that again.
Well, if you think about the labour share and the profit share,
Let me get my copy.
transfer some of that through the recession away from towards the labour share.
And then turning to sort of the things you were saying about the UK risk premium, there are quite a few euphemisms being used about what happened between end of August and beginning of October. And the numbers you were talking about in terms of interest, 3% end of August, and then up by 6.7, and then
6.2, yeah.
Sorry, 6.2, and then now on to 4.6. So just to try and uncover some of this, can you just tell us what the UK specific elements were in terms of interest rates, risk premium? But also, you mentioned 20% around inflation.
You may go fucking parabolic here.
And the strategy for the approach of upward trend of interest rates. That's not going to resolve the issue about the 80%. So how effective are those tools, do you think, in terms of increases in interest rates?
CEI might go parabolic,
so
guys.
Two sets of questions, if you like. The first
the
one
80
about
20. So we have a chart in the report which attempts to break down the sort of contributors to the market interest rate profile between global shocks and UK shocks, and you can see really up until later part of August, or into August, it was all global.
Yeah.
And then there's a UK contribution comes in quite pronounced way, but it is actually
during the mini budget period, just to be clear.
During that period, that's now coming off, and I think.
So, what amount was it that you can attribute to that UK specific element connected to that event?
It's about at the maximum. It was about sort
250 on TBLT.
80 basis points. According to this, all these decompositions, of course, are stylized. I mean, they're based on models, so you have to understand. It's not a precise science. And by the way, when we did the 3% and it's 4.6 now, of course, as I mentioned earlier in a question, if you look at the euro area in the US, they've all gone up. So, it's not that we've still got 1.6% of UK risk premium left in the. It's gone up for the euro and the US.
But sure. But taking that into account, what's the UK element?
What now?
Oh,
it's coming down. I mean, we don't have an up-to-date decomposition of this sort, but I would say now, in terms of, as I was saying to the earlier question, in terms of the differential between our movement and the US and the euro area, it's come down a lot. It's not.
I mean, one other way to judge this is look at the currency.
Yeah.
And at the time of the August report, I think sterling dollar was, say, 1.19. A dollar was worth. A pound was worth $1.19. At the low, that fell to what, 103 or something? Yeah. And it's now 119 again.
119 this morning,
So the cost of imports during that time.
Yeah,
given.
that was
Not too many come in. I mean, that's
Sorry?
that's a really short period of time. That would be contracts would have been made.
Yeah. Okay.
But 20% down from the beginning of the year does translate into an inflationary
They're talking about this right now.
Yeah.
And 40% of food is imported, for example. And so you can see
Exactly.
how you have a depreciation passing through that channel.
If I could also add, I mean, we talked about prices and markets here. I mean, there was a second element to this, that we had very, very illiquid markets and very, very volatile markets in the sense that they were not trading well.
Okay, I'm just going to you mentioned a list
Makes
of,
sense.
earlier to the chair's question, a sequence of shocks, COVID, supply chain shocks and Russia and so on. I'm going to bring the B word in again, because we haven't talked about it for a long time, and we all know that it's 4.5% before the Brexiteers join the committee. I think there are a few, I'm sure, who'll join us. But the point is that with a 4% hit on GDP in the long term, I wonder if you can comment on that. The former embassy member Michael Saunders said this week, if we hadn't had Brexit, we probably wouldn't be looking at having an austerity budget this week. What do you make of these comments? And do you agree that there's self-harm that's been done to our economy, and these shocks that we've had since have made us more vulnerable than other economies?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked
Big
about
short on
this
BBIG.
before. I mean, I think
Watch out for a
the
big
bank's
boom on
assessment,
BBIG though, because of all the
we
talk
use this and the
that's been going on with
forecasts
it.
on the Brexit impact really hasn't changed actually since the sort of work that was done.
Doesn't it in effect compound the problem?
Well, I
Because
think
we've
I
had
was
other
going
shocks
to
as well.
follow up and say, I mean, this work, I think Ben and I, because I wasn't at the bank at the time.
At the
but
wall?
This was done pretty soon after the referendum. It essentially assumes that there is a long run downshift in the level of productivity. I think of around, it's a bit over 3%, and that at least two of those comes sort of fairly well forward in the time frame. And I think it's fair to say I don't think anything we've seen so far changes our view on that. We haven't changed our view on that so far. So there is an effect. That's what I'm saying. Yes, there is an effect. It's not one that, as I say, we've not been surprised by that. I would also add that, I think it's for Michael to obviously take his own view.
He's a liberated man now, clearly. Carry on.
You said it.
30,000 shares. Okay.
I've always, my approach has always been that, as a public official, I'm neutral on Brexit, per se, but I'm not neutral in saying these are what we think are the most likely economic effects of it. But you're a great expert on this subject.
I can comment on that, and clearly I've written a lot about it, so I'm not going to talk about the political choice that was made. I'm going to talk about the economic impact.
But the implications is what I'm interested in.
So it's undeniable now that we're seeing much bigger slowdown
This is
in trade
important.
in the UK compared to the rest of the world. That's showing up despite the statistics having been much worse than they used to be, there being a discontinuity, but people have tried to do various ways of trying to correct for those things. There's also the services export side, which we don't have very much contaminated statistics for, so I can say that much more confidently, that there again we're seeing a really strong stagnation. So we're definitely performing below trend in terms of the exports numbers, in terms of the imports, even probably a bit bigger than that.
Yep.
My own work shows that the simple way of thinking about what Brexit's done to the economy is that in the period that happened after the referendum, there was the very, very sort of powerful, the biggest depreciation that any of the world's four major economies have seen overnight, that contributed to increasing prices, reduced wages, and I'm not talking simply through real wages, but also through nominal wages. We think that number is about 2.6% below the trend that real wages would have been on. After that came, sort of soon afterwards and before the TCA happened, came the effects from the uncertainty that was unleashed, which basically translates into reduced business investment. I'm less certain of the FDI effects. Those tend to be very lumpy things. Then what's happening now we're starting to now see the trade numbers react to the Brexit, the actual TCA impact. And that's what I mentioned in the beginning, that we're definitely underperforming compared to our peers, both in terms of what we're sending to the EU, as well as in terms of what we're sending to the rest of the world.
I may have to buy more.
Okay. I'd like to add on to this, because I look at a lot of firm level data, and the small firms are the ones that are most damaged,
Yep.
because the cost of the paperwork and so forth is a barrier. It's not just small firms in the UK who want to export, but it is also small firms in Europe
Yep.
who were suppliers
And no longer suppliers.
and provided competition
Yep.
in the UK market. So there is an inflationary effect
Yes.
coming through the competition channel.
Do you have a sense of what the amount is, the inflationary effect amount is relating to trade with the EU and friction versus, in both directions?
I'm not going to hazard a guess on that.
I can talk about the food price effects that some excellent students at LSE have done this
We're
work.
close.
That about
We're
6%
gaining on the
of
wall.
Inflation in food prices. Sorry, 6% is the number, which is higher than the rest of the world so far as a
Right.
result of the Brexit impact.
Okay, that's really interesting.
I mean,
Thank you.
right now, the
Just one-
inflation rates are pretty close. So
Sorry?
right now, the inflation rates are pretty close.
Yeah.
We're at 11.1 in October, the euro area is 10.7. So the timing
Higher
of
low
these
and a
effects
bounce,
is not
nice.
too large. I mean, as Andrew said, we've seen no reason to row back from the estimate we had on the overall impact on real GDP, which is what really matters for real incomes. That we know.
Just going back to Michael Saunders, we probably wouldn't have be looking at an austerity budget this week. You can't comment on that. Fair enough. Just one last question, which is about peak inflation. Have we reached it? I mean, you talk about it going down middle of next year. Should we expect it to continue to rise?
But Swift has acted like a cup and
given where
handle
we are
rather
in the
than
ONS data.
I think costs pretty much flat
Mike
around
Dealer
this
said he
level.
wants to come down, but
For
I'd
another
much rather
3
it's
months,
been up.
maybe it edges down a bit in the first quarter in the central projection. But it's really when these base effects on energy kick in the spring that you start to see the material.
I mean, the energy effect, of course, is now capped until
Yeah.
actively April.
Yeah.
I mean, I think looking at this morning's number and going back to what Smarty was saying actually as well, I mean, in terms of food is the area I think particularly
Yeah.
watchful, because certainly looking at this morning's, it actually wasn't much higher than we expected. I mean, we've said consistently it was going to be around 11%.
Pausing off the
It
table.
was about 0.15 above
Yeah.
where we thought it would be. But looking at the components, food was the other thing that contributed.
I'm going to stop
Thank
there.
you so
I'll
much,
come back on other
Rishinara
things later.
Siobhan. Thank you very much. I just want to look at the impact of recent developments on the housing and mortgage market, particularly the impact of the sharp increase in mortgage rates. You note in the monetary policy report that there are particular uncertainties around the impact on consumption of recent and prospective developments in the mortgage market. Can you tell us more about the nature of these uncertainties and how they fed into your latest decision on the bank rate?
Well, I'd pick out a couple of things on that.
I mean, I'd love to drive through this trend.
One's a bit longer term and the other's rather short term. Longer term, I mean, we have seen quite a switch. This last decade, we've seen quite a switch in the nature of the mortgage market in this country towards fixed rate mortgages. So, I think about 80% of UK mortgages are now fixed rate and about 20% is floating rate. I think if you go back 10 years, it was certainly in the 60s, I think, 60, just a bit above 65. So it has shifted. And that actually was, that was a progressive shift over time. Now, actually, having said that, I think our staff certainly, when they do calculations, suggest that by the end of next year, I think something like 50% of mortgages will have repriced. So that's the variable rates, which of course will naturally reprice, and then those fixed rate mortgages that are coming up for new mortgages, as it would new contracts. So, that affects a bit the transmission, but it's the mortgage market is still an important part of the transmission system. Now, that, of course, will, as a result, we have to be very, very sort of frank here, that will, of course, increase the mortgage burden for households, for those,
Go ahead.
for those
Drive,
households that
drive,
are
baby,
on
drive.
variable rate or coming up to
We're
a
at
fixed
trend
reset. The
and
scale for the fixed reset,
we're
of course, depends
on
on
the
what
48 right now on
pre-existing
SPX.
rate is compared to the current rate. Now, Coming to the short term, and this comes back to what we were talking about, the market movements over recent times. One of the consequences of the shift to fixed rate mortgages is that fixed rate mortgages price off the curve, the market curve. They're not priced directly off our official rate, whereas variable rate mortgages are much more closely tied to our official rate. They price off the market curve.
78 cents on
What we saw
BBIG.
during September, early October, again, because of the effects on the curve and the instability of the curve, was that pricing was very difficult for mortgage lenders to do. So mortgages were, you
Very
read
good
all the
point,
articles, mortgages were being taken off the market because they were finding it hard to price and to
It
offer
makes
a
me
price for a
feel
period
better
of time.
though.
That's the point. I mean, when you offer somebody
As
a
weird
mortgage,
as
you
it
give them
as
for a
weird as it is
period of
that
time. And of course, the price
you
is
also
going up.
took a position in GPTG.
We are now seeing again both of those elements settle down. There are more.
It makes me feel better
mortgage
that
offers
I'm not
coming
the
onto
only one that
market,
thought that
and we're beginning to
it was
see
a
now
good
the
buy.
price come down, because one of the points we make is that although we increased obviously our rate by 75 basis points, that was fully priced into the market in the curve. What we are seeing now, as we were talking about,
feels
this,
like, I don't know,
this risk premium coming out, is
it just feels like a good
new fixed
find,
mortgage rates are
because
beginning to
like
come
you know,
down, which is what I would have expected to
like
happen.
it's like I got a second and third opinion
Anybody
on
else
it.
know those? Okay. Lenders were quick to increase mortgage rates following the mini budget on the 23rd of September, but have been slower to reduce them in lines with falls in swap rates. Do you have messages for lenders about their approach?
Well, I have given the message on STRY is that this is what I expect. I would expect to see happen, and quite when it happens, I think that is a decision for lenders, because they've got their own pricing arrangements. But I would have been surprised and frankly disappointed if we hadn't seen this happen, and we are now seeing this happen. So that's what I would say in terms of fixed rate loans.
How damaging was the mini budget for first-time buyers in both the short and medium term? Because we had the major lenders in a few weeks ago, and while they completely agree with you that more products are coming back onto the market, they told us the ones that are missing or not as coming back as quickly are the high loan-to-value ones that specifically
I agree.
you would anticipate the first-time
Yeah, it's
buyers
the
would
market.
be looking at.
Yes, and that's important, because again.
We just saw it's 396 cents
The
buy.
lenders will be more cautious about those mortgages because they're higher loan to value. Therefore, they've got a smaller slice of, if you like, sort of equity in them. So that's not unusual to see that delay. I would hope and expect that we will see that. That come away too. But obviously, to your point, if you were trying to get a mortgage during that period, first-time buyer or second-time buyer, you were going to find it much more difficult. It was a very difficult period, and we saw this obviously in a lot of press coverage of it, obviously quite rightly.
Do you think lenders acted fairly in the way they withdrew loads of those products and offers? I have a particular constituency example which I've mentioned several times, of a young woman who was hoping to buy on a shared ownership basis, only to have the offer withdrawn just after the mini budget, and then several days later to come back with an interest rate about 2% higher.
Well, I don't want to. I can't. Obviously, I hope you understand. I can't comment on any individual cases. That's not possible. What I would say is that it was very difficult for lenders to price mortgages when the curve was so unstable. That's the problem.
And that instability was directly as a result of the mini budget.
We were in a very, very unstable period. Yeah.
Thank you. Many market commentators are predicting falls in house prices over the coming year. I think the Nationwide, the gentleman from the Nationwide was looking at kind of between 8 and 15%, but out on his extreme end, he did consider 30. I appreciate that's kind of a very large number, but what does the Monetary Policy Committee expect to happen to house prices over the next year?
Well, we don't directly forecast house prices. However, two things I would add, and colleagues will come on, is first of all, some of the sort of the parts of the story that we've talked about quite a lot already this afternoon. So
if you know a day during on
real
vacation,
income
who
shock,
are you? Are you a person?
the prospect of recession, the fact that we've got wages that are obviously in real terms not increasing.
I'm all for day
All of
drinking
those
though.
things will have an impact.
Situation
second thing I
permitting.
would say is that if we look at quite a lot of housing market indicators, I think they are all now showing
Absolutely
a
situation permitting
weakening,
though.
both the activity and the price numbers. I say weakening in particular the price numbers more in terms of a weakening of the rate of growth. I mean, there was a series published this morning which was almost flat. Had come off further, and I think that's the weakest for a year or more actually. And also I'd say the volume numbers, so the number of transactions have also weakened. So we are seeing that certainly.
What impact would price falls have on consumption and inflation?
Well, I think that's quite hard to actually map through. It depends on the sort of the cause of them. And so you also got this one say it's not necessarily price falls. The other thing that you've got to look at is what I would say is sort of is loan to income ratios, for instance, and debt servicing ratios. So, obviously one of the consequences of us tightening monetary policy is that debt servicing ratios are going up. And it is also quite possible that even if in real terms,
I can't believe that we have
prices,
stock tickers
don't
named Yin and
rise,
Yang.
they don't rise in nominal or real terms. You've then got to relate those to whatever happens to earnings. So I don't know if colleagues may want to come in on this, but on its own, I wouldn't look at house prices just on their own.
I mean, as part of the, we don't, as Andrew said, have a separate forecast, but I would see it as part of the overall effect, for example, of tighter monetary policy, that has on consumption, rather than picking out.
I just find it really fucked up that we have yin and yang.
The other thing I'd say is that as important in a typical cycle as those effects on consumption are what happens to housing investment, which is extremely volatile and extremely cyclical. So it is the case, and this is in the report, that we expect falls in alongside falls in housing transactions, we expect falls in housing investment. That's both, spending on renovations and building of new houses.
It's also worth saying, and Catherine was discussing this, because coming from a US background, it's quite different. The UK mortgage market is different. The housing contract is different in this country. You can't walk away from houses as you can in So what we find, and this has fed a lot into the FPC's work on housing tools, is that consumers will prioritise mortgage servicing over other consumption. So it's often the weakness in other consumption that shows up.
So when you were asking the question about
they're gonna hike us
implications
into
for
a
consumption,
depression.
it's very important to distinguish between a borrower who has to
We're already in a
refinance
technical recession. Don't
at
let
a
anybody
higher
fool
interest
you.
rate, because their term of their mortgage has run off, and so they have to refinance. It's a higher interest rate. It means they have to pay more. That has an implication for consumption because they're going to prioritize paying the higher mortgage. That's different from a house price fall for somebody who doesn't.
Bro, you sit there and you trade all day.
They might look at, if we think of housing as a way of saving, if the price of it falls, it kind of looks like
You're getting paid to sit there.
savings isn't as big as you hoped it would be.
Yeah, but
and so you may consume less because
you're here all
want to
day.
build up these different types
Your
of
job can't be
savings, the
that
housing
hard, come
savings and the
on.
bank deposit saving. But you don't have to do that. Whereas the first one,
we can only hope that we could return to a time when we regard housing as somewhere to live. So, yeah. As you suggested earlier, you gave the proportions. Only around
You're making
30%
$50,000 to be a mod.
have a mortgage. Of those, only a fifth are on floating rate, and only a quarter are on fixed rate that will expire by the end of 2023. How much of the burden of fighting inflation is being borne by the minority of households?
Well, I think obviously one of the impacts of introducing the growth in the fixed rate mortgage system is that it does have differential impacts, therefore, across households depending on when your mortgage resets, as Catherine was saying. Because unlike the US, obviously, our fixed rate periods are short, not like the US, we're there for the life. So obviously, I'm afraid there is a bit of sort of, luck of the distribution and comes into that as to when your mortgage reprices versus the interest rate cycle.
The other thing to say is that, monetary policy works through lots of channels. It's not just the cash flow effect that Catherine was talking about is important, but there are lots of other ways in which monetary policy affects inflation. So I don't think we should.
Coal miners are
imagine that
raking
it's
in
only
cash
those
and paying
people
out
who
hefty
have
dividends and
mortgages, or
notable
even amongst
turnaround
those,
for an
only
industry
those
who's
who have to
long.
reprice.
So watch out what Neil
As you
said
say,
on
better fighting
NUGT
inflation.
yesterday.
For example, the buy-to-let market is another channel through which, again, agreeing totally with Ben, there's many different channels for monetary policy, but just focusing on this one associated with housing. The buy-to-let market, the question is, for those
I ain't scared.
owners, landlords, when they reprice, what happens? Do they pass on the higher cash flow obligations to their renters? And so that expands the pool of
I ain't scared.
citizens and
Yeah, I'm using that.
others who
I'm
have
using
to,
ain't.
pay for a higher cost of housing.
Interestingly, we've seen rather more of a shrinkage of the buy-to-let market in the last year or so than certainly I'd sort of expected. I think that may be down to sort of some of the tax system has become more complicated, and so some of the people are saying, I just don't want to, I don't want to be bothered with this anymore, but it's quite interesting, it shrunk more than we expected.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Siobhan. And just on this important question of mortgages, because it matters so much to our constituents, how much, as of today, versus a year ago,
Looks like we're creeping here on
the base rate
SPX.
from 0.1 to 3%. So inevitably, mortgage rates have increased. How much of the increase that you see in the mortgage market today has come from that
I like that.
independent decision by the Bank of England to tighten monetary policy, and how much has been due to
T2's
the
under
disruption
$2.
to the gilt market that we saw in September and early October?
I think that, I think
875 on
the September
Carvana.
was obviously a fairly short-lived thing.
That's gone now, has it?
Well, I think it's pretty much on the way to having gone. Yes, so I think that was a thing that sort of ran from sort of I don't know.
Guys, sorry, I gotta do something. If I time that right. Go ahead. Go for a run. At 875 I had to. Like I had to. I legitimately felt as if I had to. Daniel's over here throwing bands around. Oh, sorry, I can get that thing back up. I just needed to buy more Carvana.
let's call it beginning of September through to sometime middle of October, and then it's obviously it didn't disappear immediately, although it came off, some of it came off quite quickly, so that's a much more short-lived.
We can send all our grumpy constituents about their increased mortgage rates in your direction.
To us, right, yes.
Governor, yeah.
Well, of course, I'd love you to send us somewhere else, but I'm afraid, but of course, ours is a deliberate thing in that sense. I'm afraid ours is the longer run effect, I think.
And of course, as Rishanara rightly says, except for the ones who had to fix during those few weeks.
Yes, indeed. And that's one of the problems, as I was saying, about the sort of luck of the timing thing. Of course, you can be very unlucky in that.
Compensation.
I'm ready to retire too.
Prime Minister.
I get it.
It's for you to pursue.
Alison, do you want to come in now?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. I've just got some questions around the sort of around fiscal policy and the relationship that you've had with the Treasury and the government about this about the previous mini budget and the upcoming one. I'm not going to ask you to speculate on what we might see tomorrow, but Sir John
I don't know what's in.
Oh no.
In tomorrow's statement. So.
Sir John Gunliffe, when he came to speak to us in October, it was quite clear that the bank had not really been told very much about the contents of the mini budget at all, and I just wanted to know how much you had heard about that before it happened, and what communications were like.
There you go.
I mean, so John was right. I mean, just put it in perspective. Obviously, we knew some of the statements that were made during the election campaign for the leadership of the party, but obviously they don't translate into anything sort of specific. Beyond that, I have to say, I mean, for two reasons, it was unusually sort of up in the air. The first one is that clearly...
See, look at this. Can you guys, like spot the trend change a little bit?
By the former Prime Minister and the former Chancellor, I mean, it was just not clear.
See, just consolidating.
And so
it's crawling on the MACD.
Have a clear steer on that. I should say, I think Treasury officials told us everything they knew, but this was a general thing, not specific to the bank. And the second point I made, which is a very important point, is that because the OBR were not involved in it, we put a lot of, we get a lot from the OBR in terms of the process when they do a forecast, because they forecast out the sort of the spending and tax decisions, and we feed those OBR projections into our forecast as the means of taking fiscal policy into account. So even if we'd known what was going to be in it, in the absence, which we didn't, but in the absence of the OBR, we would have been, at a substantial disadvantage, because we'd have had to try and do it ourselves, which I say we don't normally do.
Okay. And if you had known more details about it in advance, would you have warned the government about the path they were on?
Well, that's a bit of a hypothetical.
I love
actually.
TA, I'm sorry.
I'm sure there would have been I do talk to the Chancellor quite often, but that's a hypothetical.
Okay. The most recent Chancellor has written to us saying that the Treasury provides the MPC with all relevant information so that you can execute your role effectively.
Yes.
Would you agree that that's
absolutely. I mean, it's a very strong relationship. I think has been throughout the life of the MPC, and it's very well sort of set out and developed. So there's no problem with the relationship with the Treasury.
Okay. The energy price guarantee will be a major determinant of the MPC's next forecast and interest decision. Did the uncertainty over the scheme's replacement from next April affect your November decision? And you mentioned about energy prices being a kind of quite an important impact on where you're going with this.
I can describe, when colleagues want to come in, I'll describe how we went about that, because it was a rather different situation in that case. So, as you say, clearly we knew the picture from now till April, so we were able to put that in. Now, just to say, the approach we take is that we condition our forecast on what I call quotes.
Remember all those Form 4s that were filed on Carvana?
So we had to think hard about what the word announced means in this context. But
all those Form 4s.
What the Chancellor, because the current Chancellor had said was that he wasn't going to announce what he was going to do after April. But there would, I think I'm right in using these words, be a more targeted policy.
A good amount of Form 4s that were filed.
What that meant is that I think, if I can describe the two bookends to this,
counting would be fun.
Would be that he was going to continue with the previous Chancellor's policy, and the second bookend would be nothing. I think both of those were explicitly ruled out by what he said. So we couldn't default to either of those. So we took what we call a stylized.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
To take the futures curve for gas, to take gas as easy as
10.
take,
11, 12.
and then essentially map that into.
So there's 12
what we
within this
thought
month.
would be an off-gem cap, and take basically halfway between, sort of the full level of the full policy as.
I almost pissed myself when I saw how many there were.
April, sorry, and what that would buy. So I think in April, I think I'm right. So comments will correct me if I'm wrong. That one end of it would have been £4,500 as an average annual subsidy. The other was about £5,000, and I think our number's about 3,400. I think that's the midway through, and we then projected that forward for.
What the fuck is the form for?
That is based on no inside knowledge of what the Chancellor's planning to do. It's what I call a stylised assumption.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You've got to go on the basis of what information that you have. Cornwall Insight
I love
puts the estimated cap at 3,700.
Oh god, I love it, dude.
Which is slightly
That's
higher
great.
than where you are forecasting.
That's great.
That.
Oh, for their halfway house.
Yeah, for their kind of estimation of where the cap will end
Right.
up.
Well, yeah, I'd have to look at that because I was going to say there's a futures market price, so you could get different numbers at different points in time quite easily.
What are you wearing?
That
Khakis?
curve moves quite a lot.
Okay. What the Chancellor told me yesterday was the energy price support we give to families will not end next April, which doesn't seem particularly wide.
Shit.
I was just trying to try and ask what impact it would have on your decision making if the support was quite narrowly targeted, but so therefore other households would be paying significantly more. What impact that would have on your decisions?
Points will come. I mean, there's more than one part to this. I mean, there is what I call the inflation part to it. In other words, what does it do for the path of inflation? But then there's also the demand side, because relative to the counterfactual, so relative to, say, the August MPR, when there's nothing in there, of course, these sorts of fiscal measures do inject demand into the economy relative to that. So we have to factor both in, but colleagues might want to.
The way I like to think about this is that the cap, there is mechanical effects of the cap.
Yeah, I have a few that are hurting too.
The CPI.
Yeah.
Okay, and we can look at that and we can change it. But what's more important,
I have one that's way up, and then I
what
have
the cap
one that
does
then I have a few
is
that
it
are hurting.
provides
right now.
a strategy,
But I have one that
instead
kinda
of
makes
paying
it
a lot
worthwhile.
for energy or for gas.
So it is what it is.
People will pay less than what the futures curve would suggest. They then rotate that extra purchasing power towards other goods and services. And how much rotation there is depends on how big the cap is, what the program looks like. It also depends on what the deciles of income are, how targeted it is. If it's not targeted at all and everybody gets it, then you get one impact. If it's very targeted towards the end, you get a different impact. So it's this rotation towards spending on other goods and services that is the really important behavioral response, and that is something that's more difficult to calculate.
T2
But we
is about
know
to
it's
cross
there.
$2.
And so we do incorporate that qualitatively into our assessment of inflation.
Okay, that makes sense. And is there a different impact on inflation because there is no cap on businesses?
And to say there is a different impact on inflation, probably the ONS are the arbiters of this, if it's targeted. Possibly. So a lot of these two effects that Andrew and Catherine have been talking about. one
CNXA
directly
or
on CPI
or
inflation
Carvana?
and the other on demand. The demand effect is predominantly in what's the size.
Because
of
we
the
have
budget compared with
CNXA
what
up here
otherwise
too.
would have happened. And that has some positive effect on demand and future inflation, all else equal. The direct effect on the CPI depends on how the ONS interprets such
Oh, yeah.
support. So there was some support before August, targeted. That did not affect consumer price inflation. Didn't
That was the one that was like the CFO was connected with AREC.
Which is why alarmingly high though it is, the figure of inflation today would have been higher in the absence.
I feel like I didn't do
of
enough
more
research
targeted
on it though.
scheme. The ONS may not count as affecting prices. So it will have some bearing, it could have some bearing on that targeting on any direct
Okay,
effects
dollar
on
strength and pound
inflation.
strength, they're up. That's I don't know if that's gonna be great for the
We
market.
would treat, in the way we normally treat fiscal transfers of that sort.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Some of the businesses that I've heard from are having to buy into eye-wateringly, impossibly expensive contracts, which they're shielded from just now, but they won't be shielded from later on. And I just wondered what impact that would then have on the decisions that you have to make.
I think it'll go into the forecast for demand. I mean, this is a macroeconomic forecast, so we don't, except in some areas, go much below the surface and say, I think it would be treated as, an ongoing effect of higher energy prices on real demand in the economy. I mean, it's a bit like, you're absolutely right, though, that there are, some of these are quite long-term contracts. And just as we were talking about,
I fucking love TA.
Some people rolling off.
It's crawling through my trend line as it's going over the MACD.
Relatively low cost.
We asked, our decision maker panel asks firms how they react to different costs. And energy costs are one of the things that they believe that they can pass through. Unlike some other costs where they feel that it's more difficult to pass through those costs into prices. And so, to the extent that there is no, that the cost structure of energy continues to be upward sloping, well, then that puts additional pressure on firms to either raise their prices or reduce their margins. But as one of the observations that we have right now is, in fact, the futures price is quite downward sloping. And so, going back to what Ben said, if you could kind of wait and not sign a contract today.
Yeah, most people are not lucky enough to be in that position.
That's a strategic decision, and for an individual firm to make. Small firms can sometimes band together and work with a contract through that channel, but.
Okay, that's fine. And just to go back, I suppose, to some of the kind of process stuff around tomorrow. Originally, tomorrow's a fiscal event was going to be prior to your meeting, your decision. Does the moving of that date have any kind of problematic effect for the decisions you're taking?
Reconnecting.
Not really, no. I mean, so I've described how we dealt with the energy price side of it. Everything that's going to come tomorrow is not in our in the MPR because, say, we conditioned on announced fiscal policy. Nothing was announced, so we'll take that on board. First of all, at our meeting in December, and then in our next forecast for the February report.
The mini budget was kind of briefed by the government as not being a major fiscal event. Do you regard tomorrow as being a major fiscal event?
Well, first of all, of course, the big difference is the OBR are involved. I mean, I'm not an expert in this field particularly, but I gather the term fiscal event is a bit of a term of art.
I mean, the mini budget did turn out to be quite an event. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't briefed as such, though.
I'm led to believe that when it's a budget, the OBR have to be involved according to the legislation. Fiscal event is this term of art that is that skirts around the legislation. If I can go that far in my comment.
Okay, and I suppose sort of finally, would you expect to have had have you had terribly much briefing on this one, and would you expect to have had? Given the previous turbulence.
First of all, I mean, we're not, of course, in a MPR, in a monetary policy round at the moment, so we don't have any need to have briefing on a particular day of the week, because we're not meeting at the moment. And, I saw the Chancellor last Friday, but we didn't discuss what was going to be in the package. I think he was still working very hard on it, so...
Go ahead, SGA. Do your thing, babe.
I don't know what's going to be in it, but that's fine. It's not a problem.
Do your thing.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can I just pick up on a couple of points that came up there? With Ben Broadbent, the difference between
up to the 48
stopping energy prices affecting the overall CPI and then helping households by paying direct into their bank accounts could have an impact on monetary policy through lowering wage demands in this wage round, couldn't it? Do you see a difference in terms of those two approaches?
If we take the earlier, which, as I say, had both these effects, the direct effects of lowering the CPI for a while, and as I said, the peak in inflation, level of inflation now, should we say, whether it turns out to peak or not, would clearly have been higher without the scheme. At the same time, it supports demand, as Andrew and Catherine were describing earlier. Actually, in the
Up,
forecast
up.
we've had and the assessment of the
Get up
committee,
there.
that second effect is bigger than the first, as far as medium-term inflation is concerned.
Yeah, MACD.
So
MACD looks like he wants to cut the
that
signal.
One of the effects may be to, temper the pass-through from prices.
If
to
not, I
wages.
mean, it might just be a shopping day. But
In our judgment, the larger effect was on demand, and therefore the net effect on inflation forecast in the medium term
we'll see.
positive, and that was one of the reasons one of the things that many committee members cited in decisions to raise interest rates.
Thank you. And Governor, you mentioned a couple of times just now that you're meeting with the current Chancellor on a regular basis. Would you say the frequency is different from with previous Chancellors, and how
daily,
often should a Governor meet with a Chancellor to remain independent Governor?
Well, I think, look, first of all, I don't think independence is the point. I mean, we have many things that, obviously across the whole sort of scope of our activities that we talk about.
The NATO secretary just publicly blamed Russia for the Ukrainian. Oh, fucking God.
It was.
How does that compare from when the Prime Minister was Chancellor?
Watch out on Raytheon, LH3,
LMT. It's also
LMT,
a bit sort of dependent on sort of what's going on in the states of the world. So the
maybe
current
SINT.
Prime Minister.
Frequently then.
They have that dumper
Frequently then.
contract.
Hang on a minute.
Watch out on Boeing.
When both of us were very new in our roles and COVID broke, we were talking daily because we were sort of, frankly, it was a crisis clearly, and we were talking daily. But in the normal sort of sequence, I think it's somewhat less frequent than that.
We're not really used to normal just recently.
Well, there are degrees of normality, okay, or degrees of crisis.
Should our
Are you serious?
want this to be happening less frequently, I guess?
They said it was a
No, I think
Ukrainian.
Really, let's be clear. I don't think independence depends on how often the governor and the chancellor talk to one another. I mean, it's a careful balance. Of course, independence is, depends.
So the
upon
Ukraine
well-established
bombed
institutional settings.
Poland,
But I do think
but
your constituents
it's Russia's
also
fault.
want to expect the two of us to make sure that we are appropriately in touch with each other, because there are many things we have to talk about. Regulation, for instance, and we have to talk about international issues because we go to the same meetings.
Right into Rushanara's next
Right.
set of questions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
There you
you.
are.
Thank you very much. Yes, back to the regulation and the Financial Services and Markets Bill.
How the fuck is how is that
given
Russia's
the,
fault?
Decision by the government.
How is that
it
Russia's
will
fault?
Be able to directly regulate to make, amend, or revoke laws where there are matters of significant public interest, and given that so far the government.
The Ukraine
hasn't
fucked up.
defined what public interest is.
The Ukraine fucked
then
up,
in their eyes.
but it's Russia's fault.
Notably the minister when he was
That
here.
the Ukrainians fucked up.
Are you concerned that this is a threat to the independence of regulators?
I am concerned about
Okay.
it. I think
So they fucked up.
I think we have had this discussion
Yeah,
once
Deputy
before, but I'm happy
Governor.
happy to develop the thought. Yes, I am. I think, let me start by saying, I think there's a sort of well-established sort of division of responsibilities. I think, that might be treading on your toes for a moment. Parliament legislates. The government, or the form of the Chancellor, sends me remit letters every year describing how they interpret
Jesus
the remit, particularly in the light of their other policies. I think that works well. We as regulators operate the regime. You hold us to account, and all of these parts are important. And what I'm concerned about is that I think there's power.
Yeah, we missed. It's your
muddies
fault.
That division of responsibility, and so I'm not a supporter.
It's
of
like
it
Tom
in that
Brady
sense.
throwing like
Also-
an interception
Well, no,
and
I'm
it
gonna
being
come
the
back-
fucking,
come back to the point you made at the start, which is
it
important.
being like the
I
other
also
team's
have
fault.
To tell you, I mean, let me say two things about sort of the international situation.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
like
first
it's
of all,
there's a war going
I
on,
think as I'm talking
right?
about competitiveness, I think it's important to
You throw a
bear in mind
pick.
that in an international financial centre, which is what we are,
I
the
don't
world's
know.
leading
It-
financial centre in many ways. Part of competitiveness is having an effective legal system.
Yep.
And part of it is having an effective regulatory system. And it's not, I'm not just saying this because I wouldn't I? I mean, firms will say this to you. I mean, it's not just
Oh, you
me
better
that says it.
blur some money out of it.
And, we must not threaten that.
Did you send me a thing?
Our government has by breaching international law on other things.
Well, I'm talking about the legal system.
If you send me a link, I got it.
Common law system.
Alright.
Because it's interesting that
Can you link me?
wholesale financial activity generally takes place in common law systems. Not saying English ones, but common law systems. The other point I'm making, I have to go back to the sort of the last couple of months. I mean, we have damaged our reputation internationally.
Because of the domestic.
It's always climate change.
As is well known, because I was somewhat in the news. At the IMF annual meetings, which is one of the biggest events of the year internationally, as at the G7, the G20, and so on.
Yeah, the G20 is going on right now, but oh wait, never mind. It got cancelled by Biden.
We didn't think the UK would do this.
You're talking about the mini budget.
Yes,
in the trust
and it will take longer to rebuild that reputation than it will be to correct the guilt curve.
And that damages social stability. So I want to ask you the question:
tread carefully.
Does this risk?
Okay. This is more important.
As you indicated, in terms of institutions reducing reliance on overdraft fees, I think from the FDIC's perspective, the critical thing is in our examination process.
Thank you.
Ensure that banks that utilize overdraft fees are doing it in a transparent way, that consumers are fully informed, and that banks are complying with all regulatory requirements, including the fact that consumers have to affirmatively opt in to choose overdraft coverage. And we have had issues that we've had with overdraft and insufficient fund fees, where institutions may not be giving adequate disclosure to ensure that consumers simply understand the fees that they're being charged, and in some cases we've taken action in regard to it. I think you're on.
From your vantage point, are there instances where the FDIC might classify certain overdraft programs, such as those that reorder the sequence in which transactions are processed to maximize the overdraft fee?
Are you telling me to buy
to the
lotto
detriment of
puts?
the consumer as an unsafe or unsound banking practice?
That is, depending on how the practice is implemented, that is a possibility.
Obviously, the explosion of the crypto platform FTX has been in the news, and from your and the Fed's vantage point, do these events have an impact to our regulated financial system and the safety and soundness of our banking system?
Thank you, Congresswoman. To date, the recent crypto events have had some impact in the banking system, but it's been in an aggregate level relatively muted. The banking system has, in general, been cautious about the connections between banking and crypto-related activity. There are some banks that are providing traditional banking services to the crypto sector, and so we're attentive to the risk that might pose. But from a systemic level, we're not seeing currently systemic risk from the crypto-related activity. Of course, it had a devastating effect on the individuals affected, the consumers and investors in that space, and that is really a difficult problem.
What's your view of exposing our financial system to such volatile products that can, as you said, hurt consumers so considerably as they just did?
We need to be cautious and put in place appropriate guardrails so that if banks are engaged in crypto-related activities, those are done in a safe and sound manner and in a manner consistent with protecting consumers and investors.
Do you think crypto should be regulated?
Yes, I think that regulators should use their existing authorities to do so, and if Congress steps in this space, it's important that it strengthen the oversight of this sector.
Thank you. All right, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Vice Chair Barr, let me try this from a different angle. The U.S. Treasury market is the biggest, deepest, and most important bond market in the world. Historically, the stability and liquidity of treasuries have made them a safe haven for investors during market crises and a common benchmark for other fixed income securities and even hedging positions.
Not financial advice.
As a result, treasury market conditions impact borrowing costs for consumers businesses, and governments across the globe. Given the significance of this market to the global financial system, the primary goal of reform should be to enhance liquidity capacity and resilience, and to meet the growing demand for and supply of Treasury securities during all stages of the market cycle. The SEC recently issued a rule proposal that would impose new requirements on clearing agencies. And in June, the Treasury Department solicited proposals to create additional disclosures in the Treasury market. In a recent speech, your colleague, Governor Bowman, explained that the flood of reserves within the banking systems have hampered the distribution of capital. This increase in reserves can disrupt markets and distort incentives to provide credit and thus lend to consumers and businesses. Sir, do you agree with Governor Bowman that addressing these issues with leverage ratios could improve market functioning and financial stability?
Thank you very much for the question. As I indicated earlier, the Treasury market is a robust and resilient market. It is a market that...
Yes, we've outlined that. Do you agree with Governor Bowman or not?
I haven't read Governor Bowman's remarks. I'm trying to give you a sense of what I think about the issue, and that is that the Treasury market is resilient and robust.
Buy more straight shares at LIDR.
In the current
environment
right now, we are seeing volatility in that market and in other markets like the corporate bond market that is elevated. And together with that higher volatility, as expected, liquidity is lower in that. That is primarily driven by the economic circumstances that we're in. We're coming out of a period in which we experienced a rapid decline.
Okay, could you just cut to the chase here, please? Vice Chair Barr, and explain any of the progress to date.
You hear how they're like polite in the UK and in the US,
and to deal with the situation and the differences among Fed governors.
I'm not aware of differences, but I will say that the Treasury market reform effort that I described earlier is a broad-based effort that includes the Federal Reserve and other agencies. And inside the Fed, we've already taken steps with respect to the resilience of the market in establishing an efficient...
But the SEC is knocking that back with their proposals.
The SEC, I think you'd want to address questions about the SEC to the SEC, but with respect to our proposals, I believe that we've made progress in improving the resilience of the Treasury market and are continuing to make progress.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. Vice Chair Barr, Chairman Powell has said that capital in the largest banks is at multi-decade highs. Secretary Yellen has said, quote, regulation of financial institutions has been markedly strengthened. And that when the pandemic struck, that the core of our financial system did very well because of the improvements in capital liquidity and risk management and stress testing.
I'm DCAing my LIDAR position.
Do you believe that increased capital requirements negatively affect banks' ability to provide credit to consumers and businesses?
Thank you. No, capital is essential for financial institutions to be able to offer loans to consumers and businesses. We have a strong banking system in the United States because, in part, we have, together with financial sector innovation, a strong regulatory framework, including strong capital requirements.
Do you believe that our capital levels are strong enough right now?
Well, as I said in my opening remarks, I'm conducting a holistic review of the capital framework right now to make that a kind of assessment.
Okay, I have questions, Madam Chair, for Chair Grunberg, but I will go ahead and submit those to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Small Business, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
I'm good. I'm making moves.
Vice Chair Barr, I heard what you just said to Mrs. Maloney about FTX's collapse and using your existing regulatory authority to impose guardrails and urge caution. What guardrails are you considering using your existing authority?
Thank you very much for the question. Obviously, the recent collapse is largely occurring outside the regulatory perimeter of the banking regulators. It's really a question for market regulators. The exposure to banks itself has been, in the aggregate, muted. As I mentioned, there are some number of banks offering traditional banking services to the crypto sector, and as always, we're monitoring that kind of activity. Within banking, we need clear guardrails so that banks know what activity is permissible and so that they can conduct that activity in a safe and sound manner. And I think it's really important for us to be regulating the same kind of risk in the same way, regardless of how it's conducted.
So you think that
Like
additional
NWTN?
legislation from Congress will be helpful?
I do. I think particularly in the area of stable coins, that it would be important for Congress to step in and say, you're not permitted to offer a stable coin unless it's done under a strong prudential framework with Federal Reserve oversight, supervision, regulation, and approval, because private money can create enormous financial stability risks unless it's appropriately regulated.
Thank you. Vice Chair Barr, the FSOC 2021 annual report highlights financial institutions' rapid utilization of emerging technologies like cloud computing. According to one recent industry survey, 94% of banking executives project that 50% or more of their organization's business will be on the cloud within 3 years. How does the banking industry's increasing reliance on cloud storage change this sector's risk profile?
Thank you. I do think the issue of bank reliance on the cloud over time is one that we're going to have to spend increasing attention to. Right now, it has been, again, in the aggregate, a relatively small part of the way that banks engage, but it will likely grow over time. And as it grows, we need to be sure that we're supervising and regulating banks in such a way that they are monitoring those risks and paying attention to those risks, and that we're thinking about the third-party providers in that framework as well.
So how does this change the Fed's approach to regulation and supervision of financial institutions?
We're always attentive to third-party relationships and the extent to which banks rely on third parties especially with respect to safety and soundness, but also consumer compliance issues. And so we supervise the regulated institutions, and we have an ability to get access to records and materials we need with respect to that supervision from third-party service providers. And that is also true of the cloud, that to the extent that banks are relying on the cloud, we need to have access to the data and information we need to make good judgments about the sound risk management practices of the banks using those services.
Thank you. Acting Chairman Grunberg, according to the FDIC's 2021 National Survey of unbanked and underbanked households, unbanked households were not as likely to use online payment companies as bank households, but they were more likely to use this company for services they otherwise use a bank account for, like paying bills, receiving income, or saving their money. In your estimation, what do these trends tell you?
Thank you, Congressman.
Tell us.
Yes, thank you for that question. And it was an important insight from the survey. When the survey found that both banked households and unbanked households utilized the payment services, but they utilized them in different ways. For banked households, they were usually used to supplement the services of their bank accounts to make payments to a particular party, but were not utilized for basic banking services in terms of holding accounts and handling their core financial service needs. For the unbanked, the finding was that they were using these payment services effectively as an alternative to banking services. And the costs of doing so generally tend to be higher for those households. And it underscored the value of trying to expand access to the mainstream banking system for those households so they could benefit both from the security and
There's a gap
in
right
cases
there,
from the lower costs of utilizing insured financial institutions.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is good to be here with our panelists today. Any of you who've been around me know that I'm very focused on how your decisions and actions impact the economy in my great state, because I always believe that what's good for Oklahoma is certainly good for the nation, and for that matter, the world economy. So that said, Oklahoma is a commodity-driven economy, centered on agricultural products such as cattle and wheat, and energy like oil and gas and wind. These industries
shout out to Extraction Tech Stainless.
So the actions of the prudential regulators have a substantial impact on my district. Calls to enlist the financial regulators in efforts to steer the flow of capital away from businesses based on political objectives would distort markets and have severe, long-lasting economic consequences. So my first question is to Vice Chair Barr. The Fed recently announced a climate scenario analysis pilot for the nation's largest banks. Could you outline the climate-related information the Fed is gathering from these firms? And is there any outcome of this analysis that could lead to capital requirements or supervisory implications? I think you know where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Representative Lucas. The Federal Reserve's role in this area is an important role, but it's a very narrow role. And that's to look at financial risk management at firms with respect to climate issues. The pilot scenario analysis we're doing doesn't have supervisory implications. It doesn't have capital implications. It's designed to really understand that risk management approach. And I would just add, I very much agree with you. I don't think it's the business of the Federal Reserve to tell firms who to lend to or who not to lend to with respect to these issues, and you will not see us doing that.
Correct.
Thank you. Continuing on that thought, Acting Comptroller Sue, last year the OCC joined the Fed as a member of the Network for Greening the Financial System. A goal of the network is to, quote, mobilize mainstream finance to support the transition towards a sustainable economy, unquote. Do you agree that U.S. regulators should align with this stated goal of the network to mobilize finance for climate policy goals, and what do you see the OCC's role in regulating climate change?
So our role is firmly rooted and focused on
I'm going to listen to Anna,
which means focusing on the risk
probably
management
not in the way that she wants me to.
Of climate risk management. I agree to
Bear
echo
with me real quick.
What Vice Chair Barr said. You're going to stay in our safety and soundness lane. That's very important. And maybe to quickly follow up on that, I've heard a lot from community banks in particular, some of the concerns that you have highlighted in terms of concerns about climate risk management policies impacting, kind of flowing through bank regulators. I went out and visited banks and producers in Midland, Texas, in Lubbock, in Topeka, Kansas, talked to the Kansas Bankers Association, Iowa Bankers Association, others who have conveyed very similar concerns. We're taking that all into account. Our focus has been on large banks. They're really focused on the largest banks. We issued principles, focused on banks that are $100 billion and above, and that's where we're going to maintain our focus for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Acting Chairman Greenberg, as chairman of the Resolution Steering Group of the Financial Stability Board, I understand you're working in coordination with global financial authorities to lessen the impact of market volatility on financial stability. From my time as Ag Committee Chairman during the Dodd-Frank implementation, I understand how important close coordination between the prudential regulators and the other market regulators is. As it relates to the resiliency of the central counterparty clearinghouses, what should financial authorities be focused on? And have you engaged with the CFTC and the SEC, given their oversight roles?
Thank you very much for that
good question.
Congressman. The answer is yes, in terms of our coordination with the SEC and the CFTC and the Federal Reserve around this issue of central clearing counterparties. As you know,
that's such bullshit.
CCPs, as they're called, had a systemic
what's up, dude?
Before the 2008 global financial crisis, and one of the reforms after the crisis was to mandate clearing of derivatives, and that even expanded their footprint So from a financial stability standpoint, the supervision of CCPs is really a critical priority, and you cannot discount the possibility that a CCP could get into financial difficulty and even fail. So you need a capacity both to strengthen the supervision and to have the capability to manage an orderly failure, and that's what we've been focusing on.
As I yield back, Madam Chair, I would simply note I think these are all issues we are going to dwell a great deal on next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
For a better part of a decade, I've called for a ban on cryptocurrencies and prohibiting Americans from buying them. The crypto bros,
MMAT news,
billionaire
love
bros, are now desperate for the patina of regulation as they continue to try to build a system that will allow them to make more trillions while facilitating tax evasion and sanctions evasion. They want regulation. No, they want the appearance of regulation. Their goal is to undermine the SEC. The SEC has not been perfect. Just in this room in July,
the SEC has not been perfect, he says. Yeah, we fucking know that.
Talking to their chief enforcement officer, cracked down on the crypto exchanges. A few months later, we saw the collapse of the FTX crypto exchange. They are, but in any way, the crypto billionaire bros are determined to get a light regulator. And I'm distressed by what I've heard from you, gentlemen. Guardrails, safe and sound ways to deal with crypto.
The billionaire.
You sound like Sam Bankman-Fried. You're wearing long pants instead of shorts.
Oh, that's funny.
What vague pablum? In Basel, they have proposed tough, real standards, not vague pablum. Please raise your hand if you're willing to commit to standards at least as tough for crypto as those published in Basel.
Listen, I only have like a month
hands went up.
that I'm allowed to eat
That's the
junk
best answer
food
I've gotten
for,
in a long time. Because I see real businesses in my district that provide real products, that provide working class jobs, turned down by the folks you regulate. And I'm told, well, we need that to preserve the banking system. And then I see banks investing in crypto, not to a huge scale yet. And I'm hopeful that with a system that regards that as basically a worthless asset for capital purposes, that will at least protect the banking system from this pernicious effort.
13 to the 48 on AMC.
The FTC, we've seen over $1 billion of consumer losses just in 6 months by people impersonating FDIC employees, and I hope very much that you'll be working to prevent that. And Vice Chair Barr, for years I've been pressing the Fed to have a system of wiring funds that is safe from the hackers who con you into wiring your funds. Usually the deposit to buy that first house gets wired to a prince in Nigeria because you wire it to a number but not a name. And the Fed has while the UK prevents this effectively by having the payee identified in the wire, the Fed consistently refuses to do that. I've given up on getting you to do the right thing. The one thing I want you and your fellow board members to do is to meet with the people who lost their dream of ever owning a house when they wired their money to the wrong account, some number they got from an email. Mr. Barr, yesterday, Senator Ossoff asked you whether you were concerned about the liquidity of the Treasury market. I believe the woman from Missouri brought this up. You were watching it. You said you were watching it closely. Secretary Yellen said she was concerned. We saw illiquidity in the Treasury markets at the start of the pandemic, and of course the Fed took action at that time. Is there thought being given to adjust leverage requirements?
Remember, though,
to
they're
help
split.
Incentivize more intermediation in the Treasury market?
Remember.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we're looking at a wide range of measures with respect to the resiliency of the Treasury markets. As I said, the Treasury market is resilient and robust. We are seeing higher levels of volatility in that market currently, and therefore lower levels of liquidity.
Go bang,
and
double
we're
bottom.
looking at the range of reasons for that, including looking at the enhanced supplementary leverage ratio. We're looking, as I described earlier, we've set up backstop facilities in the event there's significant stress in the market. And this is part of a larger set of reforms that the Treasury and other agencies are undertaking.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. And to our witnesses who are here today, thank you so much for being in front of us and allowing on both sides to ask questions that we have. And I appreciate you being here. Vice Chairman Barr, we provided you at about the time perhaps you arrived today a question that I was going to ask you, and we were told by the person who was accepting that perhaps you may or may not be available with the question at hand, but I want to ask it anyway, and I hope you've got the sheet of paper in front of you. I have the honor to represent the Chairman Rusty Rust from the Texas Bankers Association. It's a large group of bankers all across Texas, and so Mr. Rust is chairman, as the chairman sees issues and hears issues from banks. I know you're in the field. I know you hear feedback about the things that the bankers hear and see, but specifically,
I did DCA
a regulatory CC requires that a depository bank make funds deposited in an account by a cashier's check available for withdrawal not later than the business day after the banking day on which the funds were deposited. We get this because theoretically a cashier's check is a guarantee. Well, that's not true anymore. The problem is that a 7-day hold on cashier's checks are available only for amounts over $5,525, which means that those who would wish to take advantage of this abound, at least in some marketplaces. It is not unusual for a bank in Texas to receive a cashier's check from outside the state of Texas. There's a lot of activity going on. But when this bank receives that cashier's check, they are required at amounts lower than $5,525. They are required to literally, after 1 day, to make the money available. This has become an open issue because when that person accepting the check suggests that it might not be real, they have to go through some due diligence on their own rather quickly to figure out where it came from. I cannot tell you, I can't in my own business, but their experience teaches them this may not be true. Perhaps they go online, perhaps they look up the bank, perhaps they can't find it, perhaps there's not a number available for them to verify it. So they are required to cash that cashier's check. I'm interested in, you don't have to answer it right now, but I'm interested in your opinion of this. I'm interested in what you believe the Board of Governors should be aware of, that this is a problem, and how we might go about rapidly, not over some rulemaking procedures, but to address the issue. And so I will be sending you a letter to your office with this exact specification that I've talked about, and look forward to your answer. And I appreciate you. If you'd like to respond, we've got a minute. I cannot hear you, sir.
I apologize. Is that better? Now
Yes,
that I've
sir.
turned on my mic. I'm happy to take a more careful look at it. Just to, at a very high level, of course, we're concerned whenever there's fraud in any payment system. And so I appreciate your bringing this issue to our attention. The Expedited Funds Availability Act sets out rules for the timing of payment on cashier's checks, and Reg CC follows that act. So we'd have to, look at that with that in mind. But broadly speaking, obviously, we care deeply about whether there's any fraud in the payment system, and I'm happy to take a more careful look at it.
Well, I think the point, if I were listening to our chairman, Rusty Rust from the Texas Bankers Association, he wants to be able to use their experience so that they avoid this, because it is occurring on a regular basis. And so I intend to engage you. I want to thank you for your attention to this matter, as it is an issue. And I thank the young chairwoman for giving me the time. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, who is also the chair of the House Agriculture Committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. As each of you know, the Federal Housing Finance Agency's policy on tangible capital limits access to federal home loan bank advances to banks that have negative tangible book value. And even though these banks are already considered to be well capitalized by each of your 4 regulatory agencies, but my growing concern is that this is an inconsistency, and it threatens to transform a short-term market issue into a potentially serious problem. Now, I understand that the FHFA can issue an interim rule to bring its tangible capital rules policy closer in line with other regulators. But I'm more interested in learning about what each of you 4 has done, can do, or will do to avoid turning what is unrealized net losses into a real supervisory issue that will disproportionately impact our community banks. Ladies and gentlemen, our community banks truly are really the heart and soul of our financial system, particularly in all the variety of things they do for such a variety of different communities. And I'm learning, I'm interested in learning about what each of you can do to help with this situation. First to you, Mr. Barr, and then to Mr. Grunberg. Do you acknowledge that this is in fact an issue? And if you do, what steps are you taking to ensure that investments made by community banks in U.S. Treasuries that may have resulted in unrealized losses do not become a supervisory crisis? Mr. Barr, Mr. Groom, I will start with you.
Thank you very much, Representative Scott. We very much understand that this is an issue that a number of organizations and entities representing community banks have come to us about this issue. And as you said, community banks really are the lifeblood of local communities. So we want to make sure that community banks are thriving. As you pointed out in your remarks, the FHFA in the first instance has the authority to say what is safe and sound for the federal home loan bank systems to do, when it's safe for them to lend.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
Our job is really as supervisors to focus on the safety and soundness of these individual banks. And so as part of the supervisory process, we of course look at our capital rules, and our capital rules for community banks do not include the concept of including these unrealized losses in their capital ratios. So we do look at what it means for them in terms of how they're managing their interest rate risk, how they're managing their liquidity
Thank
risk.
you so much for that. I appreciate it, Mr. Gomberg. I'm sorry. But you may be able to get to this. But I got you four here. You guys can really help us with this. I'm very concerned about this, and I want to help resolve this issue facing our community banks. So if each one of you would say yes or no to this question, first question, are your institutions currently working on putting any kind of regulatory process in place so that a community bank can seek a waiver from the Federal Housing Finance Agency's tangible capital rule? Just say yes or no, quickly. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Barr, and then quickly. I got 15 seconds and I got another question. Go ahead, just say yes or no.
The circumstances of each individual community bank.
Yes or no, please. She's gonna. There you go.
Congressman,
yeah, please.
I can answer. If the issue is a blanket waiver, I think the answer would be no, because each individual institution has its own profile. I will say we are working with the institutions and the FA.
That guy sounds like he's about to lose his fucking
life. I think
life.
we agree with you that there's a significant underlying risk management issue.
It looked like it sounded like he was about to cry.
Losses on the balance sheets of the bank.
That was really weird.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Now Holly from Missouri is a killer.
Taking time to testify before us today.
That's what he's about.
Mr. Sue, the last time Director Chopra appeared before the Senate in April, he testified that both the general counsels and legal advisors at CFPB and OCC drafted a memorandum to analyze the FDIC board's bylaws. However, the next day in front of this committee, I pressed Director Chopra on this issue, and his response was, ask the OCC. Well, we did just that. We sent you a formal letter inquiring about the OCC's involvement in creating this memo. In April of this year, you responded to that, and I quote, the OCC's legal staff did not assist CFPB with any drafting or review of an opinion or memo that analyzed the FDIC board's bylaws, end quote. For the sake of clarity, did the OCC assist with the CFPB's internal analysis?
No.
Thank you for that. That means Director Chopra is pulling our leg. Somebody's lying to us here. Lied to the committee, Senate Bank, and lied to me. That is a very serious offense, lying to a member of Congress in front of a committee. We will take that up with him at a later date. Okay, Mr. Director Sue, if not the analysis of the CFPB, then what legal analysis did you rely on to determine whether you should participate in the vote? Did the OCC conduct their own analysis?
We did not do any legal analysis. My focus has been and always has been on the policy. So the policy issue that was being discussed at the time
isn't law, though. Remember that.
Mergers, and that my focus was on ensuring that the policy and that request for information document, which kind of
okay, so you did your own analysis then?
We didn't do any legal analysis. I mean, we
didn't do any analysis at all. So you voted to upend 100 years of precedent that the FDIC agenda. The FDIC chair sets the agenda and you didn't even analyze your legal standing to do so?
I was focused on the policy. That's why I voted for the RFI.
There's a process in place, Mr. Sue.
Oh, my God.
You didn't follow the process. That's the problem.
I believe I followed the process. We were unable to reach a compromise.
Well, either you didn't follow the process or you did. If you did follow the process, I would like to have you send me analysis of how you came to that analysis of what you were going to do. Is that okay? Can you send me analysis on it?
Let me take that back.
All right. Speaking of participants in that coup, Mr. Grunberg, let's discuss your long history at the FDIC. During your chairmanship, specifically in 2013, the FDIC
people from Missouri are just straight up savages,
called
apparently.
Operation Choke Point, to cut off financial services to legally operating businesses. Specifically, the FDIC created a list of high-risk merchants and activities, I quote. And one of your regional directors even emailed that, and I quote, activities related to payday lending are unacceptable for an insured depository institution, end quote. A comment which led to numerous legally operating businesses getting cut off from banking services. I'd like to point out that the
You undid 100
years
worth of fucking thing with that, like no precedent.
As the FDIC ombudsman and is responsible for fielding complaints from banks and businesses that have been negatively impacted by the FDIC. That is a head scratcher. Mr. Grunberg, you were chairman when the choke point happened, and your ombudsman is a key perpetrator of the mentality that created choke point. My question is simple. Do you plan to bring back Operation Choke Point and limit the financial access for legally operating industries?
Congressman,
Consolidating.
to the extent Operation Choke Point is represented as pressuring banks not to serve customers who are
straight savages are in Missouri. Yo,
as long as the bank has the
say what's up if you're from Missouri.
It's the policy of the FDIC that banks should be able
You're a
to
snitch,
serve
dude.
any such customer.
You're a
That's been our
snitch.
policy since 2014.
Okay, so I assume your
You're
answer is
snitch.
no then, which I'm glad you feel that way. I have a joint statement in front of me from every regulator here this morning with regards to the independent ATM
Bro,
industry. Madam Chair, I'd like to put
You
this in record.
snitched it to my girlfriend.
Without objection, such
Thank
as
you.
order.
Within this letter, it states, and I quote, as a general matter, the agencies do not direct banks to open, close, or maintain specific accounts. The agencies continue to encourage banks to manage customer relationships and mitigate risks based on customer relationships rather than decline to provide banking services based on entire categories of customers, end quote. Let me go down the line.
Not
Mr. Barr,
now.
do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lutkemeyer. It was very difficult to hear the sentence that you read. I was trying very carefully, but I couldn't hear it.
It says, as a general matter, and I'm running out of time here, the agencies do not direct banks to open, close, or maintain specific accounts. Agencies continue to encourage banks to manage customer relationships and mitigate risks based on customer relationships rather than decline to provide banking service to entire categories of customers. It's in the letter you sent me. I assume you continue to agree with that.
Sorry, this is a letter that Mr. Grunberg sent?
No, it's a letter that you also sent from the Federal Reserve, FDIC, FinCEN, National Credit Union, as well as Comptroller of the Currency.
Yes.
You sent it, your predecessor probably sent this, but, okay, each one of you still agree with this letter?
Yes.
Congress.
Thank you very much. We're going to continue to watch you very carefully to make sure energy companies are not being penalized as a result of those activities. This is really important stuff. You guys agreed this morning to stop the nonsense. We're going to follow.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Yo, who's from
who's
Missouri?
also the chair of the subcommittee
Is
on
anybody here
Oversight
from
and
Missouri?
Investigations, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I especially thank you for your boldness and your courage in taking on some of the tough
You're from
issues
Texas.
of our time. Mr. Gruenberg, I believe you've indicated that we've had about 14 new banks to open. Is this correct?
Yes, Congressman.
And Mr. Gruenberg, I have intelligence indicating that since 2001, the number of African-American-owned banks have declined by more than half. Is this a fair assessment, sir?
Yes, it is, Congressman.
And, sir, is it true that we have more than 4,000 FDIC-insured banks in this country, and this is as of 2021, and the source is the FDIC as I have it, the actual number being 4,236, but can we safely say that there are more than 4,000 currently?
Yes, Congressman.
Given that there are more than 4,000, it appears to me from the intelligence that I have that approximately 16, we can say less than 20, are MDIs, black-owned MDIs. Is that a fair statement?
I would want to check on the number, but when I last looked, I believe there were 19 African-American MDIs, but I'd want to check on that to confirm it, Congressman.
Well, I think we can agree on less than 20.
Yes.
Less than 20. That would make the MDIs less than 1% of the total number of banks in the country, approximately. I find that unacceptable, and I believe a good many other persons would agree, but let's start with you. Do you agree that this number is unacceptable, losing more than half of them since 2001, and now having less than 1% of the 4,236?
I do agree with that, Congressman.
Unacceptable.
You said call sweeps?
For edification and for the nation, let me ask all of the regulators, do you concur that
less than 1% is unacceptable? If so, would you kindly extend a hand into the...
Ah, shit. Shit. My bad, guys. My bad.
Banks that serve poor people, by definition.
Yeah.
What do we do about it? Mr. Greenberg, I'll let you take the lead if you would, please.
Yeah, kid.
Thank you, Congressman. As
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
He's threatening me with fucking money.
we have a statutory obligation to support the development and preservation of minority depository institutions. And in particular, in regard to African-American owned institutions, there has been, as you very accurately point out, a significant decline in the numbers. And those institutions play a vital role in serving the communities in which they're located, and they do a job that other institutions may not have an interest in doing. So there's a compelling public interest in preserving MDIs generally, certainly Black-owned MDIs. And for the FDIC, I will tell you that is a core priority for us.
Don't be a
We have
snitch,
an office
though.
at the FDIC devoted to that mission that's deeply integrated with all the divisions of the FDIC, and would be glad to sit down with you and your staff and go through the multiple efforts we make. But it is a core priority.
I appreciate that comment, and I'd love to accept your offer. I accept your offer to meet with appropriate persons to discuss this issue, because at the rate we're going, we are more likely to approach zero than to double
Hey guys,
the number
we might
in the
spin
next
up.
10 years. Let's hear from one additional person. Yes, sir. You seem to be willing to move forward, and that would be, give your name as you move forward, please.
Yes, I'd be happy, Representative Green, to continue the Federal Reserve's work on expanding access to minority depository institutions, supporting minority depository institutions. I think there's a lot more work to do.
Amenable to meeting with me as well?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just say this to you, Madam Chair. In a sense, you are like the Starship Enterprise. You have boldly gone where no man has gone before. And I say men because you're the first and only female to chair this committee. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so very much.
Oh my God.
Mr. Green. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Vice Chairman Barr. I look forward to getting to know you better, and maybe we can compare family trees and see if somewhere along the line we have some common ancestry. And I look forward to working with you. Let me ask you about your capital review. Chair Powell, as you know, has stated on numerous occasions that the banks are well capitalized and that capital levels are about right. With your holistic review of the capital regime, I am concerned that this undertaking might very well lead to increased capital requirements. I addressed this issue with Chair Powell in the Humphrey Hawkins hearing, and I made the point that Fed tightening, the Fed tightening program that you all are undertaking right now is in and of itself insufficient to deal with inflation, because you're only dealing with the demand side. There's a supply side to this as well, and I want to ask you, Vice Chair Barr, what impact do you believe that imposing additional regulatory capital requirements might have on the financial system, insofar as sidelining capital might very well be the opposite of what we need to repair our supply chain? That we need to not strand capital, but deploy capital into the real economy at this time, so that there is business investment, CapEx, so that we can repair that's the supply side deficiencies to address inflation. Could you comment on that?
That's because they're afraid.
Thank you very much, Representative Barr, and I look forward to our conversation. In a broad sense, I want to make just a couple points. One is we're trying to look at this holistic review on capital, not with the idea of what capital should be tomorrow or for the next 6 months, but what is the right level of capitalization?
Ignore this
in the
line
banking
completely.
system throughout the cycle over the long term.
Please like,
And any
subscribe,
effort
share,
that
hit the
we
bell, all
undertake
that
with
happy
respect
shit.
to
If you guys
capital
can't like and
arrangements
subscribe,
would go through the
then
normal
like I don't
notice
even
and
want you
comment
here.
rulemaking,
So just
proposed rule, and so on.
kindly see your way
The
to the back
second point
button.
I want to make is that capital is what makes our banking system strong
saying.
and able to lend.
But yeah,
The reason
totally
that,
ignore this line.
we have such a dynamic and really active banking system compared to some other parts of the world is because our banking system is really resilient. So having strong capital lets banks lend in good times and bad.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
that's the
If I could
frame
just jump in and interject, I agree with that. I think banks are very well capitalized post some of the reform.
That's cool.
With some of the
Congratulations.
reforms post financial crisis. I guess the point I want to underscore is that there's a lot of research out there that's found that there's a balance to be struck here, and increasing the amount of capital that a bank is required to maintain, no doubt, increases the cost of funding and ultimately could decrease the availability of capital to the economy. And so an overly strenuous capital regime could be actually very counterproductive. That's an editorial comment. We can continue to have that discussion. Let me switch over to the issue of climate risk.
Oh my God.
Let me first start with you, Vice Chair Barr. Does anyone at the Federal Reserve have environmental or climate policy expertise?
Well, at the Federal Reserve, we're really focused only on financial
Right.
risk.
And so to restate the question, anyone there have environmental or climate policy expertise?
This guy's such a fucking idiot.
I don't know
gotta
all the
walk
staff
away.
involved, but I'll
Hold on.
tell you what we're focused on, which is financial risk, not climate policy.
Right. Let me, Mr. Grunberg, anyone at the FDIC with climate policy, environmental policy expertise?
I think we do have people with some expertise in that area, but again, our responsibility is financial risk.
Acting comptrollers.
Yeah, our focus is on risk management.
Yeah, no, I understand the rhetoric from all of you in the testimony that supervision of climate risk relates solely to financial risk, safety, and soundness. I hear you and what you're saying. I also appreciate the fact that you're saying you're not going to pressure financial institutions to make credit allocation decisions. But you have to understand the skepticism from this side here. The president has said that he wants to take a whole of government approach to ending support for fossil fuel. It's simply not credible. Bank regulators for years have taken into account weather-related risks. You all are doing something brand new that's never been done before. You're not looking at credit risk. You're looking at climate-related risk, and you have no expertise to do this. I want reassurance from all of you. Starting with Vice Chair Barr, do you pledge that with your pilot climate scenario analysis, you will not use this as a gateway for risk weighting to discriminate against carbon-intensive industries?
Yes, we're not going to put the thumb on the scale to tell banks to lend to or not to lend to institutions.
I've run out of time, but this is something we're going to be exploring. We're going to hold you to this commitment that this is not going to be used to import international discrimination against certain sectors of the economy. I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is now recognized.
Let's go, Missouri.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a piece of legislation dealing with the Community Reinvestment Act, and I actually think that CRA is extremely important.
Don't let me down, Missouri.
Is that, Mr. Barr, that the Fed does, and well, for that matter, FDIC and the comptroller of the currency, that CRA is in fact an important component of how you deal with financial matters. And the bill that I have would create additional rating categories that would allow scoring outstanding or satisfactory, and it would ensure that legal violations would also factor in the rating, and there is evidence, a lot of it, frankly, that doesn't happen now. One West Bank engaged in discriminatory residential housing lending practices for 6 years. 6 years. And were actually in violation of the Fair Housing Act. And yet, there was no punishment or downgrading of the CRA score, in spite of very obvious, clear, and nationally known violations. How do we repair that? How do we prevent that from continuing? Because if other institutions see this and they say, well, we can get away with it, there's no penalty, why wouldn't they?
I agree, Mr. Cleaver, that first of all, that the Community Reinvestment Act is really essential to revitalizing communities, and also that the CRA can and should take into account discriminatory practices in banking organizations. Discrimination has no place in the U.S. banking system, and that's why I support the change in the CRA rule that would take that into account and would result in downgrades if the activity is significant.
Mr. Grudenberg.
Congressman, I view
Pop on comms. Okay.
Conclusion this rulemaking to strengthen and modernize CRA is the top priority for the banking agencies. The
Pop on
CRA is
Durham.
about expanding access to credit and basic banking services to low and moderate income communities across the country that have been particularly the most impacted, as we know, by the pandemic. So to me, there's a particular urgency in reaching a conclusion on this rulemaking. And as you may know, the rulemaking provides that discriminatory conduct and extensions of credit or services under banking would be grounds for a CRA downgrade.
How long would it, assuming that all of the agencies, the federal agencies agree, I'm not aware of any of the agencies that don't, and I believe this can be done without congressional action. So, is there any timetable?
Somebody just laughed at
when this
him.
can be put in place?
From my standpoint, as fast as possible. I think there's a deep commitment and alignment, if I may say,
GSAT's
among
up
the
and
three
moving.
banking agencies on this matter. You always don't want to put a deadline because you can't be sure, but I can sure it is the focus of our attention, and I think we're in alignment and quite committed to finalizing this rulemaking.
So, thank you. We can probably expect something probably by Thanksgiving, so that we can all be happy and eat and be joyful.
That's something I can easily say and sooner rather than later.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in full disclosure, I'm from Texas. I'm a car dealer, and I love the banks. So, with all that being said, on September 7th, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, and the FDIC jointly reconfirmed their plans to implement the final set of Basel III standards in the U.S. This means that banks will have to abide by increased capital standards, which will lead to less money being lent out in the real economy to folks like myself. Chairman Powell and Secretary Yellen have both stated that capital levels are more than sufficient. We talked about that today to meet current economic conditions, and such financial institutions easily pass their stress test scenarios, and we all agree with that.
Don't even say it.
But I do not know why we're going to take this additional step to abide by an international standard that will put American financial institutions at a further disadvantage. So, Vice Chair Barr, given the banks weathered the pandemic like they did, the current inflationary cycle, and overall volatile economic conditions, why, again, you've talked a little bit about this, but why should we take another additional step to hold capital? Because when you raise interest rates and you hold capital,
I literally
a heck
just
of a problem
DCA'd
for people
again.
like me.
At 8,
Thank you very much,
875.
Representative Williams, for the opportunity to talk about this. As I said, I'm undertaking a holistic review of our capital requirements. That includes what you referred to, the Basel III endgame That's finalizing a package of reforms that have been worked on for many years that would make adjustments to market risk and credit risk, operational risk aspects of our capital rules to make them more risk sensitive, to make them work better.
So get your 4-hour chart on
AGFY.
AGFY.
Financial institutions and better for the safety and soundness of the financial system. It also includes the other elements of capital we have in the system. And as I said earlier, when we have strong capital in this system, that's good for borrowers, it's good for the economy.
Yeah, this is America. So, Mr. Gruenberg, in an October 2022 speech, you stated, the FDIC is not responsible for climate policy. As such, we will not be involved in determining which firms or sectors that financial institutions should do business with. Now, as someone who was personally affected by Operation Choke Point, which was a disaster for me and my family for a little while, I agree with your sentiment. However, I don't think that you are truly understand the pressure that the federal government can apply to financial institutions. Again, I've seen it firsthand. If they see you have climate scientists on staff at the FDIC, that could be enough to scare off community banks immediately and for extending credit to certain companies, again, like myself. So this effect is already affecting credit markets. Now, given the president's hostile rhetoric towards the energy sector in particular, so my question would be, Chairman, what proactive steps are the FDIC taking to live up to the words in your October speech that you will not use your agency's power to determine what sectors financial firms can do business with, as we thought we saw pressure from Operation Choke Point?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman. Just, I would note that the speech that you referenced, and I appreciate you referencing it, I had the opportunity to present that at the annual convention of the American Bankers Association in Austin.
Was it a good one?
It was terrific.
Okay.
And it was in Austin, Texas.
Oh, shit.
And I particularly took that opportunity because I wanted to go to the ABA convention and to the extent this
look how low the volume is on this today.
Concern to bankers in Texas, I really welcome the opportunity to talk about how we're going to approach this, because this is a new area. And we currently do not incorporate the financial risk of climate
I wouldn't really call that a
change
gap up. I'd call that more of like a run up.
Supervisory program. And
a gap is when
so it's important to
when there's a clear
clearly what our intentions are here, and in particular
clear
to
space
engage
in
with
between,
the industry so that they have clarity around that, and that this should be a interactive and collaborative engagement, particularly with the community banks, who I think accurately referenced, have particular
push. Love it.
Fair enough. The proof will be in the pudding. We're just beginning this process. But from my standpoint, it needs to be active engagement, explain what we're doing, listen to the industry, and proceed thoughtfully and carefully. And I think there will be also clear distinction in how we approach the larger institutions as opposed to the smaller banks.
Remember the little guy and remember the community banks.
We do, Congressman, for what it's worth, I believe we do.
Madam Chair, I give my time back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Let me just say on the beginning, I know we're going to have another hearing in sometime in December. I think the chair is doing it. I'll be very interested, especially given the collapse of bankruptcy of FTX. And so, I'm focused in trying to agree with regulations, but federal regulations, I agree with that, but concerned about it preempting state regulations. And the reason why I say that is I look at the rules in regards to FTX, had they been registered in the state of New York, this could not have happened because of the rules that they've had and the ceiling, that they would have. So, but we'll talk about that in December. But I'm just concerned about crypto and where we go, and so that we make sure that we get it right. So I thought that I'd start out with that. My questions then
All right,
will
the pound
be,
is starting to strengthen. I like
I
that.
heard as I walked in, Congressman Cleaver talking about the CRA. And I am concerned on that also, in that, you know, the CRA was basically civil rights legislation to try to make sure that communities of color and low income have access to capital and banking, et cetera. And then I look at districts like mine where I see banking deserts are starting to occur. And more individuals are doing their banking, as far as younger folks online or other places. So I was wondering whether or not, as you're contemplating the proposed CRA rules, whether or not you take into account and figure out how you add the extraordinary role that financial institutions like MDIs and CDFIs play in providing the needed financial services to low-income communities and communities of color.
That looks like a strong chart.
Thank you very much, Representative Meeks. I agree with you that MDIs and CDFIs play critical roles in serving low and moderate income communities, and that the Community Reinvestment Act proposal should and it does take that into account. So there are provisions that highlight the role that CDFIs and MDIs play, and that provide credit towards CRA consideration for investments in support of CDFIs and MDIs, acknowledging their special role in this space. And that the rule also takes into account, you know, the issue that you raised with respect to fair lending and discriminatory practices. So all of that together, I think, is an important part of making the CRA proposal strong.
And going along with that, because, you know, when I look at some of the performance rates, particularly of minority depository institutions, in terms of serving minority and LMI communities.
Let it go.
It seems to me MDIs and those that are also CDFIs have you look at their track record on economic development
VIX
in
is at
most
24.
of these vulnerable communities. It has been very good and proven, very good. But despite this, many of the MDIs struggle to grow with regulations and oversights that fails to account for these special, and that's why I asked the other question, because it fails to account for these special circumstances that's challenging, so they have challenges in raising capital, for example, despite overall strong financial performance, challenges faced by the communities they serve, which are often first and hardest hit in economic down cycles. So I was wondering whether, you know, and this is either one or all of your organizations, depending upon how much time we have, has taken a different approach to forming advisory groups and working with minority banks. And can you speak to the work of your respective MDIs advisory committees and how they're engaged with MDIs to mitigate the challenges that I just articulated?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. You know, at the FDIC, we do have an advisory committee made up of MDIs from across the United States, and African American MDIs, Hispanic, Asian American, Native American, and we meet with them several times.
Why does race matter?
And they're really a valuable source of information and input for us as we approach our statutory responsibility to support the development and preservation of MDIs. I could go on and would be, again.
I'd love to follow up with you. My time has expired.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes for his comments and questions.
When people start talking about
Thank
race,
the chairman and
to me, that's when it becomes like that's the racist part, not the hiring or like the firing. That should be performance based. When people require certain races, that then becomes racist to me.
Just a quick yes or no question.
I'm sorry.
Is it currently legal for a bank
love it or hate it? That's how I feel.
Non-sufficient funds fee.
It's fucked up.
And return a transaction when the customer has insufficient funds? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree that it is. And that's why this morning I sent you a letter and I'd like to insert it in the record if I might.
Without objection.
Like, they're the ones that are like
'Cause I wanna
making it that
explore
way.
this, some more.
Like, they're the ones pointing out like the
When I
race,
was
like the
home
race
during
of the
the August
situation.
district work period, and then back in October, I was stopped by banks of all sizes.
Like, shut the fuck up about it and see how fast it disappears.
Fed and state non-member banks, and they all said to me that recently, in the last few months, FDIC examiners seem to be taking a new interpretation of unfairness, and I put that in quotes, under the Federal Trade Commission Act as seen by the FDIC's March 2022 Consumer Compliance and Supervisory Highlights and its August 2022 Financial Institution Letter. This would mean that charging
Sean. Thank you.
Multiple NSF
Or gender.
fees when a merchant resubmits a transaction against insufficient funds, and the account would be deemed unfair by Section 5 of that FTC Act.
Oh, yeah.
However, in order to conclude that a practice is unfair under that act, I'm sure you know, it must find that it's, quote, is not reasonably avoidable by the consumer, close quote. But customers have ample opportunities to avoid multiple NSF fees in banks, such as when banks notify them time and time again about when an NSF fee can be charged. So, Mr. Greenberg, is it now charging multiple NSF fees for repeated transactions? Do you believe they're not reasonably avoided by customers? Please.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Congressman.
I just want everything to be performance based, not like nothing else.
Right.
Nothing else. Just be performance based. That's it.
Customer writes a check. And
I don't care what skin color or what private parts you have. I don't give a fuck.
Asks for payment.
Who gets the job done the best? That's how it should be.
And then if it's represented a day later.
And if it's represented, the bank may be able to charge an insufficient fund fee. I think the issue here that was raised in a couple of cases was, did the bank disclose to the customer its policy?
Like, we should all
to
get the best person for the job.
I mean, I think you've got regulation by enforcement going here, and if you want to change the rules on this, perhaps you should consider a rulemaking. Are you going to consider a Public Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking in this arena?
We did. You raise an important point that there may not have been understanding among bankers as to the issue here. As you know, we did issue a financial institution letter, which we tried to lay out in some detail.
It's a little bit of I see this across the regulatory system.
Watch out for a hard scalp.
I've spent 40 years on both sides of this equation. I've been in regulation and I've been regulated. And this gotcha situation where we go back and invent a new way to look at things and don't provide adequate notice, and then we play gotcha, and we have people essentially paying fines for something they didn't know about for years previously. It happens over at the SEC on steroids. It's not fair to the system. It's not the way we do regulation in the U.S. So again, I invite you to,
Do you hear what he just said?
Simply go to using the API and propose a rulemaking.
Well, I don't know that I can, we can consider that. Would be happy to sit down with you and your staff.
Would enjoy that. And I think
and we'll certainly respond to your letter.
Yeah, well, respond to my letter. Acting Director Sue, same subject. Are you seeing this in national banks as well? Has this been, have you done enforcement in the last 60 days on a national bank on this issue? Representment.
So I'd have to check with my folks. Like, I want to answer that precisely. I don't believe so, but I have to check with my folks.
Yeah, I don't think you have either. So if you would, respond to my letter. Thanks for the dialogue on this. I think this is not the way we should do regulation by enforcement. Let's have a forward-looking process and be fair. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair will recognize himself for 5 minutes. So I escaped this committee for about 2 minutes. I went upstairs to the Science Committee where I sit down. We're talking about the James Webb Space Telescope. And the first thing they start talking about is inflation. Inflation of the universe, not inflation of the economy. So just to show you, we got the pictures from the James Webb and a number of different things. But I want to talk about inflation, and I want to talk about the steps that you all have been taking one, to cool that down and then deal with the potential repercussions of that. And I'll give a few points, and you can challenge my assumptions if you want. So I saw that inflation, there was a report that it was down to 0.2% over October. So it seems to be the raising of interest rates and some other things seem to be taking effect. Crypto value, particularly looking at Bitcoin, is down by 2/3 at least, if not 3/4. So a perceived value of somewhere around 3 trillion down to 1 trillion or less. Stock market's down by about 6,000 points at $1.2 billion per point, so that's about $7.2 trillion. Don't know what residential is. So looking at all of you as regulators, seeing that the economy, there has been some real reduction in perceived value, perceived wealth, what do you see happening with your banks, with the credit unions, financial institutions generally? What kinds of loan losses are being projected? What kinds of cushion do we have within the banking community to deal with foreclosures and failures? So I'll start with you, Mr. Barr.
Thank you very much. Obviously, coming into this economic situation has been very, very challenging, but at the same time, banks are coming into it with high levels of capital, and household balance sheets are generally
big news
strong.
there in chat.
And that's very positive as we head into this next period in the economy.
Two big
We're
news.
paying attention, of course, to loan losses.
Look at Greg's too.
Those are ticking up, but they're at levels that are not very high right now. We're paying attention to what's happening in the commercial real estate sector and in the residential housing sector, because those are often bellwethers for other risks that are emerging in the system. And there are risks, in the housing sector from the fact that non-bank mortgage servicers are involved in most of that activity, and they're not very well prepared to deal, as we saw, more than a decade ago, to deal with modifications and foreclosures. So that issue we're also paying very careful attention to.
Are any of you concerned about a contagion or substantial losses to the banking community, to the credit unions, from losses that seem to be occurring in the crypto world? And Mr. Grunberg, I'll turn to you for that one.
Yeah, Congressman, thus far, bank exposure to the crypto market is very limited. So, even with all the turmoil that's taken place in the crypto sector, it really hasn't had thus far consequences.
What about the stock market and the real estate market, as Mr. Barr just
They're particularly on the real estate side and real estate valuations as we go forward here in a rising interest rate environment. That would be a core risk that we are paying attention to.
You mentioned something in your opening testimony about loan loss reserves. So what are you seeing there?
Well, we have.
I can't. Well, I probably could. Hold on.
A large accumulation of unrealized losses on the books of our banks from security.
You are lovely. Guys, hold on 1 second. You're a lovely human. You're a lovely, lovely human being.
Mr. Huizinga is recognized For 5 minutes. Well, I appreciate my friend from Utah recognizing me. Oh, somewhere out there. My friend west of the Mississippi. So no, the committee will miss you. By the way, my friend, we really will. I'm glad you would have been in the minority, but we will miss you nonetheless. I also am glad that current chair of the subcommittee that I'm the ranking member, Mr. Sherman, acknowledged in his opening remarks that the SEC was, I believe the phrase was, less than perfect when it came to FTX. I don't know whether he used air quotes around less than perfect, but I certainly would. Yes, they were less than perfect. And I would note, oversight anyone? It has been a year, so half of the 117th Congress since this committee has had Gary Gensler in front of it. So that will be something I think we will be rectifying, and we will be moving on as we're dealing with the real issues surrounding crypto, and certainly FTX and what happened there. To me, it seems a bit like Enron met Bernie Madoff, but we'll find out. Vice Chair Barr, I want to touch base with you on a couple of quick things here. Obviously, the Federal Reserve, as well as the FDIC and OCC, have been working through interagency, I believe they're called policy sprints, and the Presidential Working Group on Financial Markets to examine the benefits and risks related to bank involvement in digital asset activities. What is the future of these policy sprints, and how does the Federal Reserve plan to continue to work with other prudential regulators?
Thank you very much. We are working together, the OCC, the FDIC, and the Fed, looking at prudential issues that might arise when banking organizations are engaged in a broader range of activities, including crypto-related activities. Each of our agencies has taken steps to wrap our arms around what is currently happening in the banking space. For our part, we issued a letter earlier this year with respect to required notifications when banks engage in these activities. And we've been working together to try and provide some greater clarity to banks about the guardrails that need to be in place with respect to safe and sound conduct.
It sounds a little more like a descriptor of what's currently going on. Any major plans quickly? Changes to that plan?
We expect to be able to provide a greater guidance and clarity to firms engaged in this space so that if they're engaged in crypto-related activities, they do that within clear guardrails. To date, there are very few banks that have engaged in this activity, and so we want to make sure we get those rules in place while the level of activity is relatively muted.
Okay, so I've got 2 minutes left here. Obviously, the SEC will play a vital role in enforcing whatever framework Congress comes up with. When Treasury Undersecretary Liang was here in February to discuss the Presidential Working Group on Financial Markets, I asked her a similar question about coordination among agencies, specifically with the SEC. So again, you mentioned coordination with the OCC, FDIC. What can you say, though, to confirm sort of the coordination on the SEC with digital assets?
We also are in regular contact with the SEC and the CFTC individually and through the Financial Stability Oversight Council.
Okay. You emphasized in your remarks striking the right balance between creating an environment that supports innovation and managing related risks is no easy task, close quote. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And as this committee evaluates the regulatory framework for stablecoins, we should seek to encourage responsible financial services innovation, however. And in fact, that was something that the Republicans have developed a principle statement on that. One of those items being to not prevent entrance into the marketplace by new players with excessive regulation. How would you explain how limiting stablecoin issuance to banks would not disincentivize the innovation that led to development of stablecoins?
Thank you. I think it's really critical that there be strong federal oversight, strong supervision, regulation, and approval of these activities, precisely because stablecoins are a form of private money. In history, we've seen
We've got 10, I got 10
Stablecoin
seconds.
is
I know the
centralized.
history,
What
but
do you mean?
do you believe that Congress must pass legislation to clear regulatory, to clearly put regulatory framework around that?
Yes, I think it's critical for Congress to step in and pass strong federal oversight of stablecoins.
Okay, my time is.
I mean, fuck stablecoins, but that's something on
From
crypto.
Michigan's time has expired.
Sorry, I'm stretching my legs.
Sorry,
I'm right here, though.
Minnesota, Michigan, you guys all look alike up there. So I turned
Craig,
my
welcome to
attention
chat, bud.
and recognize now the gentleman from Illinois,
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Foster, who's also the chair of the task force on
I'm just stretching my
artificial
legs.
intelligence.
Don't worry about me.
He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses. And I guess first I'd like to start by thanking our financial regulators in the U.S. For the remarkable fact that in the 12 years since we passed Dodd-Frank, we have not had a financial crisis.
I can't check that out.
It was not always
right now.
thus, and I think enhanced capital requirements.
I can't
are
open
very
links
important
while
part
I'm
of that.
on stream.
Now, Vice Chair Barr, as you undertake your holistic review of the capital requirements, I would like you to reconsider and consider recent international experience with contingent capital instruments.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm doing.
Now,
Yeah.
one of the significant authorities that you were provided by Dodd-Frank, but which
Half
FSOC
of
has
it's
not so
bullshit.
far used, is to require systemically important financial institution to issue contingent capital instruments as part of their capital. This, to my mind, has several major advantages. First, it prevents contagion by providing an automatic pre-negotiated recapitalization of a bank that gets in trouble without putting the DIF or ultimately the federal taxpayer.
Can you imagine finding only
or
finding $4.7 million and then only getting gummy bears?
For bond traders to look deeply into the books and the risk posture of giant banks, providing an early warning signal for banks before they get into trouble and encouraging them to raise capital while they still can. There was a very
Yo, low key, Twitter is gonna fact check the shit out of Senator Warren now.
factual analysis of how much better the crisis would have been if banks had been required to hold contingent capital instruments. And I think that analysis is still relevant. Thirdly, they provide a market-based incentive for giant banks to adopt a less risky posture simply in order to get the best possible price for its contingent convertible bonds. And so, you know, the combined effect of all these things, I think, will get us hopefully more near the being able to address the failure of the Mogliani-Miller theorem, which I will not ask you about as it applies to giant banks. But as I mentioned, the U.S. regulators have not so far used this authority, but other regulators have, with, I believe, very positive results. At first, the risk premium for COCO bonds, which is not large, that was one of the big worries about it. It hasn't happened. Secondly, the bond markets have provided useful early warning signals, for example, for the slow motion agony of Deutsche Bank or the more rapid ongoing dismemberment of Credit Suisse. And all of this occurred without a whiff of contagion. So to my mind, they worked pretty much as people hoped. And so my question for you is, what is your view of contingent capital requirements, and will you take a new look at them as part of your holistic review?
Thank you very much, as always, for your thoughtful question. I think that, if you take a step back and think about the different types of these instruments, we do have a form of these instruments in the current framework with respect to what people call gone concern capital. That is, in the event of a resolution of a globally systemically important bank, there's a long-term debt requirement at the GSIB level, at the holding company level, that is in effect converted into equity in the new institution when a bridge bank is created in resolution.
But I don't believe that doesn't really provide a useful market signal when a bank starts to be within sight of getting in trouble.
Right. It doesn't
Yeah,
perform
that's
the same
consolidation
exact
all day
function
long.
as going concern arrangement people think of in terms of COCOs. There is some risk with COCOs that, as you get close to those buffers, you might see runs. It might accelerate runs or contagion. And so I think it's appropriate to be cautious about that. And so in my own view, I prefer the gone concern form of this instrument because it's only triggered on resolution. and therefore it doesn't have that kind of potential for contagion, but it still performs the loss absorbing function, which is the
I
other
believe
aspect
there are
of
trigger
that
mechanisms that have been developed that avoid, what you're worried about, people gaming the trigger point, stuff like that. So I think there's been a lot of progress on that. And anyway, so I encourage you, and I will continue to pester you about having a good, a serious look at that, because it is in the 12 years since we passed Dodd-Frank, a lot has been learned, and they really avoid a lot of certainly the political agony we went through when we had to pass TARP and so on, and the last 12 years of discussion about what appropriate capital requirements are.
I welcome our further conversations.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes for his questions and comments.
Thank the chairman. Thank the witnesses. Appreciate your work to keep our markets functioning safe and soundly. FinTech is certainly one of the dynamic factors shaping our economy and certainly the financial services space. We've wrestled with the fact that really this body, Congress, hasn't provided the legal clarity that would help you do your jobs more effectively. That's left many of you in the lurch. Certainly, Mr. Sue, you've responded to a letter.
I love when they call out
Thank
themselves.
you for your response, but kind of came at things very differently than your predecessor, Mr. Armstrong. The market's having fits trying to react to all this, and so my hope is that we'll provide some legal clarity from Congress. But as you guys function in your role as regulators and potentially in rulemaking, there's a lot of
Watch on the reversal
for what you're doing. So, Mr. Grunberg, efforts at FDIC's FDI Tech Office seem to have slowed since its chief innovation officer resigned earlier this year. While efforts at similar offices at OCC and the Federal Reserve have significantly increased, the Federal Reserve in particular is pretty dynamic on what we hope.
See that inverted hammer? Let's see what happens.
State central bank digital currency.
This is why it's important to know WICs, guys.
Nevertheless, studying the digital dollar could be fruitful as long as it doesn't go down that path. So to highlight some of the innovation there, but Mr. Grunberg, can you discuss the impacts of this slowdown at FDI Tech and how's that affecting FDIC regulated banks?
I appreciate the question, Congressman. We do have a group at the FDIC dedicated, in some sense, to a forward-looking approach on how technology can be applied to banking
SPY hasn't fallen through
and
yet.
to the mission of the FDIC. We think that's an important group that has significant value to the agency.
Right now is SPY.
We do have a new director of that group, and we have
the S&P 500.
The change we've made. We have incorporated, the group is still a separate group, but we've now incorporated it into our larger Chief Information Officer organization so we could realize the synergies between the FDI Tech and our
Got you, fam.
mainstream DI information technology program. It'll be a priority for us. We are working on a number of initiatives for the coming year. And, we'd be happy to stay in touch and keep you informed in regard to the work we do.
Thank you for that. And frankly, with the kind of role of the CFPB nearly trying to take over FDIC, one thing I'll highlight is that the CFPB's 1033 privacy rulemaking that they're under. We look forward to seeing how that comes because the role of fintechs can be great if consumers can fundamentally own their data. So if that data can be shared, then you can do great things. But if they can have ownership over it and reclaim it, then they can kind of check the power of this. But the clarity that comes with fintech, and certainly we touched on this as we were talking with the OCC in our letter, is big. But before I run out of time, Mr. Barr, yesterday at the Senate hearing, you stated that crypto needed to be regulated in a manner similar to more traditional finance.
Yeah.
However, can't much of the FTX situation that was being discussed be attributed to traditional finance? Didn't this largely offshore company, which was outside the purview of U.S. regulators, utilize traditional finance channels, it seems, in a fraudulent manner? And you look potentially some of the mark-to-market considerations, if you take the tweet threads of their CEO at face value, play a factor. Those are traditional finance tools.
Thank you very much for the question. I don't know the underlying facts of FTX other than what I read in the newspaper, so I want to be super careful not to comment on a particular company. But broadly speaking, the kinds of issues that are raised are precisely what you wouldn't be able to do in a bank. You wouldn't be able to, hold customer. Say you're holding customer assets
make it
and
so you
not hold them.
Oh my God,
Well,
I
you're not really allowed to do that anywhere, because when you say you have them and you don't, that's normally considered fraud.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that, the basic concepts are the same, and so you want to have a system that doesn't permit that kind of activity to occur, and that's really what I'm saying. We need the same kind of regulation for the same kind of risk.
Yeah, and I just say broadly.
Yes, what he just fucking said.
The protocols
yes.
were here. The issue
yes.
is the actors. So if you look at the underlying
yes.
protocols for the assets, you still see certainty, say in proof of work versus proof of stake. Some of the trade-offs there. Last thing is this would be a horrible time to end self-custody. At the end of the day, the individual owning their own assets.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Is a safeguard. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio will ask her questions and give her comments remotely. Ms. Beatty, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, and she is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me say thank you to Chairwoman Waters and thank you, Chair Perlmutter, for sitting in today. And let me just say, let me start with my time by thanking Congressman Al Green for bringing up the issue of MDIs. This is very personal to me because I'm fortunate enough to have a brand new MDI that is in progress today in my district.
It's actually at 200.
I'm also fortunate to have standing with me today the founder and vice chair on our virtual audience, Kevin Boyce. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to pledge to him, my district, and the nation that we will continue to stand up for MDIs, because certainly we know when Black families get their mortgage loan, 70% of them will get it with an MDI bank. Conversely, with a majority bank, that goes to 1%. So let that be noted in the record, please. And thank you to the
FDIC turnover rate on this bitch
for all of the work that you continue to do with our financial institutions. Now, let me move on to my question. It goes to you, Chairman Harper. In a recent paper issued by the NCUA Office of the Chief Economist, found that minority credit union borrowers had higher denial rates for loans applications, and when minority borrowers did get loans, Black and Hispanic credit union borrowers pay higher interest rates than white borrowers. You know where I'm going with this. Can you tell me, how do you explain these findings, and what is NCUA doing to improve these stats going forward?
So first of all, I just want to provide clarity. You're talking about the borrower being a person of color borrowing from a credit union, not necessarily confusing that with a minority depository institution credit union. Because
absolutely, I've moved on, and I have moved on, brought closure, and so now let's go to your area.
Absolutely. So it was a telling study. We built the study out based on some research that the FDIC did in this area. I recently spoke about it at our conference on diversity, equity, inclusion, where we highlighted that this really highlights the need for us to enhance our fair lending program. Since I have become chairman, we've been adding resources to our fair lending office. We also need to be looking at more than just HMDA data when we are determining where to do our risk-focused exams. You've got my commitment that we will continue to build on that, because for me, a borrower should be given a fair price regardless of their color.
Well, let me say thank you, and let me make particular notice for the record that you mentioned.
For the record, I got denied on a loan because I'm a white male.
and inclusion. And certainly as the chair of D&I, I think it speaks not only to all of my colleagues, but also to the nation about the value and the importance that we have when we practice diversity and inclusion, especially in our financial institutions. Also, let the record show that when Congresswoman Maxine
And at the time, I had a
Waters did
720
the
credit
first
score.
ever D&I, we have gotten more results from financial institutions, including all of you who are there. And I want to thank you for practicing diversity and inclusion. And that is beyond race and ethnicity.
Absolutely.
It is thought, it is geographics, and how you
Suck my
operate.
fucking
So
left
thank
nut.
you again. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
My God.
Gentleman
Yeah, with the
yields
720,
back.
with a 720,
Gentleman
I
from
got,
Tennessee, Mr. Rose,
I got skipped
is
over
now
on a
recognized
fucking
for 5 minutes for
COVID
his
emergency
questions and comments.
loan. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter, and I want to
Yep.
join my colleagues
With a
in,
fucking 720,
in
bro.
saying it has been my great honor and
720.
privilege to serve
So I
with
lost
you
3
and
businesses
miss those days.
because of fucking because I missed out on the
I want to
loans.
thank Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for holding the hearing, and I believe that it is important to hold these hearings with our regulators. As many of you know, this is the first hearing that the majority has held since July 20th with a Biden administration official. That's 119 days, which I believe is unacceptable. One of our core responsibilities as members of Congress
I lost
is
3
oversight,
fucking
and we
businesses, and I tried to hemorrhage.
cannot
I tried to
conduct
hemorrhage out of my
adequate oversight when the
savings to
majority
keep
is
them up and
shielding the
running,
administration
and I
from
didn't think that
We
that
should have
the
held
C word would last as long as it
last
did.
month with SEC
So I ended up
SEC Chair
fucking
Gensler,
I ended up
like
running
our
my savings into
counterparts
the
in the
fucking
Senate,
ground.
but the majority declined to summon the chair here. Now it's more important than ever that we haul Mr. Gensler before the committee to get answers on what role he played
I just need to
and what he knew in the lead up to the collapse of Democratic megadonor Sam Bankman-Fried's crypto exchange FTX. Now, as time is limited, I will dive right into my questions. Acting Chair Grunberg, on October 18th, the FDIC voted to raise deposit insurance assessment rates for banks by 2 basis points. The change amounts to a 54% increase in the current average assessment rate.
I need to take a walk.
The FDIC has stated that the changes will remain in effect until the Deposit Insurance Fund reserve ratio reaches the FDIC's
Russia's to
long-term
blame for
goal
the
of
tragic
2%,
Polish incident. Yeah,
although the
fucking bet.
statutory minimum is 1.35%. Acting Chair Grunberg, going forward, what will be the FDIC's plan for reducing the significant deposit insurance fund assessments once that target is reached, especially given that deposits are currently dropping?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. Just to be clear, the FDIC, as a matter of law, is required to maintain a minimum reserve ratio for our deposit insurance fund. That's the ratio of the fund to all insured deposits. And if the reserve falls below 135, we're required by law to implement a restoration plan to restore it to the 135 minimum. And under the law, we have 8 years to do it. And what happened in this instance is that in 2020, particularly once the pandemic hit, we had a inflow of insured
Everything's about
deposits,
fucking race or
pushed down the
gender.
reserve ratio. We initially
Oh my
announced
God,
the restoration
it
plan
makes
and
me
did not
fucking
think
sick.
would have to raise assessment rates. We thought we could restore the fund to the minimum without raising rates. That was based on a projection that as the pandemic diminished, the increase in insured deposit growth would slow down.
All right.
And what's happened is, frankly, over the past year, we've had a high rate of insured
I'm
deposit
officially
growth,
under
over
the
4%.
influence, so
And what it did was
take that.
put in
So take
question
anything I say
whether
with a
we'd be
grain of
able
salt.
to meet the statutory requirement of restoring minimum to 1.35 within the time frame. So we had a tricky call to make, quite frankly. Either bump up rates now or wait and hope the problem could take care of itself, which is a possibility. But you also run the risk that if that doesn't happen, we could have to impose a higher assessment on the industry at a less favorable time. That's why we imposed the 2%, the 2 basis point increase. That 2 basis points is about 1.2% of industry income. And we do not think, as a practical matter, it'll have an impact on lending or credit availability, but it'll give us a high assurance of restoring the fund to the minimum.
Super trend up.
And will put the fund in a stronger position to deal with an uncertain economic environment. And then on the 2% designated reserve, it gets a little complicated here to explain. We have under the law a minimum reserve ratio of 135 and also authority to set a higher designated reserve ratio, which is designed to be able to withstand a severe financial crisis. And that's a longer term.
You have to look at the underlying.
So the shorter term would be to reach 135 within the statutory time frame. The 2% is probably not reached until sometime in the 2030s.
Probably not going to look good until this goes.
So we build it up slowly and gradually, but it does add resilience to the fund. And based on historical analysis, it would allow the fund to weather even a severe financial crisis. And as you know, in 2008, the
Low
fund
turnover.
was depleted. And then
3 times the
became
average
over
volume
20
ish.
billion. So you want to avoid a repetition of that if we can.
Well, thank you. I see that my time's expired. I yield back.
Should have run it up.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And then the one
Gentleman
should
from
follow.
California, Mr. Vargas is recognized for his questions.
Well, I thank the chair. He looks even much taller up there today. Very good. I want to thank Chair Waters for this hearing, the ranking member, and the witnesses here today. In particular, I want to join my good friend, Mr. Hill, and he is my good friend, in thanking you for your service. Clearly, you could be making multiples of the amount of money that you're making here today in the private sector, but you believe in public service, so we appreciate that very much, and thank you for your service. I was first on this committee about 8 years ago, and the villain at that time was Dodd-Frank. Every time, in fact, I think some of my colleagues would have preferred to call it Lucifer Satan and not Dodd-Frank, and all I heard was how negative it was, how terrible it was, and how abusive it was to the banks. However, when the large bankers were here, the CEOs, I asked them if it had been helpful during the pandemic. They all said yes. So I ask you the same question. Has Dodd-Frank, as a federal law, been helpful during this very stressful time? Some of my colleagues have called it a real-life stress test the last 3 years, and I agree with that. Has it been helpful? Mr. Barr, why don't you handle the first one, since you're eager at the post. Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Vargas. Yes, I think the Dodd-Frank Act has been quite helpful in providing a resilient base for the financial system since its enactment as part of the set of reforms in the wake of the global financial crisis. I think it's made our banking system and our financial system more broadly much more resilient and safer and fairer. And so I applaud Congress for getting that done.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Congressman, I very much agree with that. I think as a result of Dodd-Frank, we strengthened capital and liquidity requirements and strengthened the oversight of financial derivatives.
CHPT has, I believe, call sweeps.
Of the financial system and put us in a much stronger position to deal with the stress, particularly that we experienced during the pandemic.
Mr. Harper, you've been shaking your head yes, but could you answer on the record?
Absolutely. I concur with all that has been said. Dodd-Frank has also contributed because of focus on protecting consumers. And we've certainly been doing that, making sure that pandemic assistance programs are appropriately channeled.
Mr. Soom.
I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. I would add a word of caution, though, that the banking system and the financial system is dynamic, and that does require us to also be dynamic with it and to stay on top of those risks.
I agree with that, but I wanted to know about the law itself. Has it been helpful? And I think it has been. So we have industry agreeing with the regulators. I wish you would have been here 8 years ago to listen to all the BS that we listened to. But anyway, the issue of financial risk versus climate risk. For the last 20 years,
oh my God, climate risk. Shut the fuck up.
Change and climate risk. I live in California. We're susceptible to that. Not so much for the flooding, but more for the wildfires. You today were asked to answer very narrow questions on financial risk versus climate risk. Before coming here, I was a vice president in a Fortune 100 company in the insurance business. Our actuaries certainly believed that the climate change created risk. There's no doubt about that. And we had to reserve that way.
What does that have to do with fucking the FDIC or the OCC or...
you know, you look at financial risk, not climate risk, financial risk. Mr. Barr, why don't you go ahead and handle it first?
We're trying to explore exactly that question, and obviously the changing climate around us, both today and in the long term, is going to change lots of things about the economy. And as that happens, we want to be sure that the financial institutions we regulate and supervise are managing the financial risks.
Can somebody go kick this guy in the balls?
And so our beginning effort in that is to work with our other sister agencies on guidance for financial institutions, and then to conduct this pilot climate scenario analysis
Or gender.
exercise to really make sure that financial institutions are developing the appropriate risk framework
Jesus
for that.
Christ.
I agree with that. And again, I appreciate you doing that because I do see it, and we're going to see it everywhere. David Beasley, who is over at the UN, even says the issue of migration is affected dramatically by climate change. And so will, I think, financial risk. And lastly, I have 13 seconds. The whole issue of cryptocurrency. Normally, I hear a lot of cheerleading on the other side from a few members. That was a little muted today. I didn't hear the cheerleading going on because of the collapse of FTX. But I hope we do take a look and regulate in a way that they can help the public. Thank you. Your time's up.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is now recognized for 5 minutes for his comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So President Biden has made it clear his belief that fossil fuels should be phased out as quickly as possible, regardless of the economic and national security consequences. In fact, President Biden's energy policy
Hit peace on Saba, guys.
contributed
Hit peace
to
on
record high
Saba.
gas prices. To make matters worse, some of his past nominees have said that banks should not even lend to fossil fuel companies in order to fight climate change. Each of you has said something to the effect that your agency is not responsible.
Lots of hit pieces out on Saba, guys.
And I agree with that. Would each of you agree that your agency does not have the necessary expertise to regulate climate? Let's go from left to right.
Double bottom.
Who's left and who's right?
Could be a fucking big bottom right here.
So let's start with Mr. Barr.
We're at the Fed, we're 100% focused only on financial risks. We're not interested in getting involved in climate policy. That's for other parts of the government.
Agreed.
And Congressman, we don't have authority to regulate climate. Our job is
Do you
financial
like?
risk.
Why are they talking about climate when it comes to finance?
Thank you.
I agree.
Well, again, going down the line, so how are you ensuring that any guidance your agency issues on risk management is not construed as a directive for financial institutions to not lend to fossil fuel companies? All right, Mr. Barr again, go down.
We've made it quite clear, I've made it clear personally, that the Federal Reserve is not in the business of telling banks to lend to particular sectors or firms or not to lend to particular sectors or firms. That's not an appropriate policy. Our guidance and our work with financial institutions is about financial risk management, and we're going to be sticking to our knitting.
And I would say, Congressman, you know, all we have as far as proposed guidance, we haven't even finalized the initial guidance on the subject. And we're already, all of us, frankly, going to pains to try to be clear on this issue to the industry. And another point worth making is that it's not as if industry does not have a lot of experience in terms of managing the financial risks of climate change. And the banking industry has actually done this pretty successfully, whether it's banks in coastal areas or in the agricultural sector or in communities reliant on the energy sector. Banks have a lot of experience that we can learn from, and we're obviously in the first instance going to have to engage with them around this.
AGFY has a reading now. It's 13%.
We are early in the process on this, Congressman. We're working through a request for information that I expect the board to be voting on in the near future. We'll be gathering input from all sources and certainly working to ensure that any guidance, any assistance that we give in terms of developing tools to help credit unions to manage climate-related financial risk does not put a finger, as was earlier said.
But did
or a thumb on
AGFY
the
have
scale
a?
of making a loan
Did it show me
decision.
an altered balance or not?
We're doing all the same things. The one
It didn't show me an altered free float though.
You still have Mr. Sue.
Yeah, sorry. So we're taking a very similar approach at the OCC. We also have an Office of Climate Risk.
Fuck the
so
OCC.
We're centralizing how we're both thinking, teaching, talking, examining, so to ensure a bit more
Go
consistency.
slam his nuts in a car
in how
door,
we
please.
approach it.
Someone.
Well, thank you all for those answers. I only have a minute left here. So let me say, while I know, frankly, for political purposes and misguided purposes, some people hate coal, coal is critical to my state's economy, and it supports tens of thousands of good-paying jobs for hardworking West Virginians. I appreciate your answers. Hope I can count on you to stick with it, stick with your word in saying that your goal is not to enact climate policy. The federal government should tell banks and credit unions which companies to deny financing to. Given this administration approach, however, towards coal, oil, and natural gas, hope you understand that we West Virginians remain skeptical. But thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I kind of like that.
Gentleman
last
yields
statement.
back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Is he
for
going to be a
his questions and
killer?
comments.
Is he going to be a killer too? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
We just
Chairman.
broke Trent on Spy.
And welcome all of the members to the committee. This has been very interesting. My first question will go to Mr. Sue. The cost of weather and climate
Heads up on Gamma.
events is on the rise. With over 15 separate $1 billion related weather and climate disaster event so far this year, according to the NOAA, how can community banks best incorporate
Heads up on
risk
AMC, guys.
management practices in order to address the climate-related financial risks?
Well, thank you for the question. So
Thank you for the question, but we
Couple
can't
things.
answer it.
most community banks have to date successfully been handling certain extreme weather events. Hurricanes are not new, floods are not new. However, what is new is the severity and the frequency of some of those events and the scope of some of those events. And what we are encouraging when we talk to community banks is that, A, they learn from each other, they learn from us. There are other resources to turn to say, what can we learn from these things to apply to how we adapt and deal with these various issues? We, as an agency, are committed to that. And I think that it's a good place to start. I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of learning in general, whether it's for community banks or for the larger banks, as to how to best approach this.
Do you guys notice how like they like talk a lot but nothing
Thank you
comes
very
out?
much. My next question to any
Like
of
they
the
say a lot,
witnesses,
but not like they mean
We've
nothing.
heard some of it discussed earlier.
In essence.
The racial wealth gap remain significant.
Oh, here we go,
with
the fucking
median
racial
net
shit.
worth of typical white households beginning at 7.8 times greater than a typical black household in 2019. Historically, black communities have been left out of the traditional banking system. How does racial equity factor into your priorities for the upcoming year?
I need to get my
What
space
policy
jacket on.
Action will be implemented to close the gap, and that's for anyone on the committee.
I'm happy to start, Congressman. I do think that it's important that we have a banking system that works for everybody. We need to have an inclusive banking system that serves minority households and businesses.
Oh, yeah.
And the broader public in the same way. There's no place for discriminatory practices in the banking
If we
sector.
get a gold cross and
We need to make
SPX, I want
sure
some
that we
G's
have
in the
a
chat.
strong enforcement of anti-discrimination laws here in the United
Some
States.
G's or B's. You
And
guys
that
get to
we
pick.
take affirmative steps to make sure that the financial system is serving all communities. And that includes work like that's been going on around the country through Bank On efforts, trying to get banks to offer safe and affordable accounts, broadly speaking. It includes the work that the agencies are doing together to modernize the Community Reinvestment Act and make sure that it's serving its purposes. It includes efforts to reform the payment system, such as efforts including FedNow, to make sure that the payment system is supporting households and businesses the way it's supposed to. So I think in a holistic sense, there's lots of work still to do, but these are the elements that I think could support a more inclusive financial system.
That's a great response. Anyone else would like to respond on this issue? I got about another minute.
Yeah, Congressman, I would agree with everything Michael said. I think from the standpoint of the banking agencies and the FDIC, we have core responsibilities to enforce fair lending. We have a particular obligation to follow through on the rulemaking on the Community
Half
Reinvestment
of it's
Act,
important,
which
and half of it I could
will
sleep
be
through.
directly responsive to the issue. And for the FDIC, expanding access to the banking system has been a core priority. And as you know, a disproportionate number of minorities and African Americans are outside the banking system, and that's a real obstacle to economic advancement. We do have a role to play, I think.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Harper would like to respond to your question, Mr. Lawson.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Harper.
Just very quickly, two things I want to highlight that we're working on. One is with respect to our Minority Depository Institutions exam program, we're taking a look at what are the peer metrics that they should be compared to, because there are oftentimes in the examination process that there's not an understanding of the business model, that there may be higher expenses, but they're actually lower charge-offs and defaults in the long term, and we want to make sure that we're addressing that. And secondly, all of our agencies are working on the issue of appraisal bias. We're working through two rulemakings, and you have to remember that one of the greatest ways you can build wealth in this country is through home ownership, and an appraisal is a key part of that. We're working through two rules. One is on automated valuation models, and the second is on reconsideration of values, and we'll continue to do that this year.
Okay, Mr. Lawson's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is recognized for 5 minutes for his questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you holding today's hearing. Vice Chair Barr,
I didn't realize that
appreciate
today
you
was going to
being
be this
here.
long.
Want to dialogue with you a little bit on bank capital requirements. We had a little bit of a conversation earlier today on that. I think your words were that you want to conduct a holistic review of American bank capital requirements. Is that fair?
It's more important than anything I could say.
Yes.
Okay, so inside of that, just trying to get some understanding as to kind of your analysis in looking at the statements of others in this broader space. Secretary Yellen noted that during the pandemic, quote, our financial system did very well because of the improvements in capital liquidity, risk management, and stress testing. The Fed's recent financial stability report showed that large banks are in a strong position to weather a substantial economic downturn. Do you agree or disagree with either of those two comments?
Say disagree.
Either with Janet Yellen or with the
disagree.
Fed, the Fed's recent financial stability report?
I agree with both statements. I think, as I've said publicly, capital in the financial system today is strong, and that's what made our financial system resilient. And so the point of the holistic review is to say, are all the capital rules working right together? And are they at the right level? You know, saying something's strong doesn't necessarily answer the question, is it strong enough? And how do the rules work together to make sure that they're most effective and efficient? And that's really what I'm looking at.
Okay, I appreciate that clarity. To gain insight for us here as policymakers, knowing that the Fed is reacting with blunt instruments to what is a really difficult, broader macroeconomic situation due to what my view is really reckless fiscal spending by Congress, not the Fed's issue, Congress's issue. And the Fed is then responding to that with higher interest rates. But as we look at the role of the bank capital requirements, what would be the economic impact of raising bank capital requirements in your opinion?
Well, let me just start by saying we're looking at capital requirements over the long term. We're not trying to think about timing capital requirements for tomorrow. We're trying to think about what's the right through the cycle set of capital requirements. So I'm not thinking about, you know, the particular economic moment right now. I'm trying to think about it for the long term. In general, strong capital requirements permit banks to lend in good times and in bad. And so that's the framework I'm using to analyze the issue.
That's fair. That's good clarity. In the short term, what would the economic impact be of raising bank capital requirements? I understand you're taking a holistic long-term view. What would be the economic impact in a short-term analysis of raising bank capital requirements?
Well, any bank capital rule would require basically a proposal, seeking public comment, analyzing that comment, issuing a final rule, and then putting in place an implementation timeline. So the whole point of that is not to have sudden changes in the long-term capital rules that we're developing.
Fair, and I think that's good feedback, but the concern of making short-term changes would be what? Would there be a negative economic impact of raising bank capital requirements in a short-term analysis? I understand you're looking holistically, you're looking long-term, I think that's good, but just so we have on the record, is the short-term impact of raising bank capital requirements a negative economic impact macroly?
There's not a yes or no answer to that question. It depends on the way in which you implement the capital changes and how banks respond to those capital changes over time. So it could have quite a positive effect, or it could have a negative effect depending on the structure of the capital rule.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. I have concerns of raising those requirements and the negative economic impact they have, but we'll look to this holistic review and what some of the feedback is.
I don't know who he is, but I like his
the best way to
questions.
move forward. Let me shift gears pretty significantly, if I can, over to you, Mr. Guenberg, and dive into a particular some of the fintech that we're seeing and the impact that it's having on changing businesses. Could you just add a little more color in how the FDIC is working to streamline compliance and innovation for fintech service companies?
Well, we have institutions that do partner with fintech service companies to provide banking
He's
services.
speechless.
And
he has no fucking idea.
The management of those third-party relationships is, from our standpoint, a core risk management issue. These partnerships can have value, but it's important for the institution to understand that when they partner with a third party and that third party is providing banking services on behalf of the bank, it's as if the bank is directly providing those services. So from our standpoint, it's important for the institution to carefully manage that relationship so that they can realize the benefits and avoid the downside risks that could come with it as well.
Thank you very much. Cognizant of my time, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For the benefit of the panel and members in the room, we will have a hard stop at 1:30, depending upon how many people want to ask questions. Gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first like to begin by acknowledging you and mentioning or expressing that it has been quite a pleasure to fight for marijuana alongside you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to begin by thanking our chairwoman for this hearing today.
Fight for marijuana.
Thanking the regulators for being here. I did want to echo sentiments from my colleague, Mr. Green, who referenced our chairwoman as a Starship Enterprise, boldly going where no man has gone before. This chairwoman took the unprecedented leadership step in ceding a territory on the exclusive committee that is the House Financial Services Committee. And as the representative from Guam, I just so happened to have that privilege. I wanted to, on the record, thank her for welcoming all American people to the big table that is this House Financial Services Committee. I'd like to thank my colleagues for welcoming me and for my minority colleagues for the consummate professionalism.
Yeah, about 4,025.
I would like to first begin with some housekeeping. There was some dialogue earlier today, to my understanding, that there may have been some communications between the OCC and the committee that need to have some documentation included in the record. So I would, without objections, like to ask that a particular response from Director Chopra of the OCC.
On the 4 hour, the 13's through the 200. Let's take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Without objection, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the panel, the American people continue to struggle under the burden of high inflation. The Federal Reserve is doing the necessary policy response and raising interest rates to try and combat the circumstances. As our public continues to deal with the inflationary pressures and now the added pressures of higher interest rates that are going to be causing their debt service requirements to go up, particularly in revolving credit, but also in some consumer credit that's going to be adjusting. There is a very high likelihood that
if you hit on this, congratulations.
Increase in 30-day delinquencies is going to start picking up, and that increase in 30-day delinquencies could be a harbinger for what is going to be added difficulty in debt service and, of course, in making ends meet for our public. I wanted to first begin by asking Mr. Barr, is the Federal Reserve monitoring closely the 30-day delinquency rates, and is the Federal Reserve considering that as they weigh interest rate policy?
Yes, we closely follow delinquencies across a range of consumer and business markets, and we consider that as part of our view into what's going on in financial and economic conditions in the economy. It goes into our thinking overall.
Very good. And for the actual regulators of our financial institutions, are we seeing an uptick in revolving credit delinquencies and in 30-day delinquencies?
Yeah, Congressman, you really raised an interesting point that we actually flag. The FDIC puts out a quarterly banking profile, and in the most recent one for the second quarter, credit quality for remained quite good.
Genesis Trading, who has $11 billion worth of Bitcoin, is having solvency issues.
Short-term lending, which we actually flagged as a potential indicator of what could be credit problems.
So beware.
Points you raised.
So basically, another one could go down.
Two things. First, there is a correlation, it's a lagging correlation between when there's an increase in unemployment and then a rise in delinquencies and charge-off rates. Right now, housing markets are well capitalized. In fact, we have much more equity than we had in the last financial crisis going overall, so I feel confident about that. One other thing that we've been working on an interagency basis is guidance related to commercial real estate. And
hopefully go across. It looks like we have it.
It's important that we finish our work there so as to provide financial institutions with greater clarity about what our regulatory expectations are going to be going forward.
Similar to Acting Chairman Grunberg, the aggregate view on credit to date looks modest. However, there are some signals of deterioration, especially for certain segments. And I think that's where a lot of focus now is on which segments, whether it's within consumer
Guys, cool, calm, collected, breathe.
Thank you so much for the reassurances that those are being monitored. You know, I know that the employment number is the big number when it comes to balancing out the policy response on inflation and interest rates. But there really is a very significant
I don't even have to draw it.
Employment numbers
Bang,
remain unaffected
bang, sending
while
channel.
the delinquency rates continue to rise.
Breathe.
You don't necessarily need to lose your job
Breathe.
to start having hardship in making payments. And if
Shit. My bad.
And if the unemployment rate becomes the trigger point for delinquencies to increase, that's actually kind of over the line already. And so I'm grateful that we're monitoring the delinquency rates in terms of our regulatory agencies, and I'm grateful that the Federal Reserve is monitoring that as they consider policy response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Norman from South Carolina is now recognized for 5 minutes for his questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank each of you for appearing here. I'm in the real estate business, been doing it for 40 years. I will tell you, the banks that you're regulating, your delinquencies are going up. So goes housing, and I would argue so goes commercial development, affect the economy. And when you have the net disposable income being eroded by inflation that's going to continue, rising interest rates, there are problems on the horizon. I'm from South Carolina. The lunacy of what's happening, particularly now with the diesel shortage, to correct climate change and to eliminate fossil fuels, the trucks now that deliver our concrete, our lumber, they're going to be sidelined because there's going to be a diesel shortage. Now, I'm trying to find, most companies are trying to find solar panels to run our 50-ton trucks and battery-operated dump trucks. It's kind of been hard. So the delinquencies will be going up, and you better. And I know the stress tests say that it's good now, but it's been on the bank for a long time. It's coming down the pipe.
Coming down the pipe, baby. You hear that?
On the issue with MDIs and delinquencies, and I think
shout out
all of
energy.
you mentioned, and Mr. Greenberg, you may have
Shout out energy.
mentioned
Coming down the pipe.
in response. You want to expand access, I assume, to capital.
Well, I wouldn't want to expand access to capital, but I think in the comment I was making, it was access to the banking system for people who are outside of the system.
So I assume the access is not there now. So can you give me an example of how you're going to expand access if that's not already there?
Well, the good news is that there is general access to the banking system in the United States. We do a survey every 2 years with the census of unbanked and underbanked in the United States. We just released the most recent survey, and the number of unbanked households in the U.S. went down. It's now at 4.5%, and it's been declining steadily for over a decade. So that is the good news. And that really does make a difference in terms of access to credit and other services for those households. We still do have significant disparities for minorities, low-income households, households headed by a person with disabilities.
Guys, don't forget that they're testing a digital dollar, and Ripple has a ledger for banks.
Significant progress.
You would agree most failure, or a
Think about
lot of the cause for failures of banks is when you lend money and either don't get paid back or don't have delays, you have delinquency. Would you? That's a problem in today's world with with all we're facing. Mr. Harper, you mentioned on the appraisal, I guess, discrimination. Most banks pick appraisers, they get bids. How are you going to
get the fuck down?
What should the appraisers do that they're not doing now to eliminate what you said was, I assume, discrimination in appraisals?
So
Get
one thing that's
down.
being worked on is ensuring that appraisers, as the training program goes forward, that they've got training on fair lending. There is a requirement now that they have unbiased and that they're...
Is that not happening now?
Well, there has been a study, was it FHFA, if I remember correctly, did a study...
XRP announced various new payout markets, including Africa, Argentina, Belgium, Israel, Australia, Brazil, Singapore, and the UAE, and the UK.
There are certain language that really should not be brought to bear, and considerations not to brought to bear.
XRP.
We're trying to consider a comparable value.
Mr. Harper, most appraisals
Bang.
get value.
37
come up with a
fucking
value, and you get like houses with similarities to come up with a value that's fair for the banks that you regulate to be able to make the loan. So tell me,
so
what's missing in that?
A great example, New York Times story. Recently covered a black family in Baltimore that actually I think it was a multiracial family in Baltimore. They went and they got an appraisal on their house because they wanted to do some refinancing and do some other things for home improvement.
I only got 32 seconds. Tell me what did New York Times say that was fair?
The initial appraisal came in. It was $300,000 less than market value. They whitewashed their home, took out any segment and recognition, and that home appraised for almost $300,000.
Okay, can you send me all that information?
We'll do.
Yeah, print the article and the backup information for it.
Absolutely.
I'd like to see that.
Yes.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is now recognized for 5 minutes for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service to our country. Grateful. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Digital assets and blockchain technology have the potential, in my opinion, to make our financial system faster, cheaper, and more transparent.
Boom.
It is clear, however, that this innovation requires guardrails to protect consumers, just as we've seen over the past week with FTX. In May of this year, the collapse of the algorithmic stablecoin Terra destabilized digital asset markets and produced instability that would lead to the bankruptcy of several large crypto firms. My draft legislation, the Stablecoin Innovation and Protection Act, and the legislation being written by this committee would establish definitions and requirements for stablecoin issuers. Both bills would require stablecoins to be backed one-to-one with U.S. dollars or other high-quality liquid assets, and each would create a pathway for banks and non-banks entities to become licensed stablecoin issuers. Mr. Barr, if I can start with you, sir. The Federal Reserve has been discussed as a potential regulator for stablecoins issued by bank and non-banked entities. If given oversight of these stablecoin issuers, how would you go about developing a supervisory framework that ensures a level playing field for both bank and non-bank issuers?
Thank you very much for the question. I do think it's quite critically important.
I'm compounding interest on my XRP.
Whatever
at 12%
stablecoin
right
legislation is developed has a really strong
Right,
role
the
for
issue is I can't
Federal
touch it.
Reserve approval and
But it's not really an
supervision
issue
and
'cause I
regulation of
wouldn't touch it.
stablecoins, because
That's how I
stablecoins
buy
are
more.
a form of private money, and as I've said earlier, the historical evidence is that private money without appropriate regulation can lead to runs and financial instability. And it's also important to have that Federal Reserve oversight and approval and regulation authority, because stablecoins linked to the dollar are really borrowing the trust of the Federal Reserve, borrowing the trust of the central bank. So I think that's a core principle. If we have that core principle met, then we can supervise institutions
AMC's
in a
about to
way
get
that
it.
is treating like risks in a like way. That's making sure that institutions that are offering stable coins have that strong prudential oversight, have strong consumer and investor protections in place so that we don't see the kind of shenanigans that we've witnessed in the crypto space in recent times.
And how do you feel the framework for non-bank issuers could differ from banco issuers?
I think it's really critically important, again, that if you're engaged in the same risk, you're regulated in the same way. That means really strong prudential oversight, strong rights of approving an application, because once you get a bad apple in the system, it's very hard to get it out. Strong supervision of those firms and meaningful capital, liquidity rules, reserving rules, all of that is really critical to get. And whether the Congress authorizes a bank to do that or a non-bank to do it, we need to make sure that there's strong prudential oversight.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And by the way, congratulations again on your appointment.
Thank you.
I believe Congress should establish guardrails for stablecoin issuers and that help consumers know that stablecoins they invest in are backed by real assets, to your point, and the dollar will be waiting for them when they go to redeem a stablecoin. I think very important. On that note, I'd like to shift to you, Mr. Grunberg, if that's okay. The necessity of an insurance product for stablecoin issuer deposits is something I've considered while looking into this topic. In your opinion, if stablecoin issuers are required to regularly prove that they are fully backed by cash or cash equivalents, does that eliminate the utility of creating an insurance product for stablecoin deposits?
Congressman, it's an important question. We'll have to look at it really carefully.
Oh my God.
Stable coins, depending on what they're backed by, the FDIC insures deposits. If we're talking about a basket of some kind of assets, we're talking about a different kind of thing. So the need for prudential regulation, I think there's a case to be made for it. I think deposit
watch the UVXY. Heads up.
Yeah, I mean, I think my legislation empowers the FDIC to create an insurance fund for stablecoin issuers and would I'd love to discuss this in more depth with you if you'd be open to that.
Be happy to.
Thank you so much. And
everybody's laying people off. It's not just.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
I don't know this,
South Carolina,
but I'm not worried.
Timmons is recognized for 5 minutes for his questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin by saying that we're going to miss you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Barr, as you know, we held a hearing to examine the potential implications of a Federal Reserve-issued central bank digital currency. Do you see any urgent need for a U.S. central bank digital currency at this time?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. I think it's important for the Federal Reserve to study the question very carefully, to do the research that's required to think about the technical implementation aspects of a central bank digital currency. And that's so that if we and the Congress and the executive branch decide it makes sense to go forward, that we're prepared to do that in a thoughtful and careful way.
I do like that answer. I'm going to follow up on it. Committee Republicans have emphasized the Federal Reserve does not have the legal authority to issue a central bank digital currency absent action from Congress and strong support from the executive branch. While the next steps are up to Congress to determine, what would you define as strong support from the executive branch? Is it in the form of a letter or an executive order? What are your thoughts?
The truth is, I haven't thought deeply about that question. I think I'd want to make sure that there was a clear indication of support from Congress and the executive branch, and ideally that would be in the form of authorizing legislation.
In particular, from the executive branch, I mean, strong support. What is that to you? I guess you haven't thought about it that much.
So is the VIX.
Could you elaborate?
Sorry, I have nuts in my mouth.
Well, I apologize. I don't have a deeper answer than the one that I gave, which is I think, ideally Congress would authorize the issuance of CBDC if we decided and you decided and the executive decided that it made sense. And in the meanwhile, our focus is really about making sure we understand the technical aspects of what it would look like, doing some pilot experimentation, doing the kind of analysis of what potential use cases would be and what the implications of those use cases would be for financial stability, for the payment system, for the banking system. So we're really quite focused on the kind of underlying work rather than this ultimate question of whether it makes sense to go forward.
It sounds like it's a very thorough process and should take a good bit of time. One last question for you. As you are aware, real-time payments networks are becoming more prominent, and the Fed itself is set to debut its FedNow service. Would you describe how these innovations provide similar benefits to a Fed-issued digital currency?
Well, I really think of these things as in just totally different buckets. I think it's really important for us to get the basic payment rails right. I think the innovations in real-time payments have been significant. When the Federal Reserve rolls out FedNow this spring and summer, coming spring and summer, I think it'll provide a really important service to community banks that they can then offer to their customers, and that will improve the payment system for everybody. I think that the question of central bank digital currency is really a separate question from that. It might end up being complementary to it. It might have, a focus on wholesale, which is quite different than what's going on with
I'm not
reforms
interested in that.
now. So I think of those as swimming in
Look at her.
one lane.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's been an honor serving with you. We're going to miss you. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Timmons. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who's also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is recognized for 5 minutes for his comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all our witnesses. So last week, I was in Egypt at the Conference of the Parties, the climate conference that was going on, and I share that because I'm getting it's a little bit surreal sitting here. One of the major themes of that conference was we were getting beat up as Americans by the developing
Yeah, there's a
world
gap right here.
because
I wouldn't
they
say
would
full
like to
sentence yet.
invest in cleaner, cheaper energy.
They're gonna beat
Global
around.
capital
See, they
markets
beat
are
around the bush
disfavoring
on
their
too many
economies.
things, Alan.
They're disfavoring them, number one, because of the robustness of U.S. capital markets, it's attracting capital, and they're disfavoring them, number two, by their own admission, because they have become so dependent on fossil fuel subsidies that they have no way to rip off the Band-Aid. And so the market signals that would attract clean energy aren't there because they've artificially depressed the price of fossil energy. And they weren't beating up on capitalism. They were basically asking us, how do we provide a global capitalism that is not untethered from a moral obligation to the least fortunate? And now I'm sitting here today, a week later, where a lot of my colleagues who represent oil and gas intensive districts who are struggling to attract capital for those same reasons, who have overly subsidized the fossil industry and don't know how to pull off that Band-Aid, are blaming capitalism for saying that somehow this is woke capitalism, instead of acknowledging that we have the same moral obligation to their constituents as Americans that we have to the Egyptians, to the Iranians, to the Nigerians. And there's a conversation we could and should be having about our moral obligation to Americans. But to do that, we're going to need our colleagues across the aisle to have the self-awareness and the economic sophistication of your average developing world economic minister. And I hope that someday we can do that. I am grateful for all of you in your role on FSOC that you have understood the risks of climate change and finance. And to that end, Vice Chair Barr, I'd like to start because in 2020, the CFTC did a report managing climate risk in the financial sector that, among other things, observed that private banks were disproportionately offloading their mortgage risk onto Fannie and Freddie in low-lying coastal areas. When I asked Chair Powell about that last March, I asked if he was indeed observing that. He said that's a very likely outcome. And then followed up by asking, leaving aside taxpayer-backed risk that we're offloading this onto, do we have the tools within the Federal Reserve to monitor how capital flows are moving from the big sophisticated banks that can see these risks coming onto the lower, less sophisticated players in the system? Not is it moving, but do we have the tools to monitor? And his answer was, quote, I would have to think about that. That was 8 months ago. So my question for you is, do you now have the tools to monitor how these sophisticated players are starting to offload climate risk so that we can make sure that we are doing the scenario analysis that you're all trying to do within FSOC?
Thank you. It's a terrific question. I would say that we're quite at an early stage in our ability to understand the way in which climate change flows through to financial risk and how that financial risk is distributed across the financial system. I would describe our efforts as nascent. And so the work that we're doing now across the agencies to develop a climate guidance for large banks is a part of that. And the work we're doing at the Federal Reserve to pilot climate scenario analysis for really just 6 of the 8, GSIBs in the country, that is a nascent effort. It's new. And so I would say in answer to your question, that we're not yet confident that we understand the full range of financial risks that might be posed, and and nor do we have a complete understanding of the distribution of that risk.
I want to just go quick because I want to get another question, but I am concerned that the risks are moving, that the risks are being offloaded, and we need to protect ourselves from that. The second one, I'd like ask unanimous consent to introduce for the record this article, Gas, Guns, and Government's Financial Cost of ESG Policies. As folks in the United States are, instead of embracing markets, asking for more subsidies for fossil fuels, we are seeing states in oil and gas intensive areas passing legislation to prevent banks from investing in clean energy. We saw this happen in Texas in this report that I've just introduced. It's a Wharton study co-authored by Ivan Ivanov, who I believe is one of the economists at the Federal Reserve, makes the observation that as a result of Texas passing this law,
yeah, but that doesn't excuse the regulators from doing their jobs.
Pension funds who are choosing to prioritize climate risk.
I agree with you.
There's now less competition.
It doesn't excuse them from doing their jobs.
Texas taxpayers over $530 million. And so, Mr. Barr, my question for you, and I know I'm getting out of time here, is do you agree that ignoring climate risk puts retirees, banks, and the public at risk? And is that in fact a breach of their fiduciary duty?
Chairman Waters, shall I respond? I do think that, from our perspective, it's important that financial institutions be able to serve their customers consistent with safety and soundness, and we don't get involved in deciding whom they should lend to or who they should not lend to based on climate factors.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Laudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. I know you've been here for a while, but we're getting near the end. One of the things that I've learned through studies of exceptionalism and achievement is setting goals that are achievable. If you set your expectations too high, then it's actually a disincentive for someone to even begin in trying to achieve those. And Chairman Greenberg,
that's what that is.
June 6th forum sponsored by the Urban
exactly what
Institute,
that is.
You said that
I don't even care if it finishes
raise the bar
on
for
scandal.
Performance, meaning
that's what VRM
a bank did before to earn an outstanding or high satisfactory will not be sufficient. They will have to engage in more lending activity to earn the recognition. This is regarding CRA. The goal is more lending to more low to moderate income communities. And so, from that statement, it implies that banks are not currently doing enough in terms of CRA activity. So my question is, why do you believe the bar needs to be raised?
I don't even care if the candle stays. It just pulled it out and slammed it on the table. That's exactly what VRM just did.
For banks with significant market share to achieve, which again may disincentivize them for CRA activity altogether. So my question is, how and why did the FDIC arrive at these thresholds?
Well, thank you, Congressman. That was when it's a notice of proposed rulemaking that you're referring to, and that was a joint notice of proposed rulemaking for the three banking agencies, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, and the FDIC. So that was a joint proposal. I think the objective was to look at the ratings that are used for CRA lending, and we now have an expanded set of metrics to try to evaluate how institutions are performing. And we propose,
guys, please like, sub, hit the bell, all that happy shit. Every single one counts. Becoming a member in super chats, they're just extra. I really appreciate them, but they are extra. Like, if you guys can't take 2 minutes out of your time to sub and like, then just get out. I don't even want you here. Straight up.
Expanding access and to the capability of institutions, as you suggest, to meet the objectives we set. So it's a work in progress.
Well, I appreciate you keep us up to date on where we are with that, because we all want participation in CRA, but if we raise it too high, we don't want to disincentivize banks who could really do a lot for participating. And when you're talking about rules, The proposed one-year implementation period following publication of a final rule seems to be very short, especially the complexity of some of these rules. And
look at these IVs right now, guys.
Necessary.
Look at the fucking
1 year is a
IVs.
very short time for banks to turn operations over to a new regime of requirements and collect and report the data required for benchmarking and comparisons. With these type of constraints, because we're coming out with rules and regulations, we want to make sure, one, they're understood.
Lot of $1
and that
puts.
banks can comply.
A lot of
with
them.
You know, regulation shouldn't be a gotcha game. It should be there to protect the bank, to protect the consumers, protect everyone who's engaged in it. And is there any consideration for implementing a longer period of time for compliance? That's for you, sir, yes.
We certainly received comment on it, and that's something we're going to give careful consideration to in the rulemaking, in the final rulemaking.
Okay. And I'm going to do something that is unusual for somebody in my position. I've still got 53 seconds left, and I'm going to return that.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this critical hearing, and really appreciate your ensuring that oversight continues to remain a top priority for this committee.
But it really hasn't,
Clearly,
though.
the CFPB is the
They
first
say it,
federal
but-
agency with the single mission of protecting consumers in the financial marketplace. So an agency truly on the side of consumers. And now, after years of Republican sabotage, the Bureau's funding structure is under unwarranted attack yet again. With this recent court ruling, if that's upheld, this has the potential to really invalidate previous CFPB decisions and to leave consumers vulnerable. In the home lending market specifically, any disruptions can make it even harder for home buyers to qualify for a loan, disproportionately burdening those who have historically really been shut out of home ownership, in particular Black and Brown communities. Congratulations on your appointment. Acting Chair Gruenberg, as you know, the Bureau's regulations provide a degree of certainty and flexibility for banks. So without them, do you think it is possible that we will see the mortgage market constrict and for fewer loans?
Congressman, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, because I had some difficulty following?
You're a fucking idiot, and it's a dumbass question.
Okay, I want to ask you about the Bureau's regulations, since they do provide a degree of certainty and flexibility for banks. Without these regulations, do you think it's possible that we will see the mortgage market constrict and provide fewer loans?
Well, I do think the consumer protections offered by the
Of course
Consumer
there's gonna be
Financial
loan
Protection
issues, you
Bureau
fucking dumb bitch.
are critical to protecting consumers in the credit marketplace. And
Guys, I'm right
if the
here. I'm
functions
just
of the
stretching.
CFPB are undermined, it
Oh.
will have consequences.
Okay, thank you. And can you elaborate on how invalidation of the Bureau's rules could lead to instability in the mortgage market?
Well, to the extent CFPB rulemakings provide important consumer protections, and if those protections are removed, that'll have consequences for those borrowers. I mean, that's pretty straightforward, I think.
Sure, a heightened risk of damages, sort of exposure there.
Oh, God.
I'm also troubled by the fact that the 45 years since the CRA's passage, that people of color are still more likely to lack a bank account and to get turned down for credit. Now, while the proposed rule noticed in May is promising, there's still more that can be done to strengthen the CRA and to address this nation's history of redlining, discrimination, and exclusion. That was certainly at the heart of the CRA when it was first crafted, and this should be our guiding principle as we seek to strengthen it. Vice Chair Barr, because Black, Brown, and AAPI folks have disproportionately been unbanked and denied access to credit, do you think the proposed rule should implicitly include communities of color in the bank's assessment areas?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that the proposed reform, the rule that the three agencies has put forward, strikes a very good balance on this question. Discriminatory practices that banks may engage in can result in a downgrade of CRA activity. And in addition, banks may not, under the rule, improperly exclude communities of color in defining their assessment areas. And the assessment areas themselves are designed to be drawn broadly so that banks could not exclude areas on an improper basis or even on a basis that is a proxy for an improper basis. And I think those kinds of approaches will appropriately make sure that banks are not engaging in any activity that would be designed to, or in effect, exclude people of color.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's really critical that we do modernize the CRA. I do believe by focusing on racial disparities and going beyond simply using income as a proxy for race. You know, we have to be race conscious in our approach to root out this discrimination in our banking system. So, again, I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I think we have met our hard stop time. And I'd like to thank our distinguished witnesses for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses.
All right, guys. I really like the part about cryptocurrency and how they kept talking about that. I didn't, however, like the constant thing about race and gender and like we fucking get it already. It's so repetitive. It's not even. Hold on a second, girlfriend, real quick.
Yeah, I know. I agree. It's wrong. And I feel real shitty for taking this decision that like this is a lot of stress for you, a lot of stress for me, and I know that's not the reason why you're working so hard right now. But at the same time, I feel responsible for it. I feel responsible for it. So, you know, but again.
This is the whole me skipping a wedding in Omaha thing.
Times and so, but like at the same time, like it's just really shitty for her to do this, and I'm still not over about the fact that she didn't tell me right away when she had the date, when she picked up her dress, when like she decided when to do it. Like I'm really upset about this, about that too.
All right, Anna. Okay.
She's supposed to be my best friend, and she didn't do that. So yes, I'm really pissed off about that too. So you know, it is what it is.
You know, babe. I'm sorry that your best friend did that to you. You deserve way more than that. But, yeah, I mean, it's her own doing. She's going to have a lot of people not show up for her wedding because she booked it, like, she just planned it way, way too close. Like, you're supposed to give people some time. She gave us, what, a month and a half fucking notice? I mean, like, it's in Omaha. Like, it's in Omaha. I don't want to go to Omaha. You don't want to go to Omaha. Well, I mean, you want to go to Omaha for her, right? And I get that, and, you know, we'll make it up to her somehow. But, you know, if we got to miss the wedding, we have to miss the wedding. And I totally agree. And I'm actually happy that you brought that up. But, yeah, the last thing I want to do is go to Nebraska in January. I mean, I don't even know if you have winter clothes that are, like, that would be warm enough for Nebraska in January. Like, do you understand that? I mean, I do, but like I don't think that you do. I mean, you live in southern Argentina, so maybe, but it's just it's a whole ass headache, babe. I love you. I hope that you're having a great day, though. Good or bad? Good or bad? Was that a good response, or was that bad? Okay. I feel a little bit better. I'm just so happy I get to fucking not go to this fucking... Oh, God. Can you imagine going to fucking, like, Omaha in fucking in January? Who wants to go to Omaha in January? Not me. Fuck that. Fuck that. Like, she's got to come back, get settled in. Like... Alright. She's got to come back and get settled in, and then we could talk about that, like, doing that kind of stuff. But, like... She would have been here for fucking 10 days, and then we'd be taking a trip to fucking Nebraska. Like, the fuck? Wait, no. You caught me. I was having an Anna moment. Hold on. I was having an Anna moment. See? Thank you. Like, spur of the moment, too. Spur of the fucking moment. Spur of the fucking moment. Like, with 2 months fucking notice. Two months notice, and she's and they're trying to have a fucking wedding in Omaha. Like, is she on drugs? Like, that's not a wedding I want to go to. But, like, I would do it because I love my girlfriend. But, like, would I want to do it? No. Absolutely not. But I would do it for her. So, for her to say, okay, you know, we don't have to go, it makes me not the bad guy. So, I'm okay with that. And I'm just gonna roll with that. Alright, let's get it. Oh, God. Watch Blacklist. I can't stop watching Blacklist. I'm almost done. I might have to watch it again. No, well, I might have to rewatch it. I doubt it. Alright. Super chat however much you want to bet. I'll start watching it tonight right now. If you were to super chat that, I'd watch it tonight. Just for you. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. No. Nope. AI, IOT, LiDAR, GBTG. Neil bought GBTG with me, actually. Well, not with me, but on his own, obviously. But I bought GBTG. 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 Yeah. No. Grande, Bravo, Tango, Gravity Bong. I'll just pull it up on here. This is what I'll show you what the deal is. Global Business Travel Group. Look at their market cap. Look at their float. Look at the percentage on float. Fucking American Express. It's a spin-off. It's American Express's rewards program, basically, from what I could gather. Get out of here. Get out of here, babe. Get out of here. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Who's on Vroom? Who's loaded to the gills on Vroom? Who's loaded to the gills on fucking Vroom? Who's loaded to the fucking gills on Vroom? Is anyone else on Vroom? Please, come on. I made a video on this. Please, like, am I the only one? Really? Did anyone? All right. He has 1.5. Okay. That's something. That's something. Get up there. Get up there. You know, I made a video about this 2 weeks ago. About Carvana and Vroom at the same time. I DCA'd both of them. It's very important that you guys click the bell. Just saying. Very, very, very important that you guys click the bell. Every single fucking video that I have, I think is important. I don't make a video unless I think it's important. When I get a chance to look at the bid-ask spread. E-Trade logged me out again. I fucking hate when this happens. You want me to look at the for December 2nd? Right. If you're talking about options, then yeah, they're all over the place. Ugh. Yeah, that's gonna be them delta hedging though. They're gonna have to delta hedge to 1.5s, most likely. If I were to guess, not financial advice. I tried telling everyone. The business model's fire. They lost less money than Carvana did. Nobody listens to Buzz though. Well, you guys aren't supposed to listen to me necessarily, but nobody pays attention to Buzz until after it happens. Ugh. Look how much demand there is for this. Guys, click the bell. Click the bell. Please. Click the fucking bell. Like, subscribe, click the bell. A good tanker right now, and you would have made a good amount of money on a 1.5 swing. I'm not selling, but I'm just saying, like, you could have. I guess I get interest when it's all said and done, but what the... Wait. Mike, wait, what do you mean? You get interest when it's all said and done, but what the heck? What do you mean? Get interest on what? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Wills? Oh, a lot of buying on MULN? Oh, yeah. It's alright, we'll make new money, bro. We'll make new money, it's okay. No sense thinking about old money. Remember that. No sense of thinking about old money. Let's make new money. Oh. I don't know. Fuck them. Them and their fucking doubled staff that they just got. Thanks, Biden. Let's go ahead and let's decimate the middle class some more. What'd it do? Ah, boy. Give me that money. Give me that money. Come. Pay me. Fucking pay me.
Look out!
fucking pay me. Let's go. Where did this bottom at today? Go to nwtnmotors.com. It goes kapop. Look at the turnover on it. It's not high at all. Yeah, well, I saw that right here. That's why I put my clicker right here. I said it and then I did it. I'm sorry. Did I not say I was DCAing this one down? Oh, fuck. Yeah. The name of it was Eaststone Acquisition Company. I was waiting for this one. This is one I was waiting on, though. So, like, I feel like there's, like, a little bit of a difference. I was specifically waiting on this versus the other ones. And now we're going to come down, and then we're going to gap fill, and then, yeah. No, let's gap fill up. Come on, gap fill up, not down. Watch out that this isn't gap fill down here. If it does, it might offer an entry if you want an entry. GSAT's moving nicely. Well, staying there nicely, I should say. PGY is down to 121. Very surprised about that. Whoa. I literally made a video on this. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh, God. As long as you use a DCA strategy, like, not financial advice, like, I'm not missing. If you're using a DCA strategy, I am not missing. Just saying. It's not financial advice, blah, 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 like... If you're using a DCA strategy, I'm not missing right now. And you know that. Your P&L probably knows that too. This needs to come down. Watch out on Novavax to a potential upside. MMTLP hanging in there strong. Halted to the downside. Okay. Oh. Comms is moving. New high of the day. Yep. Oh, gosh. We gotta talk about this. I also tweeted about it. But we gotta talk about this. Remember? It was at 14 cents at the time, remember? No, actually it was at 13 cents. I apologize. We gotta talk about this. Buzz margin call? At Buzz margin call? At what point do people start sharing your DD and stuff, like, without you asking? Is that a curiosity? Like, at what point? How many times do I have to be fucking on the money before people do it without me asking? Trish, rest her, like, God bless her soul. She's awesome. She tweets it. She tweets out the stream all the time. All the time. You can't hear me? Can anybody else hear me? Can anybody else hear me? Mike. Reload, reload, reload. Okay. Alright. Bet. Thank you guys for the overwhelming feedback. At what point do people, like, you know, just go out of the, like, just, like, literally take my videos and just, like, put them out? Because, like, this is getting, like, ridiculous. And I don't want to sound cocky. I know I do sound cocky, but I don't want to sound cocky. It's just, like, I kind of have to in order for people to understand the, what's going on here. Okay, good. Get to the chopper! Everybody get down! I'm not Triumph, I'm Arnold. No, but really. See, I know that you said that there were a lot of Chinese investors, but see, I was ready for this one, though. The other ones that sprout out of nowhere, I wasn't ready for, and I hadn't done any research on them. This one I was ready for. So there's a little bit of a difference. Do I have enough faith, like, long-term? Probably not. But, well, maybe. But at the same time, it's like, I was ready for this one. I was much more prepared than just some random off-the-block type stock. Thank you. They all seem to. That a boy! That a boy! We're waiting on the documents. Ooh, Sava. Watch out on Sava, guys. Sava could get spicy. Watch out on Sava. Sava could get really spicy under 35. Look at the turnover. Bear with me again. I have nuts in my mouth. Riley's known for shorting. I play the opposite of Riley. And that's just me, though.
Well, I spent about 2 months and a half, almost 3, full of snow, where I spent 2 weeks where no one was able to leave or come in because of the snow. So I think I understand what cold weather is.
Fuck.
Anyways, I had to do the thinking about this, and
No, don't think. Don't think. Don't think.
it's just not realistic for multiple reasons. And
Don't think. Don't think. Don't
it's
think
just
about
not
it.
fair.
Yeah, it's not fair.
Not fair to you, not fair to me, to myself. Sorry. It's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, babe. It's a lot.
Maybe she said it like when she knew. Maybe it would have changed things, but like
No, it didn't. No, it wouldn't.
she did it last minute, and that totally pissed me off. Plus the fact that she took time to tell me. That on top of everything, to be honest. But yeah. I don't know. At your work, love you so much. Talk to you later. Please drink water and eat. Thank you.
No, this is my girlfriend that I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid going to a wedding in Omaha. Just give me a second. No, babe, honestly, I would be upset either way because it was just short timing, whether or not she told you immediately or whether or not she like, you know, like, if she told you immediately, it still would have been too short of timing. It's just not, it's not fair to anyone, you know. It's not fair to anyone. And when you're talking to her about it, just say that you didn't have enough timing in order to swing it, but you'll make it up to her. Because we will make it up to her somehow. Like, we'll send her a wedding present or something, you know. But, like, and, like maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll figure out a vacation or something with them. You know what I mean? I don't know. But it's not ideal. And it's not practical. It's not practical. That's all. Okay. I think I nailed it. I think I nailed it. I'm trying to get out of a wedding in Omaha, Nebraska, Mike. Gap down, watch for gap up to fill. But the answer is yes. Actually, it's a day in my life. Hello. Hello, T2. Long time no talk. No, see, no. For me, it's like, I don't want to go out to Omaha, Nebraska. In the middle of winter. Right after my girlfriend gets home from her fucking extended trip because of the visa situation. Like, I would much rather hang out here and get her established and, like, back in like the system, like figure it out and get things rolling, rather than her immediately get here and then us have to go to fucking Omaha, Nebraska. That's what I have on my mind. No, she doesn't trade. She's very supportive, though. She has cryptocurrency, thanks to me. She has crypto. But she doesn't trade. She just invests, I guess it would be the term. It looks like a buy to me. Well, I didn't say that. That's not financial advice. On the flip side, once she gets here, she'll be joining streams. Like maybe she'll sit next to me and just like watch what I do. I don't know. If she's not like, you know, finishing college. They're going under, or they went under. They collapsed, I guess would be the proper term, because I don't know if like what chapter. I don't know if they filed chapter 7. I don't know if they filed chapter 11. I don't know what the fucking deal is. Yeah, like where have you been, under a rock? Jesus. Okay, alright, that's an acceptable answer. You should put like a Bluetooth speaker in or something and like listen to me though. All I do is talk about shit like that. You feel? Look at Boyle. You don't got time to listen to me? Ow, that hurt. If it's not that important, I'm always important, motherfucker. Well, the crypto community knows what it means. The banking institutions know what it means. Therefore, you should know what it means. Well, it might end up being that way, actually. Come on. Give daddy the daddy. Give daddy the daddy. Come here. Give daddy the natty. Come on. Up, up, up. Natural gas, come on home. Let's go. Oh, it matters to you more than you know, buddy. People are going bankrupt over it, and there's solvency issues elsewhere. Like, it might affect you and you don't even know it. Come on, give Daddy the natty. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Give Daddy the natty. Let's go. Give me the natural gas. That's actually not true, slowing down. No, it brings light to the fact that we need regulation. No, I think it's good news. I think that you're taking it wrong. I just want to shout out Extraction Tech Stainless. Extraction Tech Stainless for all of your extraction needs, we'll say. I disagree with you. Yeah, exactly. So people are gonna want they're gonna want regulation. People lost billions, so they're gonna want to regulate it now, which is good for XRP.
Yeah, well, I don't know. This sort of sounds like her though. Like she doing all of this way. It sort of sounds like her. I'm trying to like support her in many ways, but like she doing this like this way, it's totally like so her. Like she will do this kind of things. She might move to South Dakota. Like I don't know. That came to my head.
Up.
I don't know. I'm disappointed in so many ways with her. So, yeah. I don't know.
I'm sorry that you're dealing with a disappointment in your best friend, but I'm kicking ass in the stock market, so there's that. High five. Also, I really don't want to go to Omaha, babe, so thank you for making the decision that you did. I said South... I meant Nebraska. You got me confused with the South Dakota part.
Now I gotta talk with my other friend. Like, try to convince her to not have her wedding in September. So wish me luck with that.
Babe, September we could deal with. Next September we could deal with in North Carolina. North Carolina in September, not a big deal. January in Nebraska, that's a big deal. Sorry. What? Lots of weddings. And then I have one in 2024 in Italy. Like, Jesus. Come on, give Daddy the natty. Up, up, up. Fire. Fire. Whoever watches my videos, you are having a great day. As long as you're DCAing, you're having a great fucking day. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get up there. Oh. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Come on. Let's go. Rock girl, check your phone. Up, up, up. We cut through the signal right here. We want to see if we get some follow through. Come on. Come on, I don't want to fucking just go sideways here. I saw this signal and a sign down here, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And I think is it the World Cup? I think it's the World Cup. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that? Ecuador playing the. If I don't root for Argentina, I'm in trouble. So there's that. Rocket Girl, who's your team? Who's your team? Ecuador. I have no idea. You and Anna know the schedule better than I do, which is fucking weird when it comes to sports, because usually I'm on top of that shit. Okay, alright. My seizure is almost over, but like I want to get the point across. Oh, see, I'm not allowed to say that I like Brazil. So I have to only like Argentina. Oh yeah, give Daddy that paper. Print Daddy that paper. Print Daddy that fucking paper. Let's go. There's so much room to the upside on Boyle. It's starting to get cold. It's starting to get cold, guys. Come on. Obviously not financial advice. You guys know that. Blah, 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 blah. Who's even good on Italy? I feel like Italy doesn't even have a good team, do they?
Well, we have lessons. If I get to work with Imagine, we might have Imagine.
Oh, here we go.
And there's also a can. We don't want September. Plus, yeah, I mean, North Carolina, like, I want to go, you want to go. And she's taking time, she's doing everything as she should. She's not rushing it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like, thinking about all of this makes me not want to have a wedding. Like, see, like, this gives me another reason to not have a wedding. Like, see, as always, I'm always right.
Well, we already talked about this. We're not gonna have a big wedding. We'll have like a huge, honeymoon. I'd rather spend money relaxing and having a honeymoon than being stressed the fuck out. Trying to organize a bunch of shit. So, we don't have to have this problem, but other people are making their weddings a problem. Yeah. Anyways, let me get back to stream. We're sitting here talking about what's it called, about the World Cup. I'm over here, fighting for Argentina's pride and glory here. But I love you, and I'll talk to you later. I tried to stop. Alright, anyways. They can't fight in a war, but good soccer players. What, from Russia, or from Germany and Italy? Yeah. Although in Germany's defense, Germany would have beat us if they didn't turn on the Russians. I said what I said. Like, if Germany pumped out more submarines in the beginning of the war, and they didn't turn on the Russians, they would have won the Second World War. I said what I said. I'm not proud of that. I'm not happy for that. But I'm just saying, like, that's what would have happened. Ugh. Do you think that they wouldn't chant that? They wouldn't chant that. There's no way. There's no way that they would chant that. Like they wouldn't. No, I'm saying at that game, there's no way that would get a chance. Are you going? Where is it? It's in Qatar. Are you going? Oh, okay. I thought you meant, like, when you... Never mind. When you said that, you made it sound like you were going. I was like, damn, okay. I was gonna say to watch out for ballistic missiles. Oh boy. Here we go. Babe, you're live, so everybody could hear you. Hot mic.
That you're going for Argentina when you said that Ronaldo was better than Messi. Like, shut the fuck up. You should be ashamed of yourself, like, because you said that. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget that. What do you think?
I recanted that statement. Officially.
Uh-huh. Well, you didn't even know that I speak Spanish. So, yeah, I'm not gonna let that slide.
Babe, you know, like, fucking, like, 5 languages.
Yeah, so?
So? Are you really gonna... No, don't do that.
What? Don't do what?
You know what. Not live.
Don't do what?
Not live. Just don't do that.
It's really, really sad that you said, like, I'm going for Argentina when you said what you said before. Like, it's really hard for me to actually believe it. You kind of broke my heart by doing that.
I broke your heart by saying that I liked Ronaldo.
Yes.
But he is a great human being, though.
And not just breaking my heart, you got me really upset and disappointed of you.
He's a great human being, though.
Oh, you want to know who also is a great human being?
Messi is.
You don't want me to say that.
Not on live, it definitely don't.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you should be ashamed of yourself by saying that when you said what you said before. That's not cool.
Hey, at least we're not going to Omaha, right?
I don't know. I might want to go now.
You're watching my live stream, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm working.
Alright.
Should I? Okay. Let me see.
I love you, babe.
Ricky girl, what are you saying? Like,
What?
I liked you. Like, I liked her. Now now I don't know if I like her.
Rocket Girl? What do you mean? She said that her son's like her.
Yeah, she said Ronaldo is a great human being. Like, what? No.
Oh shit.
Now I don't know if I like her.
Oh shit. Oh shit. No, you like Rocket Girl. Her sons.
No, I don't know if I like her now.
Her sons love Messi and Ronaldo, both of them. Relax.
You can't do that.
AGFY means Argentina is good for you. That's what she just said.
Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh, honey. You get fired up when it comes to soccer, huh?
You never been with me when Argentina's playing. I was watching the whole match today. Well, I was at home.
Rocket Girl, will you adopt us?
Oh my gosh.
Alright, babe, I'll talk to you later. I'm sure that my subscribers do not want to listen to this banter.
Well, what are you gonna do on November 22nd?
I'm gonna watch the Argentina soccer game.
Where are you gonna watch it?
I'm gonna stream it.
No, why are you gonna watch it?
Because I love you.
Wrong answer. I was gonna let you go, but like.
What? Because Messi's gonna kick ass. What do you mean?
I mean, yes, but not that. You should have said something about it. It's okay. You know what? Disappointed.
I'm gonna do it in support. I'm gonna watch it with you. Somehow.
Complicated.
Complicated.
Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, it is complicated.
Okay.
Anyways, you should have said something different. I'm disappointed. I'm not gonna let this go that easy.
Okay. I love you. Talk to you later.
I appreciate you too.
Don't. I'll talk to you later. I love you.
I appreciate you too.
Okay. Alright, guys. I guess Anna's going to be a permanent part of the stream. So, we were at 129 on VRM.
Oh my gosh. You should take care of your words when you said what you said.
We did lose 396 on SPY. We have a cup and handle forming, though. RYAM is at a 52-week high. I love you.
Who are you rooting for? Messi or Ronaldo?
Messi's not playing for Argentina anymore, says Rocket Girl.
Oh, he is playing. He was gonna be on the. He was gonna not play this game, but he ended up playing it. Like, this is a friendly match. Well, the one that happened was a friendly match. He ended up playing.
Okay, so he is playing. Okay. Alright.
Who are you rooting for? Ronaldo or Messi?
Messi, of course. You already know this.
What language do we speak in Argentina?
What?
What language do we speak in Argentina?
You speak a certain dialect of Spanish.
Okay, good job.
Alright, are we done now?
Okay, I let you go.
I love you.
I let you go. I love you too.
Bye. Wasn't expecting that. That was like a pop quiz. Wow. Alright. What do we, Rocket Girl? What do we do? Do we buy dips and sell rips, or do we, like, you know, do things the other way around? Do you believe in the product? TBLT is getting fucking murked. I buy dips, I sell rips. 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 Over and over and over and over again. That's it. That's it. Yeah, too late. Watch out on natural gas, guys. If you guys want the 3 times, it's UGAZF, I believe. This is the 2 times. 3 times is this. UGAZF. Buy dips, I sell rips. I buy dips, I sell rips. Okay. I have that shit ingrained in my head. I hope that you guys like are starting to get that. Buy a dip, sell a rip. Buy a dip, sell a rip. Over and over and over again. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sean, hold on one second. Alright, so puts are being rolled in mega caps. I'll explain what I'm texting in a second. Alright, so puts are being rolled in mega caps, right? As long as we like have bullish momentum in the small and the mid cap sector, we could reprice without crashing. Does that make sense? Like, it could balance the market to the point where mid and small caps could keep up and put up some numbers, and then pull back the ringings a little bit without crashing. I think they're hedging the 150s. That's me. I could be wrong. Obviously. You guys know I could always be wrong. Let's see. I'm wrong every day, multiple times. Multiple times. I'm wrong all the fucking time. That's why I DCA. I DCA in, I DCA out. I DCA in, DCA out. Over and over and over again. Give me a spin up. Did they do it again? Tell me they didn't do it again. Did they do it again? Like, is it official? Or are you just saying that? Alright. Alan, please have a source. Like, please make sure that that's not old news. Please. Please. I have a lot of money on TBLT. Guys. Remember that thing that I was looking at before? It's crossing the MACD. And crossing the 200. If Carvana blasts, I don't even want to say. I was gonna say something, but it might get me like booted off the tube. Ugh. Breathe. Everyone breathe. I haven't done that in a minute. Everybody breathe. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Sideways trading sucks. I agree. I'd rather move up or down too. I don't like sideways trade. I will sideways trade, but like I don't like it. I don't thoroughly enjoy it. So then it's like, do I want to sell calls? Do I not want to sell calls? Something like that. Everyone take a deep breath. Come on. Cool, calm, collected. Notice there's a little double bottom right here. Little felt cup and handle right there. You look at this. This is like a cup with a little handle. Looks bullish all the way around. EMA is starting to flag out, crossing the 200 right now under VWAP. Let's see what we got. All better. Alright, guys. Watch out on SLXL and SLXS. Cool, calm, collected, ice cold, guys. Ice fucking cold. Look at this. Pound. Pound up, dollar down. Pound up, dollar down. I like the support that Snapchat's building right around this area. 1110ish. Alright. You're back on your break. Don't you wanna, don't you wanna. I am on Corvana. What do you mean? And I already DCA'd at 875. I'm chilling, dog. Good a boy. Spin it. Come on, spin the script. Let's go. Ooh, 396 back on SPY. Here we go. Come on. Time to elevate. Comms is up. Like I said, Snapchat is kind of finding itself around 11:15. She's at 200. This is way too tight of a range here. Way too tight of a range. We need to get over on top of the VWAP. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell, all that happy shit. I'd appreciate it. Every single one counts. Every single one. And if you're not willing to do that, then just leave, please. If you're not willing to take 3 seconds out of your time for the 14 hours or so, whatever I end up streaming a day, then fuck you and get out, please. With the most utmost respect. Meow. Meow. Right, meow. You're making me think about ketamine. Stop it. Speaking of ketamine. I didn't mean to say that out loud, by the way. So, I apologize. No, they did update it. They updated it. So they updated it while you were on break. It's like at like 13%. $100, I think. Wait, no, wait. Hold on, I have to log back out. Log back in. AGFY. 66. But Casparo is 227. Look at your phone while I look at this. Hmm. $21.46. Utilization is only 31.51. I mean, it could be a banger, bro. Nice and close. Yes, you did. You lucky bastard. I'm waiting for a pullback to enter. If there is one. Remember, guys, cool, calm, collected, ice cold. Breathe. You sold your CONL shares, right? Or are you still in them? I mean, if you're still in them, that's that. But did you sell them at the top or no? Okay. Yeah, I'm worried about you. Yeah, no, it depends on how to trade. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you weren't bagging that. Yeah. go. Bounce. Jump. Jump, you fucking bitch. Jump. You're hoping for an APRN jump would be a better term, in my humble opinion. Just because you said please. I wasn't going to, but you said please. You said no. You said please. So yeah. 37.7. It just pisses me off when people like talk to me like I'm an animal. Like, I don't even talk to my dogs like that. Like, or text this. Or text that. It's like, I literally say please to my dogs. SPX is dying. DXY at, well, I don't know. But the pound was actually looking too thick. Like it was about to spin up a second ago. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Do you really, though? Do you really? Boom, bum, 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 bum. XRP circulating supply went up again. That's not necessarily true. Look how cheap LiDAR is. Under 87 cents. I think that's very, very, very cheap in my opinion. If you didn't profit take, yeah. So if somebody didn't profit take, they could say that T2 was the biggest the biggest shit play of the year. VRM testing VWAP. Yep. And a spin. Give me a spin, baby. Come on. Come on. Then why did you invest so much money in it? You learned an expensive lesson. That's it. That's it. Like, let's just leave it at that. You learned an expensive lesson. I was literally about to until you said that last message. You know I don't care what you're getting into. I love you, buddy, but like I don't care what you're getting into. I'll still do it, but I don't care what you're Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Alright. Cough, 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 cough again. I've been talking about this, but this is just so like I might play their warrants. It's very complicated because of the warrants. EVGO has warrants as well, but they're a little ways away. Ugh. MMAT 176.5. Ooh, 888. Lucky number 8's on MMTLP. Hey guys, guess what? I'm not selling shit. That turnover. I am not selling shit, bud. Thank you. No thanks. Thank you, Sean. Sean like soothes things over, so I don't have to. It's like the perfect combination. I feel like I'm at the eye doctor. 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? Maybe 1. Maybe 1. I said maybe. I have LASIK. Oh, I got LASIK, I should say. I don't know. You're asking me financial advice questions. I can't answer them. I can't. I don't know. I truly do not know. Look at the partners on the left. Look at the partners on the left side. That's what I like. But I like the cost and effectiveness of the right side. So I don't know.
We make a great team, Cadet.
Yeah, no, I'm not feeling that one.
I hear there's a carnival in town.
No.
Time to check it out.
No, wrong one.
Hey, look, I'm Captain Bubblehead.
I'll take that. That was John talking. Y'all ever go to a strip club before? You're just like... Yeah, look at their never mind. Look at their investor presentation. Yeah, wait. What? He likes to play hoops, what? I don't know. Okay, alright. Alright, now you got me fucked up. I don't know what... other than basketball, I don't understand hoops at the strip club. Do you have a basketball court at your strip club? Jesus Christ. For those wondering, I haven't been at the strip club in a long time. Just throw that out there. Oh my God. You're wildin'. PGY is at 117, guys. Whoa, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Now take that back. We're not gonna talk about, yeah. I'm just, take that back. No. That's not how we talk. We're gentlemen. We're gentlemen. Vana. Come on. Spin up, baby. It's Carvana's time to shine. GSAT's been at like $2. Nice and strong all day. Guys, bear with me for like 2 minutes. That's actually a good question. I should probably check that again. $45.89. Oh boy. Slingshot. Please be a slingshot.
Have you seen Forky?
God damn it. I wanted it to be the slingshot audio. Guess not. Let's get it. Let's get it, bull. So I guess we're going back to 3 and 4. Get ready for the pop. It's gonna be vicious when it happens. I just don't know when. Three and 4. Was VRM 4? $130,000 shares bought. That was on the 13th. Three and 4. I don't care which one goes. I want both of them to go, to be honest, but that's just me. We don't always perfectly bottom tick. It's fine. 1 second. Uno momento. Oh, man. I should eat something healthy. Jesus, Greg. You got me excited. I almost pitched a tent and everything. Remember, guys, I am a Groupon affiliate. My link is in the description. Check that out. Please like and sub. By the way, every single one counts. But yeah, I'm an affiliate there. I have IP Vanish as an affiliate. And then I have an affiliate with Dell in case anybody's looking to buy a computer. Just throwing that out there. I fucking hate you. I hate you. Don't buy options if you're not gonna be here for the market. Not financial advice. If you're not gonna be here for the market, then why play options? Look at Boyle going in the close. It's a double bottom. Think about that. Like, why play options? I hate playing with luck. Like, fuck luck. I'll take skill over luck every single time. Yep. I actually had made a video about this a while back too. I said, can Boyle be the next Gush? That's why it's important to like click the bell. Make sure you're watching all the videos that I post. Whoa, 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 whoa! No, don't just take it because I own it. Take it because you know what you're doing. And you're confident with the trade. Ooh, look at Vana. I wish I had more money to buy more Vana. If I had more money, I would seriously just buy more Vana. Not financial advice. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wish you would take that into consideration. Like, I appreciate his love that, like, because, like, he's one of, like, the few people that actually, like, show me love like that. Like, as far as, like super chats and stuff. But, like, you, like, some of the shit you say, like, you're gonna get me in trouble. I can't do that. And then you hold money over my head to try to get me to do things. That's the problem. Just being honest. Thank you, Sean. It's very limited what I'm allowed to do and what I can't do, kid. But like, on the real though, like, what sucks though the most is the fact that you're holding money over my head on it. So it's just like, it puts me in a really, really tough spot. Just saying. I have no interest in Pinterest. Let me just reiterate the fact that I'm not a perfect trader and nobody should ever follow me into any trade ever. 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 With an E. Okay. Bring Daddy the bread. Bring Daddy the bread. Come on. Yeah, pins looks interesting. Who the fuck messaged me now? That was Twitter, okay. Next time Anna's in here, why don't you ask her? I don't know though. I don't know if I'd want a son that snitched on me. Gonna fill that gap to the upside. There are gaps to the bottom, I believe. Maybe not. It's not like freaking out to the point where I have to look at it right this second. I'll pull it up though for all the apes. Oh, super trend. I know. Dell is paying out $1 billion to settle. That still needs to go across. Alright, I have to join the sea monster. Give me a minute. Ugh. Today was a very chill day. Like I said. You're right. I did say that, didn't I? Sometimes I forget what I say. But that's why we could always like run it back and see what I said. Just in case I'm right or wrong, but like it's just like evidence to, yeah, kind of a dub. If Vroom is not liking the fact that the 48's coming down to the 200 in the VWAP, I have to watch this right now. $3 billion to the buy side. Oh God, y'all are wild. Antics, I just... You learn your first major lesson of the stock market, I think. It sucks. It fucking sucks. Like, it fucking sucks. I get it. Uh. Not fully. Not fully. Not 100%, but yeah, I'm not even gonna pull it up. Pay attention to what Sean's saying. Hold on, someone just hold on a second. You gotta tell me when you're coming here.
Why is it locked all of a sudden? What's going on?
I just keep the door locked, Dad.
That's new.
I have a hot mic right now.
Why is it locked all of a sudden?
I don't know, I just fucking lost the lock there when I came in last night.
Where were you?
Was last night? It was it the night before? The night before. Oh, well, maybe that's when I logged it. That's when I was in. When? Well, yeah. You guys tell me when you're talking. Well, you have to come out here. So what you find your fucking phones last night?
Yeah, I just get them off.
Well, that's why I checked before I fucking. Jesus Christ, no, I thought somebody was breaking in my house and it was my dad. That's what happened. That's what happened. Look at Vroom. Let's Vroom the fuck out of here, eh? I seriously just thought that somebody was breaking in my fucking house.
You paranoid?
No. None at all. When I'm not expecting somebody to come to my house and I hear fucking jingling on my door. Yeah, I'll check the data after hours, don't worry.
Alright, I gotta fly. I gotta go sign.
You wanna give me another one of these, I know, I'm paying the ass. I know. But you buy like 8 of them a day.
8 what?
Like 8 packs a day.
Well, now that I'm supporting your habit.
That I get like one or two off you every single time you're here. That's it. And I only smoke because he's like it's around me. I don't need them when I'm by myself.
What happened here?
What?
What happened here?
Dad, I don't know. I'm on live. What? Lucky, probably. Can you reset that for me? Will it reset? You lift it. You gotta lift it up and then. I'll fuck with it later. Try dipping? No. I've been there. I've done that. I don't even like to do this. But like, I do because it's around me.
Alright, see ya.
Later, Pops. Love you.
You want this hot?
You don't have to. Here's a lesson for everybody. Oh, last minute if you're dealing with PDT, by the way. Sorry. Never come to somebody's house unannounced and start fucking with the door, like, unless you know it's prearranged. Don't do that. Yeah, you left it here.
Yeah, and I just realized
All right. Love you too. Nuclear. What do you think? Why do you think I left the chair? All right, market's closed. Good day, everyone. Hope everyone did all right. Hope today was a good shopping day. Let's see what after hours has for us. After I finish this, I'm gonna let the dogs down. After I air it out a little bit. But fuck. Yep, there were some nice dips counts. I like that phrase. This dips counts. Is anything like running? SPY's coming up on 200 though. Alright, later, Lowell. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Vroom. What a fucking play. What a fucking play. I did buy BKKT at $2 today. Just throwing that out there. So I'm even right now in after hours. Alright, you know what? I think I'm going to chain smoke real quick. That way, I don't have to do this twice. Go ahead. Go ahead, Spot. You raise your average. Ooh. So unhealthy. I should not be doing this. What are you doing? Welcome to chat, bro. Welcome to chat. STRY. It's probably... See where this candle ended? Whatever. Probably 24.36-ish. I would assume. Somewhere around there. See how it ended right there? This candle ended right there. This candle ended right there. Probably like in that zone. Yeah. I agree. But welcome to chat. Good to have you. Oh, it's just another day. I try my damnedest. We dipped below $9 on MMTLP. Interesting. God damn it. Ash. Memes? Okay. SPY's trying. Up, up, up. Come on. Go ahead, SPY. Go ahead. Yeah, I think so too. What do you guys think? Up or down on SOXL? What do we think? What do we think? She's trying. It's a lot of range right there on SPY. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell, all that happy shit. Every single one counts, guys. Pretty please. Go ahead. Go the fuck ahead. Ugh. Alright, y'all. Well, I will tell you this. Due to the whole Adderall situation, I am going to cut stream. I do apologize. It looks like we might rip. I do have cluster headache because of my lack of Adderall. So I am going to cut it. But thank you all. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys first thing tomorrow, as always. Later, my fam. Out.